welcome back to Croft for
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Croft Circuit for day 2 of this British Racing and Sports Car Club Caterham Race Weekend. Whether you're watching trackside or on the live stream on Facebook and YouTube, welcome either here or welcome back if you were here for yesterday's action, where it was full of racing from Caterham's and the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Yesterday's racing was superb, and we're expecting that today's 7 races are going to be just as frenetic. Scott Wood was here in the commentary box. Andy McKeon will be with me shortly. We couldn't quite get him in the assembly area to do a quick intro for our first race, but we can at least run you through how today's racing is going to take place. So we've got all 3 of the Caterham Championships that competed yesterday. And alongside them, we also have both groups from the Love Cars Caterham Academy Championship. We've just finished up qualifying for both of their groups consecutively, white group and then the green group. And also we have an additional pair of races for the next instalment of the 2021 Nankang Tyre BMW CityCar Cup, which is one of the latest new sensations to be put together by the British Racing and Sports Car Club, and has been popular ever since it kicked off last June, and it's been running its first full season here this year. Well, it started off with a magnificent 38 cars in the season. We've still got a healthy grid here for this weekend at Croft. So the first race coming up here for this afternoon is going to be our second race of the weekend for the Bilstein Caterham 7 310R Championship. These are the fastest Caterhams that you will see all weekend, and they will be looking to put on quite an entertaining display as they did yesterday. We've still got just a few of our Caterham Academy drivers from their qualifying session that they've just completed heading on to circuit, heading out off the circuit and back in from the qualifying session that we've just completed. And we'll give you the grids, of course, for those as and when they come up for those particular races. But drawing on yesterday, it was another victory for Lewis Thompson, who has been pretty much the man to beat ever since he first appeared this season. He missed the opening rounds at Donington Park, but ever since then, he has pretty much been the person that they needed to beat. Looking at all the races so far, he has won every single race. And he came into the weekend on drop scores, 7 points ahead of a former champion in Caterham, Pete Walters, who is on 144 points compared to 151 for Lewis Thompson on drop scores as well. Also, for equal third points, we had Harry Cook and James Wingfield tied, and then in the 5th position was Andrew Murgatroyd with 123. So looking back at yesterday's result, it was an incredible race, as it tends to be in Caterham Motorsport circles, but we'll take a look at where everyone finished in a moment's time. And the cars will be heading out, as you can see in the assembly area, ready to get going. Fantastic weather conditions here this afternoon, and great to see plenty of spectators out in the spectator grandstand down at Clairvaux. I was just down in the assembly area just not long ago and seeing plenty packed down there. We've got plenty of people who are packed on the banks up at Hawthorns, down at the complex as well. So for those of you who are watching trackside, thank you very much for coming, because of course it's great to see great racing, but it's also supporting Croft Circuit and club racing in general with the BRSCC. Also, we'll take this moment to give a big thank you as well this weekend to all of our fantastic marshals, to our officials, to our ambulance and recovery crews, and to all of our volunteers that are here this weekend that are making this weekend possible, because without volunteers and without marshals and all those people that give up their free time, we just couldn't run race weekends. And British marshals, volunteers, quite frankly, in my opinion, are the best in the world when it comes to motorsport, and there's no moving on that argument, because they really are well trained, they are so enthusiastic, so knowledgeable, and they do a fantastic job every single time that they're called on to do duty. So thank you very much to all of their hard efforts and their hard work. It is incredibly appreciated, and it's something that we are certainly going to be looking forward to all the way through. So, looking back at yesterday's race, it was a win for Lewis Thompson, who from David Yates in second place, who at one point was actually leading and started on the front row of the grid. He should do so again for this second race. He was looking very racy yesterday and was looking to try and get himself his first win in quite a while. So he's second. James Wingfield rounded out the podium in third place, and Pete Walters didn't quite get on the same pace that he would wanted to have done with fourth. And Harry Landy rounded out the top five as the cars make their way now out of the assembly area for our first race of today. As we mentioned, the second of the weekend for the Bilstein Caterham 7 3 10-hour championship, the penultimate step on the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So these cars are the ultimate evolution of what starts out as the Caterham Academy car, and drivers in this championship typically are in their fourth season of racing. They've gone from the Academy through Roadsport, through 270R, and now into the 310R ranks, and this car essentially gets all the upgrades that it would get as you go through from Academy, because the great thing about the Caterham Motorsport package is that you buy the package initially, which is around about circa £30,000, but you get the race car and your entire racing season and the chance to gain your racing licence and go through your ARTS test and your test days all in one go. And the Caterham Academy initially is for complete novice drivers that haven't raced before. They'll then go through a season of racing in the Academy, they'll graduate into Roadsport, then into 270 and 310R. But to save costs of having to buy a new car each time, you simply upgrade the Academy car that you have initially for each step of the way that you go. And when you get to 310Rs, it will have had the full quota of upgrades. So with the 310R cars, you get all the upgrades that you would normally get, which is the Roadsport and 270Rs. You get uprated tyres and a rear anti-roll bar, stiffer springs, dampers, a wider track front suspension. They also remove the windscreen and lights. And then for the 310Rs, they upgrade the engine to 152 brake horsepower and also add in a limited slip differential to make it faster, to make it handle better, to make it the most complete package that you can get for what starts out as the original Academy car. The only time you have to buy a new Caterham is if you step up into the top level, which is the Caterham 7 Championship UK. They're not here this weekend, they're out next weekend on the British GT Championship support package at Alton Park, so these are the fastest Caterhams that you'll see all weekend as they make their way around onto the grid for this second race. The grid is set by the results of race number 1 yesterday, so it will be Lewis Thompson back on pole position again in car 79. Alongside him will be David Yates in car 15. Lewis Thompson's car was the kind of iridescent, kind of gold, almost pearlescent coloured car on the pole position, which is to driver's right. Alongside him on the left will be the black and blue car of David Yates. Row 2 is James Wingfield in the blue and yellow red and yellow machine. Alongside him is the black car of Pete Walters in car number 88. Harry Landy then comes next in the bright green number 21. Harry Cook in the red and black car in car number 9 will start on the third row. Andrew Murgatroyd in blue and yellow is car number 84 in 7th on the grid. Jeff Price is alongside him in the predominantly red and black car in 8th position. Next, Doug Christie in black and gold, and Gary Curtis will be alongside him in black and yellow. Next up is Henry Williams, who had some troubles in qualifying yesterday, but managed to pick his way up through to 11th place in the white, green and black car. And then we have Chris Welch alongside him in the predominantly red machine. It's then Dave Bullock and Steve Metcalf on the 7th row of the grid. Andy Lees, who's got some work to do from towards the back in car number 2, alongside former MX5 racer Sam Bailey, who, by the looks of it, unfortunately isn't on the grid. And Lars Hoffman, after he retired on the back straight towards Tower Corner with the mechanical problems, is in the red and white car at the back of the field. So, all set then for the first race of today. 30 minutes of race 2 of the weekend for the Bilstein Caterham 7 310R Championship. If you're trackside or watching on stream, get ready for action. The red lights are about to come on. It's a front row of Thompson and Yates who will win the whole shot down towards turn 1. We're racing on Sunday here at Croft. It's a great start from the second row of the grid initially from James Wingfield, but it's pretty equal down towards turn 1. Thompson gets the jump jump from pole on the inside down towards Clairvaux for the first time. Side by side for second. A speculative look up the inside of David Yates' James Wingfield, but they turn their way through. Everyone appears to be getting through pretty cleanly. Through Clairvaux, through Hawthorns, a couple of lock-ups into the second right-hander through the chicane, and in towards the S's for the first time. Nice and clean initially, and it is, out of the first couple of corners, Thompson leading. Wingfield is up to second past Yates, but Yates is in the slipstream. It's then Pete Walters fourth, Harry Landy fifth, and it's then to sixth place is Jeff Price. What a start from Jeff Price that was, from about the fourth or fifth row of the grid. Big lock-up from Harry Landy up towards Tower in fifth position. He just about holds on to it as they turn out through the right-hander and up to the Jim Clark S's for the first time. Thompson already trying to gap the rest of the field as he comes down towards this high-speed left-right section. Pretty much flat out in these Caterham 310Rs, and then down towards the back of the circuit and up towards the complex for the first time at Croft. So you're watching on the live stream, we're catching the leaders as they come back down towards the complex, the double right-hander, which is Sunny in and then Sunny out. And now Thompson trying to pull a gap here as David Yates has found his way back into second place. So David Yates back past James Wingfield, and it's then in fourth position Pete Walters and Harry Landy, despite the lock-up, who's maintaining his top 5 position. Back into the complex for the first time then. So Thompson, Yates, Wingfield, Walters, and it's Harry Landy and Jeff Price with a great start up past both Andrew Murgatroyd and Harry Cook. So excellent stuff from Jeff as he turns out to the hairpin to 6. He's under pressure for Murgatroyd, but up to the end of lap 1, and it is going to be Lewis Thompson, who's pretty much been in the lead ever since he started this his season at Not Kill back in June. Because he missed the opening rounds at Donington Park, and ever since then, no one's been able to knock him off the top spot. He's won 7 races on the bounce. No wonder on drop scores he is now top of the table, with Pete Walters trying to close in. Speaking of Walters, he's just on the back of James Wingfield as they come up through the S's for the second time. And Thompson still leads, but David Yates has managed to put a small gap now to pull away from Lewis Thompson. And such is the strength of a toe in these cars, David Yates is already sailing up onto the back of Lewis Thompson, having a look up the inside. A little speculative look into Tower Bend, but so far Lewis Thompson was just far enough in front to maintain that position as they turn out through the right-hander and back onto the short straight towards the Jim Clark S's. Wingfield is closing back in, and he's bringing Pete Walters with him as they turn up through left and then right through the Jim Clark S's, and both David Yates and James Wingfield are closing in down towards Croft, but they can't quite get it done at the left right-hander. Now the complex up towards Sunny in and Sunny out. Maybe there's a chance for Yates to try and squeeze through, but they're both closing in, and Thompson's not being allowed to creep away here. Top 4 making a break as they turn out of Sunny out. Up into 5th place has gone, by the looks of it, Andrew Murgatroyd. There's been a bit of a shuffle round for 5th between Landy, Price and Murgatroyd. Cook's in there as well, but top 4 trying to break away. Jeff Price is still 6th behind Murgatroyd now. He's moved up into the top 5, but it's Harry Landy's been the big mover down. He's gone behind Murgatroyd, Price and Cook, and he's now down to about 8th position. So some work to do for Harry in the green car. Also making moves in the background, like you see Andy Lee's go up the inside of, he was alongside Douglas Christie. I think it might be, I think it was possibly Metcalf, possibly going past him. Meanwhile, James Wingfield sets the fastest lap of the race. 3 fastest laps set consecutively, but it goes to Wingfield in 3rd place as they come back in through Clairvaux for the 3rd time. 30-minute race, so they've got some time to settle down here before they start to get in amongst themselves. But top 4 trying to make that breakaway, leaving the rest of the pack to scrap amongst themselves. Thompson there with a couple of car lengths now over David Yates. 3rd place for Wingfield. 4th now for the Pete Walters, and further back we're looking at 22 here, which is Alan Curtis. And as they come back down towards the complex, up the inside of Jeff Price goes Harry Cook, and that will be a move for 6th position. So Cook past Price for P6. And the rest of the pack so far keeping trouble-free as we're now getting up towards the first 5 minutes completed here in the first race of our Sunday action here at Croft on this British Racing and Sports Car Club Caterham race weekend. So the second group of cars, which you're seeing on screen on the live stream, we're watching Harry Cook closing on Andrew Murgatroyd. Jeff Price is getting a little bit closer as he comes through Sunny in, and then just losing momentum and just now starts to come under attack from Harry Landy, who needs to start recovering up positions after he dropped a few in that first couple of corners on the opening couple of laps. Top 4 then all together as they compress into the complex. Just looking at James Wingfield on screen under attack from Pete Walters, who was a long-time points leader, but then the dominance of Lewis Thompson saw him really get through there. Now behind, we should of course keep an eye on the progress of Lars Hoffman, because he started at the back of the grid in 16th, but he's now managed to work his way through, I think, into what's now 9th position. He's got past Doug Christie in the black and gold car, There's a black and white flag also going out for track limits. It's for a single number, so it's either for Harry Cook or for Andy Lees. I can only see one number marker on the back of that pit board, so it's either Harry Cook or Andy Lees is getting a slap on the wrist for track limits. If they keep on transgressing, going wide, I suspect it's probably either on the exit of Clairvaux or on the exit of the Jim Clark S's through Barcroft, where there's quite a large piece of runoff tarmac that might work. Meanwhile, for the lead, up the inside looks, again for the second time, David Yates, but still, Lewis Thompson keeps that car firmly planted in the middle of the road, and the loss of traction off the corner for being off the racing line just gives James Wingfield a chance to get back in. And the top three are now starting to drop the black car number 88 of Pete Walters, but the top three are still all together as they went out of sight. We're looking on screen here at Jeff Price being chased down by Andrew Murgatroyd and Harry Landy. Now that means that looks like Price has got past Murgatroyd, so Murgatroyd is another one that's dropping backwards, as is Harry Landy. As they come up through Sunny in and Sunny out, that's starting to spread out a little bit more. And they're all chasing Harry Cook at this point, because Cook's got past Price in that sequence. Now back with the leaders, still David Yates, who looked quite close going through Barcroft, hasn't quite got past just yet. So maybe just, I wouldn't say he's biding his time, we're just trying to find a prime opportunity. For that second group of cars, we do need to watch out for Lars Hoffman. Watch for car 70, that's the red and white car with the Motul sponsorship. Currently in 9th place, he's got past Andy Lees, and he's now going to try and get onto the back of this second train of cars, headed up by Harry Cook, who's in 5th position. So he will try and pick them off one by one as the race continues on. There's the top four going through Clairvaux, line astern. We've got Thompson, Yates, Wingfield, and Walters all together back through Hawthorne. So this is on lap 5. Right through the S's once again. So Thompson looking pretty comfortable in front. He's not being put under too much pressure, but he's got himself far enough in front so that when David Yates gets close in the slipstream down the back straight towards Tower Bend, he's not close enough to try and make a dive up the inside. He needs to be much closer exiting the S's in order to line him up for that pass. We saw that a couple of times yesterday in the Fun Cup in terms of trying to make moves. And it was all about how close you were coming off that right-left through the S's onto that back straight, because the run through that part of the course is all important to carry the speed and momentum all the way through towards Tower Bend, when you can try and pull alongside and get into the braking zone. There's the leaders then. Thompson just up now through Sunny in and Sunny out, right at the back of the circuit. And David Yates, who scored his best results of the season so far this year. Before that, he scored a 3rd place, but 2nd has now become his new best. Although up the inside, diving into the complex goes James Wingfield. Yates sticks it round the outside, looks for the right-hander for the second part of the complex. They'll go wheel to wheel on the exit. Little punch on the brakes there, too much there for Yates. He locked the outside front. Wingfield has the track position turning into the hairpin, and he's up into 2nd place. So Wingfield then moves car number 13 into 2nd place at the expense of David Yates. And now Yates will not only try and have to recover that position, but now come under attack from Pete Walters in 4th place in the black number 88 machine. As for Lars Hoffman, he's also now just picked off Harry Landy down the pit straight, so he's now up into 8th place at the expense of car 21. So watch out for him if you're watching around the circuit in towards Clairvaux now. He's just trying to go around the outside. Well, he was trying to go around the outside. We're just seeing out my commentary box window, Landy's got back past him, so he was ahead across the line, but Landy had the inside to try and inside part of the circuit to try and hold on to the position. There's on screen David Yates now trying to get past James Wingfield again down towards Tower. And just behind them, I can see Andrew Murgatroyd getting past Jeff Price. That's a move for 6th place behind them. Jeff Price having quite a strong race at this point, up in P6, having a decent weekend, so doing strong at the moment. Top 4 have that advantage. As at the back of the circuit, I can see David Yates is putting James Wingfield under attack. Just out of the exit, the Jim Clark S's, he was quite close, but that's quite a daring pass the circuit. It's a very fast left-right section of that course, and trying to go side by side or trying to make a move there, only the brave can manage that. We saw some quite brave moves yesterday in the Fun Cup, for example, when we had Marcus Clutton going side by side with Harry Mailer on the last lap for 2nd place in that race. And the Caterham certainly have got plenty of fortitude to try and get themselves alongside each other when trying to make moves. So top 3 have now again just started to drop the 88 and Pete Walters, because David Yates all over the curbs on the inside of the hairpin, trying to find a way back past James Wingfield as they come back down the pit straight to complete lap 6. And there's still 20.5 minutes to go in this race. We've only just got past a 1/3 of the way through this second Bilstein Caterham 7 3-10R Championship race of the weekend. So Thompson then has a gap of just about half a second or so. He's not being allowed to, he has set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:31.817, but fastest laps, if you look at the top three, have all set at 1:31.8. So the fastest of the three being Thompson, then it's Yates, and then Wingfield. And the gap between them in terms of pace is about roughly half a tenth of a second. But going for the outside line for second place to reclaim that position is David Yates, but once more, just can't quite find a way to get the job done at Tower Bend. He's either gone inside or outside to make a move, but either has to capitulate and back out of it, or it's just too far back to even try. So Yates is going to have to probably get his elbows out and get a little bit closer to the first few corners at the start of the next lap to stand any chance of getting through. Just reporting on the progress of Lars Hoffman whilst we watch the leaders come up through Croft and then the sunny double right-hander. And Lars Hoffman is kind of got a bit stuck here. He's not gone as higher than the 8th position because he's finding it a bit difficult trying to get around Harry Landy at this point. Now then, James Wingfield, meanwhile, is putting Lewis Thompson under his first challenge for a little while since David Yates was on his tail. So Wingfield's now taking his turn to put Thompson under attack. Remember, Thompson's going for his 8th win, not just of the season, but on the bounce, because I remind you, he missed the rounds at Donington Park, but ever since he joined at Knock Hill, he has won every single race since he first appeared this season. He has done a couple of seasons already under his belt in Caterham Racing, but this is his first proper chance at going for the championship, and he really is gunning for it. Pete Walters in 4th place, who was the championship leader before Thompson took over not long ago. He's going to go through, round the outside, looks, James Wingfield into Clever, that could be a great pass, he's done it, up the outside, into the lead goes James Wingfield, superb race car from car 13, but he'll drift wide on the exit, back up the inside goes the Lewis Thompson. They're going to go side by side. Wingfield bails out and thinks, forget this, I'm not going side by side, I'm going to go through, and through the middle will come David Yates. It's going to be 3 and 4 abreast down towards the back straight. They are going to go 4 abreast, they're side by side down towards Tower Bend, and Pete Walters comes out on top of all of them. Up the inside into Tower Bend, it's side by side between Walters and Yates, and somehow Walters got the toe and got past from 4th to 1st in one move down the back straight. That is sensational driving from former champion Pete Walters, from 4th to 1st in one move down the back straight. Incredible stuff, and they're not finished yet. Side by side for second between Yates and Wingfield. Wingfield's on the inside line. Thompson's been shuffled all the way back from the lead to 4th place. Incredible stuff at the front of the field, but the new order, as Andy McKeon settles in at probably the opportune moment, it's now Walters that leads, Wingfield 2nd, David Yates 3rd, and Pete Walters 4th. Must have sensed you were coming, Andy, because the moment that you the commentary box, they've all kicked off for the lead.
There's no mistaking when you're at a Caterham event, is there? Because I walk into the comms box to see you hanging on the ceiling with excitement and it all kicking off on track, and it continues to do so now. What a brilliant battle we've got here for the race victory. Kind of a repeat, really, of what we saw yesterday, isn't it? We've got this little group of drivers that have a small pace advantage over the rest of the field this weekend, but amongst themselves, they are super evenly matched. It's Pete Walters that will come across the line then to lead this 8th lap of the race, but the top 4 just 1 second apart. Challenge on for 2nd place here. James Wingfield busy defending them from, in fact, no, Wingfield, I beg your pardon, is ahead of Walters. That was a challenge for the lead then. Wingfield going ahead, Walters down to 2nd, Yates 3rd, and Lewis Thompson in 4th place. Now, I was doing some maths, Scott, overnight. Right. Not my strongest subject, admittedly. But Lewis Thompson, I reckon once the dropped scores are applied, is actually your new championship leader. You never would have thought that, given the fact that he missed that first event of the year.
Yeah, well, he's trying to get back up the inside for 3rd place at the expense of David Yates, who throughout this race so far has had the opportunity to try and get past people, but hasn't really been able to pull the moves off. Though he's going daring this time, getting his elbows out. He's side by side to hold the inside line for the first part of the Jim Clark S's. I think wisely Lewis Thompson's back out of it. Well, it looks like Yates backed out of it, so he decided, no, I'm not going to have any part of that, and stays in the 3rd place. Meanwhile, Wingfield pokes his nose up the inside through Croft into the sunny complex, and Walters managed to get himself back in front. But that was just going back to that move, it was practically 4 abreast down the back straight towards the complex of Tower, and I'll come back to the point in a second, because Walters now under threat from both Thompson, who sails up onto the back of both of them. It was a poor exit from Walters that put Wingfield up onto his outside line. Wingfield trying to get up the outside line, now up the inside of Walters, who've got a little bit sideways into the complex, round the outside for second, try and give Wingfield a taste of his own medicine for what he did at Clairvaux. He's now back into 2nd place, up the inside. Yes, he is. Right, pass me at Clairvaux, where on the outside, will you? Have some of that round the complex, goes Thompson. So he's back into 2nd, but not for long, because Wingfield will get back in the slipstream, down the outside, and as they battle, Wingfield will start to Walters will start to pull away, and it'll bring David Yates back into the mix, because the harder these two fight each other, the easier it is for the cars in front to make a break, and the cars behind start catching up.
And one of those cars behind is Harry Cookford, who was the unluckiest man in yesterday's race, wasn't he? Twice he fought back to catch up to the lead. It's on both occasions something happened that delayed him and took him ultimately out of the lead fight. So he in 5th position then, car number 9, is almost with them now, side by side for the lead, 3 wide for the lead down towards Tower, because James Wingfield gets a run on the battling Lewis Thompson and Pete Walters and tries to take the lead from Thompson ultimately around the outside of Tower. And you know what, I think he's going to pull it off. Wingfield comes out to the right-hander ahead, Thompson second, Walters third, and Yates in fourth place. But I do have one eye on Harry Cook then. He was 1 second adrift of the fourth place car at the start of the lap. That means he's just about close enough, I reckon, to get a bit of a slipstream from the cars ahead. And as they keep battling, we're still only halfway through the race, 15 minutes still to go, and Harry Cook is almost there with them. It's Wingfield then that leads them out of Sunny, second place for Walters, third place looks as though, second place for Thompson, third for Walters, fourth for Yates, and Harry Cook is arriving pretty rapidly on their tail as they come down towards the end of the ninth lap of the race.
So back into the complex again, and you're actually rightfully saying Harry Cook has made good of the pace that he's had to try and pull away from that second pack to get into the mix, but it's now James Wingfield taking his turn to lead a lap here at Croft in the second race, and this is a bit more energetic than it was yesterday. It was quite a decent race, but they've really got their elbows out for this second point, and as you rightfully say, we've only just hit the halfway point. Now then, I did notice there was a black and white flag that went out for somebody. It was a car with a single digit. I can now confirm it was Andy Lees, because he's now been slapped with a 5-second time penalty for track limits. That will be, I'm certain, either for Clairvaux, or as I mentioned earlier on, down at Exeting, Jim Clark Exeting, there's a huge tarmac and concrete runoff area there, so drivers do like to take liberties and run a little bit wide, and so obviously Senior Clark of the course race Sumner has seen that he's transgressed one too many times and slapped him with a 5-second penalty as a result. The leading group goes back down towards the complex at Tower. I can see out my window, Walters trying to go for second place into Tower. Ben ran outside, which he does. We were looking at Harry Landy, who's now having a scrap with Andy Lees, who has that 5-second penalty, and lurking behind both of them is Lars Hoffman. So Lees got past Hoffman, is trying to get past Harry Landy at this point. They're going to wheel to wheel, and they almost clash wheels exiting the right-hander at Tower. We're back with our leaders. They're going up towards Barcroft and Sunny Inn, and it's now, by the looks of it, I think Lewis Thompson's got himself back into the lead somehow, with Walters second, Wingfield third, and still Andy. David Yates back in fourth position, just biding his time, but also cautious of a charging Harry Cook behind him.
Yeah, Harry Cook sort of caught them, but now he's got to try and find a way through it. That isn't going to be quite as easy to do. I was convinced just now that there was a car off at Tower. I saw a big cloud of dust. It's the farm having his field, so I'll try not to let that confuse me again as the rest of the day goes on. Through the hairpin they go. He's got a great view of the action there, hasn't he? Because Tower has been where most of the overtaking has been so far in this race. What about Clairvaux though? That's the next opportunity for Pete Walters to get back ahead of Lewis Thompson. Car number 18, I'm afraid, is off. That's Dave Bullock. That looks like the exit of the Sunny complex. He gets going again though with no obvious damage to the car, so he should be able to continue, albeit at the back of the pack. The front of the pack though, it is well and truly a 5-way scrap for the victory now with just over 12.5 minutes to go. Thompson, Walters, Wingfield, Yates and Cook is the order going on to the back straight. By the time we get down to Tower though, that could well have changed. The top three distancing themselves slightly from Yates and Cook, but that could all change again as they get down towards the braking zone. Wingfield getting a run, so too was Walters though, 3 wide for the lead. Wingfield on the outside, Walters on the inside, Thompson squeezed in the middle, and it's Lewis that will potentially lose 2 places here. He's certainly going to go down to second, with Walters getting the lead through Tower corner. Thompson now though tries to fight back as they head towards the Jim Clark Essex.
And he did well to try and hold on the inside line, exiting Tower Bend, and they're still going to go wheel to wheel through here. Looks like the one's backed out is Walters. Walters lost lots of momentum. Thompson's got through, so has Wingfield, and finally David Yates has managed to get past somebody, because he's been the one that's been attacking, either been passed or gone to make a move and not be able to pull it off as they come through the right few couple of corners. Harry Cook now, of course, meanwhile, he's right on the tail of Pete Walters. He's now made it a quintet rather than a quartet at the front of the pack as well. So that's now starting to close up a little bit. I've noticed also Andy Lees hasn't quite learnt from his penalty, because he's now just not been given a 5-second penalty, but an additional 10 seconds for further track limits. If you keep on doing that, you can be as far as being black flagged. So be very careful with that as they come back into the hairpin. 11.5 minutes still to go in this first race. Not a bad way to kick off Sunday's action, where Saturday was quite excellent, but we're getting quite a treat here for our second 310R race of the weekend. Back across the pit straight goes the top 5. It's now in this current order, which probably won't stay for long, but currently to keep up, it is currently Thompson, Wingfield, Yates, Walters and Cook. Meanwhile, the background, we've got a spin for Henry Williams up at the complex, but he's managed to get going just as the rest of the pack comes through behind him. We're still watching the leaders on our screen here as they turn out through the right-hander at the Essex, Hawthorns, now through the S's again. Now as they come onto the back straight, it's now Thompson trying to break away, but the strength of the toe in this Caterham is so big. There's As they come back down towards the complex, he's going to dive up the inside and now walking with a great run. But again, same as Yates had earlier on, gets that run down the back straight, but then there's a point where simply he just runs out of room to try and make that pass. Now, eventually he has to hit the brakes. If he's not that close enough to try and make that dive and isn't confident enough to make it, he has to back out of it, and that can lose him momentum and pace off the corner, which then brings Yates, Walters and Cook back into play to try and not only get onto his tail, but possibly steal second place and more from him in the next few corners.
Yeah, as soon as you draw alongside another car into a corner, it's going to lose you both times. So you may as well fully commit to the move and at least get the position out of it. If you sort of have a half look and then bail out of it, you've lost all that momentum and didn't gain a position out of it anyway. So, again, easy for us to say up here, I suppose. It takes quite some commitment to make an overtake when you're as close together as this. It's Wingfield that's got the lead then as they come through the complex from Thompson, Yates, Walters, and Harry Cook, who's sort of just keeping a watching brief in fifth. I reckon Harry Cook knows that after his misfortune yesterday, he maybe just needs to play it a bit more sensible, let the race come to him, rather than getting too stuck in. There he's got the fifth place car, Harry Cook, having caught them. He's not really attempted to do an awful lot about them. As I say that, though, he goes on the grass down to Clairvaux to try and take fourth place away from Pete Walters.
Can't say he's not committed, because he's certainly going for it down there. Up the inside he goes and makes the move stick. So who needs to put all four wheels on the track to make a move? So daring stuff from Harry Cook then to get the place done. I'm sure Walters will stick as close as he's ever been through the S's to try and get back past it. So you can guarantee they'll be going side by side down towards Tower.
They made contact.
They did. And off the road is gone. Well, Harry Cook's gone forwards, but it's Pete Walters who's got damage to the front nose, and also looks like he's got the nose has come off. And there was some steam sort of shooting out of the radiators. So he's now unfortunately out of the race. That'll be crucial for Pete. That'll be, I think, his first DNF. The dust cloud you're seeing on screen is what was after the two cars went off. Harry Cook carried on. Pete Walters' car has pulled his car behind the barriers. Sadly, Pete Walters is out of this, and he will take no further part with another 9 minutes still to go. For the leaders who are quite oblivious to this, because it happened behind them, it's now Wingfield, Thompson and Yates for the podium. Harry Cook is now down to, he's still fourth, I think. He was so far ahead of the next group. He hasn't lost a place, but he's lost a bunch of time. He's just flashing through the shot. He might even be under threat from Andrew Murgatroyd and Jeff Price in the next group, so they can be battling over three cars over fifth place, or fourth place. But the scrap for the podium now, and the win, is between these top three at the front. Thompson, then it's Wingfield, then Yates. Harry Cook is still fourth, but he is now being closed down pretty quickly by both Murgatroyd and Price, who will sense the opportunity. They might have seen that possibly in the distance something happening ahead. If they sense the Cook is off the pace now, they want to try and gun for him with 8.5 minutes to go.
You couldn't script it, the Cook, could you? Just as happened yesterday. As soon as he does decide to get stuck in, it all goes wrong and he ends up falling back again. Amazingly, though, that number 9 car doesn't seem too badly damaged, so he should be able to continue in form. I think his pace hopefully shouldn't go down too much. That has, though, allowed the top three to escape, as you said. Lewis Thompson has the lead then with 8 minutes left on the clock, heading out of the chicane, but James Wingfield is more than close enough now to get that slipstream, so I think Wingfield will probably have the lead long before they even arrive at Tower Corner. He's almost fully ahead before they hit the brakes. He's on the outside line, but Thompson knew better than to fight that, and so Wingfield does go back into the lead of the race then. Thompson down to second, and David Yates in third place. Championship-wise, Wingfield is the one that could really benefit from this, isn't he? Because he was sat there third in the points, just a single point now behind Harry Cook, who has fallen down in fourth place. So Wingfield could get the victory here ahead of Lewis Thompson. That could really, really help him in the points.
I have to say, it's pretty impressive stuff from Lewis, who is, I think, by far the youngest driver on the grid, because it's through the very helpful info that we get from Near at Caterham, so thank you to Near at Caterham for rising that. Lewis Thompson, who's only 18 years old, and so you wouldn't think, given some of the rev drop, particularly what he's pulling off now, trying to go round the outside of James Wingfield as they turn back into the complex. And he's still looking round the outside with David Yates sniffing around in third place to try and get a move. Just behind them, Harry Cook has been closed down by Andrew Murgatroyd. Jeff Price is trying to go with them as they turn back into the complex once again, and out to the hairpin. Looks though we might get 2-3 car fights for first and fourth place. Down the pit straight they go then. Just under 7 minutes left in this first race of the day, 6 3/4 to be exact, and now it's Thompson's turn to try and make an attack on Wingfield. He had a look down the inside briefly, but Wingfield had the line covered by sweeping around the outside. Through Clairvaux and Hawthorns they go once more. Now back through the S's, and now all three are quite close enough, and I think for the first time in a while, David Yates is as close as he needs to be to not only make a move on second, but even line him up for the lead. So here comes Thompson to the outside, side by side down the back straight towards Tower. He gets his nose in front. What about Yates? Where's he coming from? He's coming from quite a long way back, but he starts out to the inside, as he's done several times, but again, like we talked about, getting a run and then backing out of it loses you all that pace and momentum, and on the exit, he's quite close, but he's lost about half a car as a result of that. So it's a good strategy if you can pull yourself alongside in time, but if not, it's just wasting time and energy trying to get past when you can do it later on.
And it's all because he's maybe half a car length too far back when they get to the braking zone, so he almost needs to reverse his strategy a bit, concentrate on getting out of Hawthorne and the chicane a little bit better, be a little bit closer to them, and then you can fully commit to that move. But again, that's not easy to do if you're struggling a bit from rear grip, especially then Hawthorne and the chicane out onto that back straight can be a real handful. But this ain't over yet, still got 5.5 minutes to go. Thompson with the advantage still as they make their way through the chicane, through the complex I should say, at the end of the lap. Wide line there through the right hand of V8's in third as he maybe tried to set up the attack into the hairpin, but again, he wasn't quite close enough. What an amazing run this is that Lewis Thompson's been on though. 7 race victories from 7 races started this season. That's what, as I said, has put him provisionally in the points lead once those 3 drop scores are calculated, and he's on now for an 8th in a row potentially, because he's ahead of Wingfield as they go on to the 17th lap of the race, and really everything that Wingfield throws at him, Thompson seems to have an answer so far.
Yeah, and it's excellent stuff from the young 18-year-old who is doing a fantastic job to make sure that he remains in front here, despite the fact that Wingfield's got a little bit more experience than he has, and so, of course, has David Yates. David Yates has been a race winner before and been 4th for the championship at one point, but he's currently 3rd in this race, and watching these two go at it once more as Wingfield this time has Thompson diving a little bit later on the brakes in towards Tyre to defend, but round the outside for the second time it looks like will go James Wingfield. Thompson tries to fight back and don't go side by side into the Jim Clark S's. That might not work, but they're going to go for it anyway, and eventually Thompson backs out, slots in behind Wingfield, who retakes the lead, but a great run off of Jim Clark S's. Now round the outside he looks at Barkov, that's not going to work either, down towards the Sunny Complex too for the double right-hander, and it's now Wingfield who takes his turn in the lead. I wonder if David Yates is just keeping his powder dry here. Of course, he has won a race before, and his best results in the championship, as I said, has been 4th, and he's won races in other series, but he says his best in Caterham is P2. It says it needs to change, so he equalled his best by the looks, according to the info here, in 2nd place, so he wants to try and get himself a win. He's currently in 3rd. He's got some work to do to try and get past Thompson and then Wingfield. He needs either a bit of good fortune or just to pick his way through if he can to try and make it happen. So just under 4 minutes to go then, just further back from these top 3 just behind them. Harry Cook is keeping Andrew Murgatroyd at bay. The pair have dropped Jeff Price a little bit, but Jeff is having one of his better races of the season up in P6, so strong run so far for Jeff. 7th place now for Harry Landy, who has been in a bit of a back and forth battle with Lars Hoffman, whose progress seems to have pretty much been halted ever since he came from the back of the grid. And he's found Harry Landy to be the cork in the bottle that he didn't really want. So he's going to try and work out his best, try and get close as best he can. Speaking of getting close, back down the back straight towards Tower again, and here comes Thompson, sweeps to the inside line, does the dummy down towards the Tower bend. They're going to be side by side again. Will Thompson sweep across to the braking zone? He does, because Wingfield, as he turns in, has to make sure he's back behind. He'll try for the undercut exiting Tower, and now the short straight towards the Jim Clark S's. David Yates is in the toe of both of them. He's going to get close, and they're going to be as close as you like. 3 of them together through Jim Clark S's. Left and then right, now back towards Barcroft again. Yates is having a great run here to try and get back on the tail of both of them. Back in towards the right hand of Sunny. He will get close as they turn out, and then back in again. Just see the marshals on the inside watching on the bank, getting a great view here of this fantastic Caterham race on the front. Typical close Caterham racing here, always nose to tail, always exciting, and always quite a treat to watch. 2.5 minutes left. I think we're going to get this time by. We're going to have 2 more laps to go, I reckon. Because lap times are around 1 minute 32 for the front runners, so going to get, I think, this and 1 more. There's about 2 minutes 20 left. So yeah, 2 more laps to go in the books for the 2nd Bilstein Caterham 7.3 10R race. It's going to be unsure. One of these 3 that's going to win the race, Wingfield, Thompson or Yates. The question's got to be which order they're going to cross the line and who's going to come out on top. They're going to complete lap 18 onto the penultimate lap of this race. And it's now Wingfield doing the chasing. Thompson's back into the lead again. Remember, he's looking for his 8th consecutive win. Literally, his win record this year, since he joined in Knock Hill, is 100%. So he's won all the races that he started this year so far. He can keep that up. He's always been a little bit wiggly on the exit. He's off wide on the exit of the corner. And look at David Yates. David Yates shot past both of them. I think Wingfield backed off because Thompson was wide on the exit over the grass. Wingfield backed off. They're side by side for 2nd. But David Yates has shot past both of them and is straight into the lead on the penultimate lap. They're still side by side through Tower. Wingfield's on the outside line. Thompson edges him out wide onto the curb, but they're still wheel to wheel down towards Jim Clark S's. But David Yates, ever the opportunist, shot past them like a bullet out of a gun. That was a sensational run off the corner. I think those two were so focused with each other. I'm not sure there was a bit of contact, or just they both ran wide off the exit and killed their momentum. David Yates got them perfect run off the S's, which he really needed to make, down the back straight and fired past them like they were standing still. Incredible stuff. So David Yates then, in car number 15, with the first car down the complex, those watching down there, that you'll see come into view in the blue and black car. He's in there now. But now Lewis Thompson's second and Wingfield's third, and not far behind them now are both Harry Cook and Andrew Murgatroyd. I'm not sure they will catch the top three to be involved in this last-minute fight, but we'll have to wait and see. Now, David Yates is in the lead with 45 seconds left to go as he comes onto the final lap of this race. Can he hold on for both Lewis Thompson and James Wingfield? It says here he has taken a victory, although in the racing achievements it did say David Yates has won races in other CAT series, but his best in Caterham has been P2. It needs to change. I'm not sure if it's old information, but he'll have a very popular one if he can hold on. He's slightly sideways through the right-hander at Clairvaux, up through Hawthorns. Now, looking at the run where Thompson is, will he get a strong enough run to possibly try and get him down towards Tower Bend? David Yates will have to defend for his life here, down towards the right-hander, because Thompson will start to edge closer towards him. Wingfield will get the double toe. He's getting closer, down towards Tower. Where's he going to go? To the inside line, shooting up the inside. There goes Thompson into the Tower corner. He goes for the move. Has he outbraked himself? The answer is no, he hasn't. He parks the car perfectly on the apex and denies David Yates the lead. But down towards the Jim Clark S, they're nose to tail again. In this order, Thompson from Yates from Wingfield through the Jim Clark S's for the final time. Thompson back into the lead, looking for win number 8. Yates is looking for his first win in a while. Back into Barcroft. Is it going to be a typical Caterham sprint to the finish and a drag race to a line? Thompson back in front. Yates possibly thought he had the glory, but Thompson with a super run off the S's managed to get himself back in the mix. And Thompson's now got about a car length or so on Yates. They'll head back in towards the complex. Though I think, as hard as Yates will try, you might have to settle for second place. It's going to be a repeat of the podium all over again. And yes, let's get a great run off the hairpin and try and deny Thompson right at the flag. Into the hairpin for the final time. Wingfield has a look up the outside for second, but Yates is going to have to hold on. And still, they can't defeat him up towards the checkered flag for the 8th win in a row in 2021. Lewis Thompson grabs victory in race 2 at Croft. A brilliant battle at the front. Second to David Yates and third to James Wingfield. The top 3 covered by 0.785 of a second, with Harry Cook in 4th, Andrew Murgatroyd 5th. Jeff Price picks up P6, and then the battle for 7th place has been going on race long. Lars Hoffman did find a way past Harry Landy and pulled away by a few seconds, so much so that Landy comes through in 8th, just ahead of David Christie, who were battling in the mix as well. It'll be 10th place for Henry Williams. 11th place will go to, it'll be 11th place on the road to Andy Lees, but he'll drop to 13th behind the battle scrap that's been going on between Metcalfe and Welch. They're going to drag race to the line, and I think it'll be Chris Welch who will beat Metcalfe towards the checkered flag. But of course they'll finish ahead on the timing because Andy Lees has that 15-second penalty, a stack of penalties after he got the track limits penalties. Then it will be 22 of Curtis that will come through to pick up the final finishing spot. The 2 cars that we sadly lost, of course. So it's Gary Curtis, not Alan Curtis, forgive me. Gary Curtis comes across in 14th place, and Pete Walter sadly didn't finish after he made contact with Harry Cook. And then Dave Bullock in 16th place, who also came into the pits halfway through. Wow, what a fantastic run. If you're watching trackside, give these guys a round of applause. Fantastic stuff from Caterham's as always. And there are 4 more races for them coming up today. 2 Caterham Academy races and Roadsport and 270. For the benefit of the stream, Thompson takes the victory. He's 8th in a row. There is simply no stopping him yet. Yates picks up 2nd place, Wingfield 3rd, Cook and Murgatroyd round out the top 5 from Price, Hoffman, Landy, Christie and Williams rounding out the top 10. Even though he didn't finish, Pete Walters takes the fastest lap of the race. And then it's Chris Welch, Stephen Metcalfe, Andy Lees after his time penalties pushed him down 2 places, and Gary Curtis the final finisher, and we lost Pete Walters and Dave Bullock. I need my breath back for a second after that. That was incredible stuff to kick off today's action. And of course, they'll be back out next time, as will all the Caterham Championships at the end of today. They'll be back out at Snetterton in October. For now, though, that is it for the Caterham racing for those watching on the Caterham stream. But for those watching on the BRSCC stream, we've got the first of our 2 races for today of the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup coming up next at Croft. So stay tuned, there's more of that coming up very shortly for their first race here on this BRSCC and Caterham live stream.
Well, we're down here in the holding area now then, because we've got cars starting to arrive behind us. Croft, second race of the day. This is the first today for the hugely exciting Nankang Tyre's CityCar Cup. Nick Grindrod continues to dominate the championship. He's stuck it on pole again today by quite a considerable margin. Stuart Bliss behind me actually will be lining for that front row. In fact, whilst we've got a moment, we'll try and have a word with Stuart, who is sat here in the zone, I'm sure, and I'm going to come and distract him now when he's busy briefing away with his team. But good starting position for you here, second place on the grid, but Nick ain't going to be easy for you, is it?
No, he's still going to... Fast intense, he's got a good penalty, so,
oh, really?
So he's still going to come through, so hopefully get away and stay away.
Yeah, making a break early is going to be key, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it, just breaking the toe from the guys behind is going to be key, and a good clean start hopefully, so it should be good.
The group sort of was second back to about 10 or so you actually qualified there, not much in it in time. So do you relish that, or would you rather have a bit of a basic championship?
I really enjoy it because the racing's so close, and like I say, it's a great championship. I really enjoy running close, like wheel to wheel with everyone. It's excellent.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. Best of luck in the race. There you go, some breaking news then. Nick Grindrod with a penalty on the grid after the qualifying session earlier on. Let's have a wander down here then, see who else we can find. We've got a few more drivers still trickling in. We've got Ross McCarr here in the 73. He's going to be definitely one to watch, I'd say. I want to try and make my way over there. We've got a very special guest racing with us this weekend. David Drinkwater, who's a hugely experienced racer here in the UK, raced at a pretty high level, at club level certainly, as David, and he's making his debut in the CityCar Cup here this weekend. We'll try not to get run over as we make our way over to him. And let's see if David can just have a very, very quick chat with us, because David, we're really happy to have you here in the championship. What is it that's, I believe you were sweet talked into coming racing here by someone, weren't you?
Yeah, I know Greg very well, so I've raced with him in the past, so he said come along and have a go. So yeah, it's been an enjoyable qualifying so far, so not bad. I think it was an 11, so first time in the car, no testing, so yeah, getting used to it, it's been enjoyable.
Yeah, because we should explain this time yesterday we were at a different circuit in a very different car. How tough has it been to adjust now to this car?
Yeah, it's very different. Yesterday was a rear wheel drive car for me. It was an Alton Park, so in my normal neutral power drive, which went quite well. And then obviously we jumped into a front wheel drive car, which you've got to get used to. It's a whole different driving technique. So you only have a short qualifying session and a few laps, so you just learn as you go. So hopefully race 1 and race 2 you just progress a little bit better.
Now you're, I'd say, the most experienced driver on the system, but certainly a lot of the drivers out here are...
Well, just brief apologies there if there was any on the stream, if there was any audio issues there with the feed there. But for those who are watching on the stream and also those watching trackside, we're getting set for our next race of today. It's the first of 2 for one of the latest sensations of the BRSCC that have been put together over the last 12 to 18 months, and it is the next instalment of the 2021 Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, which is a series which is dedicated to Citroen C1s, Toyota Aigos and Peugeot 107s. All 3 cars are mechanically identical underneath. They all run with exactly the same championship spec CityCar Cup kit, and of course the little 68 brake horsepower pocket rockets are certainly great fun. They've been entertaining circuits up and down the country here this season. They started as a series last year, and they did a couple of races to get things underway, and they managed to start the season with an unprecedented 38 cars on the grid, and since then they've been able to keep some healthy grid numbers all the way through. They've been to Alton Park twice, to Donington Park twice, and they've also been to Snetterton, and now they come back here, which was the site of a bit of CityCar Cup history in 2020. We saw the first ever standalone grid races for CityCar Cup back in November last year, and good to see that we've got basically the grid has basically doubled in size since we were last here, because we had about 14 cars at the race that we had last year in November. We've got 26 on the grid here for this afternoon's 2 races, and this season we've been keeping track of the CityCar Cup. It's really been all about, in many cases, one man, which is Nick Grindrod, who has been the championship leader basically since the start of the season at Donington Park. Since we last saw them on the live stream, which was Snetterton, they've been back to Alton Park for their second meeting, where of all incredible phenomena, Nick Grindrod didn't end up winning a race, which is incredible. But he did win the first race on the road, but then he and Ross McCarr were sadly disqualified from the result for a technical infringement, not performance-based. I should stress. It was something which is required in the regulations that they hadn't fulfilled. So, but nothing's not affected performance. I should stress that. So Duncan Stone, who is Nick Grindrod's teammate actually ended up taking the victory in race 1, and then there was a little bit of a red flag interfered race 2, which then saw Duncan Stone also take a second win. So he's taken 2 victories and closed the gap in to Nick Grindrod in the points. So as for the championship itself coming into the weekend, Nick Grindrod does indeed lead the way as they head out now onto the circuit for the beginning of today. There has been a little bit of a change in the grid order for today, this race, because while Nick Grindrod did initially take pole position, I do believe he did have that taken away for reasons I'm not 100%, but I think it does mean that we do have an all Toyota Auto Bliss front row, if I'm correct. It should mean that we've got the 2 Blisses on the front row as it was before, and then I should hopefully be able to have a look at the grid if I can bring it up on my screen. So these cars, of course, you can buy a turnkey car for one of these cars race ready for about £7,000 or £8,000, which is pretty great value for a car that you get, and they're all being very evenly matched. They all have exactly the same spec kit, they all run the same ECU, they're all exactly the same specification of parts, and so they're all very controlled as tightly as possible to make sure that there is parity amongst all the cars, and it really does come down to individual driver skill as well as the setup parameters that are available on these cars as for those that are available to be able to tweak it and make the car as fast as possible. So just looking at the grid for this first race, I don't believe we've got a grid available, unfortunately. I was looking at the TSL timing results, but I don't think we appear to have one. I'm just refreshing the TSL timings page, but the grid for CityCar Cup doesn't appear to have... Oh, it has appeared, forgive me, I just had to refresh it. So, let's go through the grid then of this first Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the weekend, as the cars make their way around onto the grid on this formation lap, which is heading their way out now through the leaders are going out through Jim Clark S's and Barcroft, so once it loads up on my screen, I'll be able to give you the grid. But it looks like it's going to be an all Auto Bliss Toyota Aygo front row, which is going to be the 2 Blisses. I might actually just give you the screenshot that I took earlier on, and we'll try and work out where the Citroen C1 of Nick Grindrod is. So we'll have a look in a moment. Forgive me, I'm doing this a little bit on the fly here in terms of being able to work out the results here. I should be able to try and load it up, but it's not playing ball. So I'll give you the grid as I screenshotted it earlier on from the end of qualifying. So I believe we should have. Find it. Here we go. Right. So it should be. By the looks of it, we have got the 2 Auto Bliss cars of Stuart Richard Bliss on the front row of the grid. So it should be Stuart Bliss on pole, Richard Bliss alongside him in the second. Third place on the grid is Ross McCarr in car in the 73s. Duncan Stone should be then alongside him. A strong result from Daniel Selleck has put him 5th on the grid, ahead of Steve Laidlaw. Then it's Andrew Dyer and Elliot Lettis, followed by David Drinkwater, who is one to watch for. He will start, I think it's like 9th on the grid. And as for, I'm looking on the grid here, as for Grindrod and also Liam Browning, I was expecting to be a little further up, but looks like Liam is much further back down the grid than I anticipated, towards the rear, whereas it looks like Nick Grindrod is... Nick Grindrod is going to line up behind David Drinkwater, so he's been given a grid penalty that will put him further back in the order. Again, apologies, I was going to try and give you the full grid, but my TSL timing sheet is not playing ball with me at the moment, so I was going to try and put that through. So Nick Grindrod then looks like he will start a little further back in about 11th or 12th place. He's been given, I think, a 10 place grid penalty, and he will start alongside Christopher McKenzie alongside him. It's going to be Elliot Lettis and David Drinkwater on the 5th row of the grid. 6th row is going to be Liam Browning, Nick Grindrod and Christopher McKenzie. And Liam Browning, who, okay, now he was going to start third, but he was way out of position. So he's actually on the front row of the grid. So he was way out of position, but he's been able to retake it. So the reason why I was confused where Liam Browning got to is because he was quite further out back in the pack. He was late leaving the assembly area. So a 10 place grid penalty then for Nick Grindrod, who will start back in 11th. So it's going to be Stuart Bliss and Liam Browning will start on the front row of the grid together. And we'll go through a few of our contenders as the race goes on. Where I've got the grid now, so it's Bliss and Browning from Richard Bliss and Ross McCarr, then Duncan Stone and Daniel Selleck, followed by Steve Laidlaw and Andrew Dyer next on the 4th row. Then we have Elliot Lettis and David Drinkwater. And then we have 6th row of the grid being Nick Grindrod, who had that 10-second grid penalty. That's applied for back from Alton Park, so he will start in 11th. Christopher McKenzie starts 12th. And then we have the William Burgess and Sam Laidlaw, Patrick Booth, and Richard Snuggs. And then we have Jamie Lutherwaite and Craig Flynn, followed by Richard Bastow, John Nicholson, Paul Vickers, Alan Reynolds, Ben Walkinshaw, Chris Hetherington, Ian Howard and Paul Savage. The red lights are going to come up any second now for our first Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the day here at Croft. Lights out and we are underway. It's a pretty strong start from the first couple of rows from Ross McCarr in second, also from Liam Browning from the outside the front row of the grid. They charge down towards turn 1, well, charge faster than they can do with these little 68 brake horsepower engines. Up towards turn 1, on the outside line is Liam Browning from the outside the front row of the grid, but into turn 1 they'll go. They're side by side. Stuart Bliss gets a little sideways. Browning goes round the outside and holds on. It's a strong start for Nick Grindrod, who has gone round the outside of both Christopher McKenzie and then Elliot Lettuce in car number 3. As they now head out through the right-hander at the back end of the circuit, up through tab end for the first time, and it is now Stuart Bliss who leads. Then it's Liam Browning with not so much momentum off the S's. Now for second place goes Richard Bliss. It will be an Auto Bliss 1-2, and up the outside goes Ross McCarr for third, and also that's Steve Laidlaw in the Citroen in fourth position. Fifth position looking for fourth as battles further back as Elliot Lettuce defends from Christian McKenzie, but in towards tab end for the first time. Everyone's got for the first few corners seems to be pretty much clean and tidy, and that's what we wanted to see in the first few moments of this race. But out there for Jim Clark S's, it is going to be an Auto Bliss 1-2 to Toyota's lead. Nick Grindrod, Andy, finding himself somewhere he's not really been often this season. That's in the pack, trying to work his way through.
Yeah, we know he's got good pace in clean air, don't we? But has he got that speed and the racecraft ability in midfield? I mean, he should do. He's experienced enough, but still, it can be tricky sometimes to work your way through the pack. Change for the lead there, though. Richard Bliss ahead of Stuart Bliss. So from third on the grid, Richard is now the race leader, as those two, I thought, may try and work together to escape the rest of the pack, who are 3 wide in the background, and one of those is Nick Grindrod going around the outside into the S's. Number 63, Duncan Stone, is stuck in the middle, and Grindrod looks like he might have made it sticky, just gets the car stopped, and that puts the 22 car into 6th position then, so he's already working his way nicely up into the top 10 with some pretty bold moves there as we came towards the end of the opening lap.
So at the end of the opening lap, we see Andrew Dyer trying to make a move on David Drinkwater, who is doing quite well in his first CityCar Cup race. A couple of the cars running wide on the exit. One of them is definitely Daniel Selleck. The other one was I think it was possibly Elliot Lettuce, I think, just in front of them. At the end of lap 1, it is a Bliss 1-2. Richard ahead of Stewart at the front of the field. Browning's in third position. Steve Laidlaw's fourth. And into 5th from 11th on the grid after that 10-place grid penalty is Nick Grindrod. Oh, and sideways to Andrew Dyer. That bump at Clairvaux really catching a lot of drivers out, and Andrew Dyer threw it into Clairvaux and did very well to save that. That's the power of front-wheel drive. If you get into a style of front-wheel drive car, no matter how much power you have or haven't got, boot the throttle, hope the front end comes back around, and somehow you'll be back in the mixing out in front. But so far it seems as though he's kept it going, but that would have been quite a moment to wake him up this afternoon.
Yeah, very easy to overdo that sometimes, isn't it, and end up having the car spit back the other way, but he did a really good job, like you said, of saving it, and now he goes on the attack as they go down towards Tyre as well to try and gain a few more positions. Out of the right-hander they go. 5-car breakaway then here really at the head of the field, so that is both of the Blisses, Richard ahead of Stewart, Browning in third, Laidlaw fourth, and Grindrod, the red car, in 5th position. So Grindrod already into the top 5 as they make their way out towards the top end of the circuit then, and the challenge is on here for the race lead as Stuart Bliss tries to get himself back ahead of Richard heading towards Sunny Corner. Unfortunately, we've lost our monitor up here in the commentary box, so we're waiting with bated breath for them to come back into the complex, back into our sight out of the window. A brilliant sort of 360-degree view that we have here from the Croft circuit commentary box, and in a moment or two we will have the race leaders coming back towards us. Here they come. It's still a Bliss 1-2. It is still 17 Richard Bliss ahead of 18 Stuart Bliss then, as Nick Grindrod throws it round the outside but runs a bit too wide actually into the middle part of the complex, and that might just allow Duncan Stone to get back ahead of him. The red number 63 car pulls to the outside line there, looking to the hairpin, but he's not quite going to get through, so it will still be Richard from Stuart Bliss out in front, Browning third, Laidlaw fourth, Grindrod fifth, and Stone now very much making that a 6-car fight for the race lead as they come through at the end of lap number 2.
Yeah, so down towards the right-hander again, so onto lap 3 now. Bliss still has the lead at this point in time. Grindrod still holding station in 5th as they come back through Clairvaux and Hurlforce once again. And so it looks as though Grindrod is trying to pick his way through, but I think he's being a little bit more, rather than sort of just diving up at any opportunity to get past, he's simply just picking his moments to try to bide his time, because it's a 20-minute race, so there's plenty of time to try and work his way through. He's in that leading group, so he doesn't have to rush too much to get towards the front, and he has been pretty much the runaway points leader up until Alton Park when he had the 2 victories go the way of Duncan Stone that time. And Duncanstone just behind him in team formation in 5th and 6th position. Also one driver I want to watch out for is David Drinkwater in the Nankang Tyre sponsored car. He's going up the inside in the background of these top 5 for 6th position on Ross McCarr, the experienced MG racer. But now the two ICO teammates, a bit of bump drafting down towards Jim Clark-S, is trying to pull themselves away, but they have switched around, so it's now Stuart Bliss ahead of Richard as they turn back through, and almost side by side with Jim Clark-S, which, even though they're small cars, you want to keep the momentum. That's not what you want to do, particularly at one of the fastest points of the circuit. And he's in cars that do get quite planted, but if you push them a bit too hard, can get a little bit nervous, as we saw with Andrew Dyer of Clairvaux. Throw them too much and they can go quite out of shape. As you see here, that's Stuart Bliss getting wide up the inside goes Richard and Liam Browning and everyone else, because through goes Steve Laidlaw, and also past goes Nick Grindrod into 4th. It's now side by side for the lead between Stuart Bliss and Nick Grindrod and Liam Browning down towards the complex. They are wheel to wheel. Browning goes round the outside to have the right hand side for the inside line, and Richard Bliss goes diving up the inside of Nick Grindrod, and that was close for him. He really was going for it into the complex just behind. It was off camera if you're watching on the stream, but Richard Bliss went for the mother of all dives up the inside, or at least tried it up the inside of Nick Grindrod. Didn't quite make it stick, and the best form of defence for Grindrod now is attacked. He's now going side by side with Steve Laidlaw, who in turn is trying to get past Stuart Bliss here down towards turn 1. They're going to be side by side, possibly by side, 3 abreast down towards turn 1. But for all of this at the moment, Andy, Liam Brown's got himself in front and is just trying to sail away at this early stage of the races without a care in the world.
He's loving seeing this in his mirrors, isn't he? Because it means that he is able just to make a small gap. It's Laidlaw into second then, with a bit of assistance there from Grindrod down the pit straight. Nick decided to help his fellow Citroen driver and pushed him past the Toyota of Richard Bliss. So Richard drops down to 4th, and all of a sudden the 2 cars that were leading, 1st and 2nd up until that point, now find themselves both off the podium. That in the shape of the 2 Bliss teammates as they head down the back straight then towards Tower once again. Had a change further back, by the way. David Drinkwater, I think, has slipped behind Elliot Lettis potentially now, so he's actually going backwards rather than forwards as the race leaders come out of Tower and back towards the top end of the circuit. This super daunting high-speed sequence of corners. Liam Browning not really escaping anymore, is he? Steve Laidlaw has already bridged that gap, or bridged halfway towards the leader at least, as they head towards Croft again, bringing Nick Grindrod with him. And with 13 minutes still left in this race, a Nick Grindrod win is certainly not off the cards here. They head towards Sunny. There you can see the leading 3, they're nose to tail again now. Had a bit of damage on the front of, no, I think it's just the towing hook, isn't it, that's sticking out a bit further on the front of Liam Browning's car. Here comes Grindrod up alongside Laidlaw. He's going to try this outside line again into the complex. He likes this move. He's made it a few times already, but Laidlaw is wise to it. Carries enough speed into the left-hander. Away goes the marker post. I don't know which of them it was that hit it, but it's well out of the way now. And as this battle for second continues into the hairpin, Liam Browning once again tries to make good his escape.
This is really good, close but clean racing for them, this CityCar Cup, guys. All getting the mix, and they are getting close and wheel to wheel, but they're making sure that they're making sensible moves and not trying to dive up the inside and go for moves that aren't really on. So they really are thinking about their passes here without just going gung-ho into turn 1, which is exactly what we want to see, which should be really epitomising the quality of the driving in this championship, both from not just the experienced drivers, but from the novice drivers in competing for their own contests as well. And they really are starting to come of age now in this second half of the season. They're starting to get a little bit quicker, and there was a point at the start of the season when Nick Grindrod had the pace advantage. He was pulling away from everyone, had a massive lead, and was winning every race at the canter. Now that some of the less experienced drivers, some of the drivers that were trying to find their feet in their first season racing in this championship, now they've got the few races under their belt. They've got the suss of the car, of the championship, of how the circuits run, and how this car really does perform. And they're starting to peg Nick Grindrod a little bit back now to try and keep him in their sights and to stop him from running away with it. It's a big moment for Liam Browning under brakes. The car twitches as he tries to turn in. It gives Steve Laidlaw a chance to get into a lead, and also Nick Grindrod back into second place. So he's now up into P2. For third place, also, it might be Rich, that was Duncan Stone behind, or it was Stuart was trying to get past Richard. So they come back in through the complex. Liam Browning then has now lost 3 spots now, because past him has also got Richard Bliss. He's now in a Bliss sandwich. Richard in front of him, Stuart behind him, and also Duncan Stone's not too far behind in 6th place. So as they turn back into Sunny and then Sunny out, it lead change once again. And Steve Laidlaw must be thinking he's found the pound seat, although he had for a second as Browning goes off in the background. Nick Grindrod finds himself into the lead. That didn't take long, did it?
Yeah, little mistake there from Laidlaw at the same place actually that Richard Bliss made the mistake a couple of laps ago going into the Sunny complex, or Stuart Bliss it was, wasn't it? But anyway, Laidlaw ran wide going into Sunny. Grindrod then comes through to get the lead, and now here comes Richard Bliss into second ahead of Laidlaw as well. Laidlaw down to third, then it's Stuart Bliss, then it's Duncan Stone, then it's Liam Browning, who half a lap ago was in the lead until he ran wide into Tower Corner, and now he's fallen outside of the top 5. And then they've got the number 15 car trying to join in the fun as well now, which is the Tyre machine running in 7th spot. So across the line they all go again, racing down towards Clervaux. We're nearly halfway through the race now, 10.25 minutes to go, and Nick Grindrod has got himself to the front. Now the question is, can he do what he's been so good at doing all season long and pull away from the pack? At the moment, that looks to be the case. He's out in front by the best part of a second as they make their way through Hawthorne and through the chicane. Behind them, they can't really get themselves into any sort of order, can they? They keep on tripping over each other, and it is at the moment Richard Bliss then ahead of Steve Laidlaw third, with Stuart Bliss fourth. Those three, though, really losing touch now with the leader.
Yeah, there has to be an element of kind of working together in this point in the race, rather than simply just allowing Nick to get away and battle amongst themselves. They have to try and claw him back in here if possible, and to try and stop his runaway form at this point in time, particularly at a circuit like this where momentum and speed is so crucial. So Nick Grindrod then trying to pull away. He has that gap of 1.2 seconds across the line, but it's now for second, third and fourth. This scrap amongst these three cars in the mix. The two Bliss cars, Richard Bliss in second place, and it's Steve Laidlaw in third, Stuart Bliss in fourth, and now wheel to wheel for fifth. We've got Duncan Stone, but just with Liam Browning on his tail, trying to recover after the mistake down at the right-hander at Tower, when he's had the car just snap on him out of shape when he went to turn in and lost 1 and then 2 spots, then went onto the grass a few corners later at Sunny in and Sunny out, which is right here at this point of the circuit if you're watching on the live stream. He's trying to recover that pace and hold off Duncan Stone to remain in the top 5. Rest of the top 10 we should give a shout out to. 7th place for Andrew Dyer, 8th for David Drinkwater. Good run from him so far in P8 in car 117. Of course, an experienced racer in not just cars of this ilk, but also he's been as recent as doing all sorts of things. And watching on the stream there, that was Stuart Bliss trying to get up the inside of Steve Laidlaw. These Blisses aren't afraid to try and get their elbows out here. 3 abreast. There's a bit of a tap on the inside there for Stuart as there goes Liam Browning one side. Duncan Stone goes the other side. Then Duncan Stone runs wide. Let Stuart Bliss have the momentum. Then he'll try and put himself alongside Liam Browning down towards Clervaux once again. There's now 8.5 minutes left to go on the clock as they come back down towards Clervaux. Nick Grindrod, who else, sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:52.471, about 4 tenths clear at least on lap time as he turns into Clervaux. Second for Richard Bliss. It's then third for Steve Laidlaw, fourth for Browning, fifth for Stuart Bliss. And big sideways moments, as big for Drinkwater, even bigger for Elliot Letts, who somehow held that one. That'll be in the end of the season montage for sure, won't it, with him just throwing that car into the corner. You never tell with some of these rookies, some of the racecraft, and the way they throw these cars into the corners, just how well you can catch them. But that's the strategy with front-wheel drive. If the car gets sideways, boot the throttle, hope the front end comes back around, and away you go. But now back down towards the complex at Tower. We're watching on the stream. Elliot Lettis under threat from Daniel Selick in car number 66. That's a battle that's going on for 9th and 10th place. And as they come back out of Tower Bend, we're a little wide, I think, was Liam Browning just in front. But we're watching on stream still Lettis and Selick. Lettis recovering himself after that little moment up at Clervaux when he went very sideways. There, meanwhile, on stream, we've got Nick Grindrod, who continues to lead. The gap is 1.6 seconds. Now head out through Barcroft and up towards the double apex of Sunny. And as they come just behind them, we've got Steve Laidlaw, who I think he's looking for his first podium of the season, trying to get himself up amongst and past Richard Bliss as he turns out of the Sunny out corner. Liam Browning, oh goodness me! We've got a car up on its roof. Goodness me, that's Ian Howard, I think, in car 37. I'm not quite sure whether, I think it's either. That might be down at Hawthorne's, but there's a car that is up over on its roof up, I think, over at Hawthorne's. And it is, I think, Ian Howard. That's going to have to be, I think, a red flag, which immediately it is. Now then, first and foremost, of course, we hope that Ian's okay, but that is not what you want to see at all. So red flag, the race has been stopped. It's been stopped with just under 7 minutes to go, and that's the best sight we want to see. Marshals are out on site very quickly, and thankfully it looks like Ian's getting out. Probably just taking his time a second, I think, because, of course, that was certainly been quite a surprise. So, thankfully, it looks as though Ian is out, and at the very least, he'll go to the medical centre just to be checked over to make sure he is A-OK, but I suspect that would have been possibly him just heading into turn 1. We saw a couple of drivers just then going through the first couple of corners, and there is quite a nasty bump at Clervaux, which can cause the cars to be thrown sideways, and we've seen that several times, not just in Caterham's, we saw it in Fun Cup yesterday, we've seen it also here in CityCar as well, and it can catch drivers out. And unfortunately, it looks as though it's that. I suspect we didn't see the start of that, obviously, but we saw the aftermath, and we think that possibly that might have been what caused it. And these cars, well, they are quite stable with the setup that they have, with the gas shocks and the Powerflex bushes that really do help keep the car planted on the road. It can, these cars aren't totally immune to going sideways, and unfortunately, that's the ultimate consequence which has befallen poor Ian Howard. So he is currently he was running in 24th position, but sadly, I'm afraid, it looks as though that his race has come to a rather premature end. So red flag then. We'll wait and see if this race is going to be restarted. Well, I imagine it probably will be, because we still had just under 7 minutes to go, so we hadn't passed the 75% distance. So if we do get a restart, it'll probably be a 2 or 3 lap shootout, I would imagine. So at that point in the red flag, Nick Grindrod was in the lead, Richard Bliss was second, Steve Laidlaw was third, Liam Browning fourth, Stuart Bliss is in fifth position, from Duncan Stone sixth, and it was Andrew Dyer seventh, David Drinkwater was eighth. I was just remarking about David Drinkwater, had quite a lot of experience in various different forms of racing. He'd been helping run some cars in a support race for Fun Cup for the Le Mans 24 Hours just a week or so ago. So he's experienced in the cars of this type. He's raced all sorts of David Drinkwater, so to have him in the championship here in the Nankang backed car is fantastic to see. Elliot Lettis was ninth just before the red flag, and Daniel Selleck, who saw that battle that was going on, in 10th position. And Sam Laidlaw was in 11th place as well. So we are just waiting for clarification on what's going to happen. And of course, first and foremost, we have to get this, recover Ian Howard's car to get it the right way again. And then, of course, make sure that he is. Looks like the car, from what I can see on the outside of my commentary box window, the car is back on its wheels, thankfully. So that's a positive. As we saw, we did see Ian Howard getting out of the car as well. So there is Ian Howard's car on screen. My monitor here in the commentary box is flickering on and off a little bit, so I didn't quite see what was happening. But the car looks as though it's gone over. It looks like it possibly was a bit of hopefully a light roll, because it hasn't caused, I can see, too much damage. The roof has got a little bit of a couple of dents in it, and the windscreen will need change. Will need repairing as well. But apart from that, everything else looks initially quite mechanically sound on that car. So that's the positive of the roll cage, which has been put in by SW Motorsports. So strong work by Sean Woods and his guys to build a strong roll cage that can keep these cars in good shape. And again, it looks like it was quite a relatively, from what I can see of how much damage there is or isn't, it looks like it was quite a relatively low speed roll. So thankfully that will be a saving grace for Ian, but no driver wants to go upside down at any point. And the hard working recovery crews and marshals are all quickly trying to recover Ian's car as fast as they can to make sure that we can get this race back underway and restarted. Everyone else has been gridded up and stopped on the pit straight just behind the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. And so I'm pretty certain they will bring them back around again to reform. As we say, we restarted, we red flagged with just under 7 minutes to go. So I think we might get a restart. If we do, it'll be a 2 or 3 lap shootout, I think, given that the lap times for these cars are about just about 1 minute 50s. The fastest lap of the race for Nick Grindrod was 1 minute 52.471 before, at the time of the red flag. So lap time wise, if we get a race start, I imagine probably we'll get about 3, maybe a push 4 laps, but it will depend on how quickly they can get around and complete lap times in order to make that happen. So red flag here at Croft Circuit for the incident that we've had, including Ian Howard in this first Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the day here at Croft. And just to reiterate where we were order-wise, it was Richard Bliss who was in the lead. I don't think that's quite right. He's come up on the screen saying it's going to be a 20-minute restart. That's not quite right, I don't think, because it's not going to be that. We've been quite deep into the race. I imagine they'll adjust the time in a second to befit how much time is left. Once we adjust the time, once we agree how long's left in the race, I imagine it'll be roughly around about 6 or 7 minutes for this race to get underway. And the cars either will have to go, the car's being led around the circuit now by the runyourfleet.com safety car. But of course, they'll have, if they're going to regrid them, they'll have to regrid them in the order they were at the time of the red flag before they crossed the line. Before they did that, it was Nick Grindrod who was leading, although whether or not Steve Laidlaw will be allowed to keep what essentially is the lead and therefore will start on pole position. We'll have to wait and see how they grid them up. But right, now the timer has now switched to being a 5-minute restart. So we're going to get, I think, again, that'll be 3 laps to me, I think, for a 3-lap dash for the victory. And so I think they're going to take them through the shortcut here, exiting Tower Bend. Yep, just got the confirmation it's a 5-minute restart, so it will be, I'd say 3 laps it will be for this restart, I reckon. But they are bringing them round the short sort of cut in, as in like a short circuit, which is just on the exit of Tower Bend, in between Tower Bend and the run towards Jim Clark S's. So they'll start to direct them and grid them up in the order in which they were in at the time of the red flag. Now the question for me is, are they going to put Steve Laidlaw in pole position? Or are they going to put Nick Grindrod in pole position? Because Nick Grindrod at the last complete lap was in the lead, but at the time with the red flag, it was Steve Laidlaw that was leading. So we'll have to wait and see how they work it out on the grid when they come back around. So just waiting for the instruction. They'll be called forward once the marshals are clear on the order in which to grid them up on. And I think they'll be frantically putting together a new grid sheet for this restart in order to get them back underway again. Of course, it's the first of 2 races. We'll have a second race later on this afternoon for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. And then we'll be able to also have more action from the Caterhams. We'll have more racing later on from the Caterham 270Rs, from the Caterham Roadsport, and of course from both groups of the Caterham Academy. Both white and green group will be out racing later on this afternoon as well. They'll be the third to last and last races of the day here at Croft. So be sure to stick around both on the live stream and also those watching on the banks and on the grandstands around here. Again, big thank you to everyone who has turned out here in person, both watching in person, again on the spectator banks. I know there's quite a lot of people who are watching down at Clairvaux in the grandstand. They've been there since qualifying, so hello to everyone there who's been getting here. It's quite nice to see that club racing is getting some nice popularity again, as it always has done, but good to see spectators back again, and as we've now progressed into getting back to things, into some form of normality after the challenges of the last 18 months or so. It's good to see that we've got spectators back in there, just not just in the grandstands but in the paddock as well. We had some of the Fun Cup teams have some guests, including I think Neil Plymouth's guys, who had about 50 guests come down yesterday to watch his guys, and they didn't have the best of days yesterday, but they did still at least pick up third place in the Masters category, so at least Neil Plymouth and Ben Pitch took home a trophy for their efforts. Now then, watching the cars been gridded up, and I think it's going to be from a last complete lap, because Steve Laidlaw hasn't gone yet, but they've signalled Nick Grindrod to go to the grid first. So I think, yeah, they're going to grid them up based on the order that they were in when at the last complete lap when the red flag had come out. So on the screen, it was Nick Grindrod that was in the lead. So they will now head back around to form up once more. And then I think what we'll do is, if we have a reissued grid, which I'll check on the BRSCC notice board, if we do have that, we'll give you a run through of who is where. But that will be the way we're going to start things for this restart for this first race of the day for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. So Nick Grindrod then will be back on. This time he will get a chance to start in pole position, because of course earlier on for the first start, because of a carried over a 10-place grid penalty from the last rounds that took place in at Alton Park just a few weeks ago, he had to start from 11th, even though he set the fastest time in qualifying. So Nick Grindrod then will now get the chance to start from pole position, and he will have alongside him Richard Bliss on the front row of the grid. Steve Laidlaw then will start in third, and alongside him is going to be Liam Browning. The third row of the grid is then going to be Stuart Bliss and Duncan Stone, from what I can see out of the window. Fourth row will be Andrew Dyer and David Drinkwater. He will start from 8th. And then it was 9th and 10th for 2 of our novice racer class drivers, that being Elliot Lettis in car number 3 and Dan Selleck in car 66. Sixth row of the grid I can see is going to be Sam Laidlaw and Christopher McKenzie. The 7th row is then going to be Patrick Booth and Richard Snuggs. Then it's John Nicholson and Richard Bastow. William Burgess in the Mission Motorsport car, which was initially built by the guys at Bad Obsession Motorsport. Shout out to them. That car was raced last year. And they are, of course, Mission Motorsport, who are not just running in the CityCar Cup, but they're also, of course, have entrusted the BRSCC with running this year's Race of Remembrance, which is certainly an event to look out for. That's at the 12th to 14th of November at Anglesey. And the BRSCC will be at the helm helping Mission Motorsport run that for the first time. That's certainly something that everyone's looking forward to for this year. He's alongside Jamie Luthwaite. Next row of the grid is then Adam Reynolds alongside Ben Walkingshaw. And then it's Craig Flynn and Paul Savage. And then Chris Hetherington will be the last car on the grid as they make their way around onto the formation lap then to get this race back underway. So, again, I will just check the BRSCC notice board to see if we have got a reissued grid. I would have thought possibly we would do. Let's have a quick look here for a second. So, not quite by the looks of things. So out onto the formation lap that they go then. And there's one driver to watch out for, Patrick Booth. And that's 4G Racing. He and Ross McCarr have been quite regulars in MG Racing, but it's good to see we've got some experienced drivers. It's not just the novice drivers coming through, some experienced racers like Nick Grindrod, and I think we've had one of the Blisses has been a rally driver in the past as well, of racing Honda Civics. He's used to front-wheel drive. We've had, of course, Ross McCarr and Patrick Booth, who are regulars in MGs. David Drinkwater, who's guesting this weekend in the Nankang Tyre sponsored car, having a great run at the moment, starting 8th for this restart. He's done all sorts of racing all over the country and also in Europe as well. So good to have David on the grid, amongst other things. So out through Tower Bend they go to form up once more for this restart. So a 5-minute sprint to see who will come out on top and take the points away from this first race. Of course, the grid for race 2 is set by the results of race 1. So wherever you finish in race 1 determines your starting spot for race 2, bar any post-race penalties or anything which pushes you down the order. And CityCar Cup has been a fantastic series which has had an incredible first year as a championship. Of course, it started last year back in June when it was launched, of all places, here at Croft. It was launched in June last year, and they shot the promotional video here at Croft, and they had a media and test day here as well to get some of the drivers, some people to try out the cars, to give them a go, to see what they were like. And they even have the likes of Rob Austin and James Gorn try these cars and was singing their praises all the way through. Of course, had their first races as a series as part of the Club Sport Trophy at Cabell Park in August. And they were also out at Silverstone, and then had their own standalone races here at Croft in November last year. And then they had their first started their first full season as a championship at Donington Park back in May. It was the phenomenal 38-car grid, near capacity with so many cars. It's a brilliant shot on the Formula page for the CityCar Cup of all 38 cars heading down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Brilliant shot. And then since then they've been they visited Donington Park again. They had a support slot on the British GT Championship, which was quite an occasion on the Grand Prix circuit. We also had 2 races at Alton Park, and of course the last time we saw them on live stream was when they were racing at Snetterton, where they put on quite a show there as well. They had 3 races there too, which was quite a thing to see. And despite the fact that everyone got very close, they couldn't knock Nick Grindrod off the top spot, even though they tried very hard. So, cars are getting back into position for our 5-minute restart for this Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race. And here's Nick Grindrod back in the position that he originally qualified before he had the 10-minute place grid penalty, which was applied from the previous race at Alton Park. He starts on driver's right on the left of screen if you're watching on the stream, in the red car with the yellow lip. That is him on the front row. Alongside him is the grey and orange car of Richard Bliss. And then watch out also for Liam Browning and Steve Laidlaw on the second row of the grid, followed by Stuart Bliss and Duncan Stone. The 5-second board is up. Let's go for take 2 for race 1 of the day for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. We're underway in racing. Decent start as Nick Grindrod jumps away from pole position. Now down towards Clairvaux they go once more. And so Grindrod then will have the lead side by side for second. It's a decent start from the second row from Steve Laidlaw, who pulls himself in front of Richard Bliss and takes P2 down towards the braking zone, in through Clairvaux. And over the curves they go. Be very careful of that inside curve and that bump at Clairvaux. A couple of cars running wide over the grid, and John Nicholson gets involved with Richard Bastow. Both of them are side by side. They both get going. There was a bit of a tangle, but they both managed to get away with it relatively unscathed. Both get going. Bit of a scuff in the left-hand side door there. A couple of cars also running wide at the S's, but they've all got through relatively unscathed. Side by side between Daniel Selleck and Patrick Booth down towards Tower Bend, but it's Grindrod that leads. It's Steve Laidlaw in second place. It's then Richard Bliss in third. Liam Browning 4th, Duncan Stone's in 5th, it's then Stuart Bliss 6th, Andrew Dyer 7th, Elliot Lettis 8th, and he's followed by David Drinkwater in 9th, and then this scrapper going on for 10th between Daniel Selleck on the right in the two-tone grey and black car, and the multicoloured car on the other side of the shot, which is Patrick Booth. Meanwhile, looking forwards to our leaders, and he's Grindrod trying to pull away with the advantage. Steve Laidlaw in 2nd place, but he's under threat from Richard Bliss as they go back towards out towards the back of the circuit at Barcroft. And then down to that tricky double right-hander at Sunny. There's Sunny in, which is the first part of the right-hander. Short little straight as they bob around on the curbs. Well, that was a little bit of a nudge there from Liam Browning as he just gives a bit of a helpful tap in the rear from Richard Bliss to help him round the corner, and in turn gave a little bit of a nudge to Steve Laidlaw. So they're trying to keep in touch here. Good run off of Sunny out there for Duncan Stone. He looks up the inside into the complex, and that allows Liam Browning to hold on. And Stuart Bliss, who's ever the action man, trying to dive up the inside line, trying to look for a move everywhere he sees it. To go back in to get past Duncan Stone. He's now under threat from Andrew Dyer as he looks at the outside line. Andrew Dyer in the Trade Price Cars livery car looks very similar to the touring car of the last couple of seasons that we've had with Bobby Thompson and like him behind the wheel. And now he's going wheel to wheel with Stuart Bliss. He's also going to get a run on Duncan Stone and Liam Browning. Bliss is going to take it 3 abreast down the inside line. And they're bunched together down towards. This will be the key thing. Grindrod leads. Stuart Bliss and Steve Laidlaw in 2nd place. It's Richard Bliss in 3rd. This is all for 4th place down towards Clever. They're going to have to sort themselves out. Browning turns in, clumps the curb, but he holds on. Dyer's up to 5th. It's then into 6th place has gone Stuart Bliss. 7th is Elliot Lettis. 8th is now Duncan Stone. He's the big mover in that. He went down from what was, I think he was 6th on the grid. That's about 8th, and one car's gone around Daniel Selleck. He's gone around at Hawthorns. I looked away from the screen for a second, so I didn't quite catch if he got tagged or not, but it might be again. These cars do move around a lot over the curbs here. Meanwhile, Grindrod is trying to pull away now, 1.1 seconds at the end of the opening lap, but everyone's closing up for 2nd now as they all try to look for racing room. David Drinkwater there tried to make a move into Duncan Stone, but he thought better of it and just backed off to try and hold on to the position. We've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go, so we're going to get this and one more lap, so it is only going to be a 3-lap restart. But that's for Nick Grindrod. That matters not, because he's going to try and sail away here at the front in the Viking Van Breaker sponsored number 22. And he's trying to pull the gap here as he gets up towards the right-hander at Barcroft. And now he's really, you can see the gap he's pulling already on the screen as the camera zooms out through Sunny in and Sunny out. It's Richard Bliss now is going on the attack of Steve Laidlaw, out through Sunny out and onto the back straight towards the complex. Let's see if he can try and make a move here. These cars, they're all equally powered at 68 brake horsepower, so momentum and the run you can get off the corners is so crucial to try and get past. If you lose the tail or just swing around behind somebody too much, it can kill your speed and the momentum. And it only allows the car in front to remain in front and pull away, but also for the cars behind to close back in and to take full advantage. So that's the key thing. As Richard Bliss has a look up the inside. Andrew Dyer same with Liam Brown. There's a tap in the rear, and that now allows Stuart Bliss to try and get through. Stuart Bliss might possibly try and give him a little bit of a bump draft, or well, maybe or maybe not. Looks one way, looks the other, tries to make his move as Browning shuts the door on the inside line. Grindrod sets a new fast lap of the race, 152.520. As now, that is Stuart Bliss making a dive, possibly having a look up the inside line, puts himself into his mirrors. A little wide off the racing line there was Liam Browning. He just heads over the balance, rocking over the curb there was David Drinkwater. As he holds on to what is currently 9th. He's lost out to Elliot Lettis. Those cars are bouncing and three-wheeling around as they go over Clevo and Hawthorns. They're doing it again through the S's, and they're side by side on the exit. Stuart Bliss is going wheel to wheel with Liam Browning. This is going to be over 4th position, so it's going to be Auto Bliss cars in 3rd and 4th if Stuart Bliss can stay to the inside line. Here comes Andrew Dyer with the momentum, 3 abreast in towards Tower Bend. Careful, boys, under brakes. And Andrew Dyer does just back out of it. They're still side by side for 4th as they go out of the right-hander. A couple of the cars running wide in front of them. A 2nd and 3rd trying to pull away. Here comes Duncan Stone trying to go side by side into the Jim Clark S's. Might not be advisable, but they're going to go and try for it anyway. 2nd and 3rd come through. Duncan Stone squeezes past, and Andrew Dyer does let him have the place. So rather than try and fight it side by side into the Jim Clark S's, he holds on. Dyer will then fight back on the exit going towards Barcroft. And now they come back towards the complex now for the final time. Sunny in and Sunny out. Steve Laidlaw coming under big pressure from Richard Bliss, who is all over the back of car 100 down towards the complex. There was either a yellow flag or a slippery surface flag that was out there down towards the complex for the final time. But this man, there really is no stopping him, is there? Once he gets out in front and gets the advantage, he is pretty much untouchable. They got close in the last couple of rounds, and they're still scrapping for second place behind him backwards, but they're into the hairpin for the final time. He will add another race win to his tally. He's back on form here at Croft. He heads towards the final corner. They're going to be scrapping all the way to the line for second place, but now to the flag they'll come. It's going to be a victory once more in the season to try and add to his points tally and his lead for Nick Grindrod. He wins race 1 of the day here at Croft in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. But as quick as you like, Steve Laidlaw, then it's the Blisses, Richard and Stewart, Liam Browning is 5th, Duncan Stone 6th, Elliot Lett is 7th, 8th goes David Drinkwater, 9th is Andrew Dyer, who dropped back in the last couple of corners. So what happened to him was off camera, we're not sure. 10th place goes to Patrick Booth. Then it's Richard Snugg, Sam Laidlaw, Christopher McKenzie, William Burgess, Jamie Luthwaite, Craig Flynn, and then it will be Ben Walkinshaw, Paul Savage and John Nicholson. And as I'm seeing things, the one car we didn't have from that restart, well, I didn't think we lost as well, was Ross McCard. I didn't quite see what happened to him, whether it was related to what was happening going further back with what happened to Ian Howard. That's a shame, but we lost him in that race. Richard Bastow finishes the race in the pit lane. But nonetheless, an entertaining two-part race to the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, and it's another win for the championship leader Nick Grindrod, who still simply is the man to beat. He's taking another step closer to becoming the first ever Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup champion. Some frantic racing all the way through, and here's how it ended up after that two-part thriller. So Nick Grindrod back on top again after he missed out at Alton Park. He wins by 4 seconds from Steve Laidlaw in second place. The Blisses share 3rd and 4th, Richard ahead of Stewart, and it's Liam Browning 5th, Duncan Stone 6th from Elliot Lettis, David Drinkwater, Andrew Dyer and Patrick Booth, and who else but Nick Grindrod taking the fastest lap of the race. Richard Snuggs was 11th from Sam Laidlaw 12th, then it's Christopher McKenzie, William Burgess and Jamie Luthwaite in the top 15 from Craig Flynn, Ben Walkinshaw, Paul Savage, John Nicholson and Chris Hetherington rounding out the top 20. And then the last 3 finishes were Adam Reynolds, Daniel Selleck and Richard Bastow. We didn't have Ian Howard take the restart, neither Ross McCarr, and there was also one other car that we didn't take the restart, but I can't quite work it out off the top of my head. So that is it for the CityCar Cup for the first race. They'll be back up later on this afternoon for their second. We'll be heading down shortly to Andy McEwen in the assembly area to get our next Caterham race underway very, very shortly. So sit tight, there's more action coming up that's coming from with more Caterhams in a few moments' time here at Croft for our British Racing Sports Car Club Caterham Race Weekend, both here on Circuit Comms and live on Facebook and YouTube. Stay tuned, next race coming up in a couple of minutes.
So we've got our third race of the day then, not that far away, the Caterham 270Rs all here in the assembly area. If you joined us yesterday, you'll know it was a pretty dramatic race for a couple of our championship contenders. Blair McConaughey behind me is the points leader arriving here at Croft, but had a really unfortunate issue yesterday, which Blair, unfortunately has led to your first non-finish of the season. Just explain to us what happened.
I'm glad you give me the chance to walk through that nightmare. It was at the chicane, and I would typically do a gear change between the two forks, and my mistake, I went for 4th, and somehow, maybe through jostling about, however it happened, I've never done it before or in testing, but I managed to get 2nd. As soon as I lifted up the clutch, all the massive engine braking, I'm buzzing the engine, it just, because the car's already loaded up, all that engine braking rotated the car, and I just slammed straight into the tyre rack, took the front corner off, no steering from that point on. I'm just a sledge, and poor Harry behind, he had nowhere to go, didn't realise I was slowing down so fast, and unfortunately went over the back of me and got some damage himself.
It was certainly a spectacular end to the race. It means you're starting at the back for this one then, so what's the game plan?
I don't know how hard to go in the first lap. I'm going to see what the start's like, see if there's any places I can get, but I'm determined just to fight my way through the pack gently, fight my way through, and see how far I can get. A top 5 would be fantastic, I think. A good damage limitation.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Let's see if we can get the thoughts of Harry then. Harry, Blair's just been explaining to us from his perspective what happened yesterday. Just really unfortunate.
Yeah, really unlucky. These past couple of race weekends I've been taken out by others' mistakes, which is a bit annoying, but yeah, hopefully I can try and come up the field. I've got a bit of chassis damage, it's a bit twisted, so hopefully the handling's not too affected. But hopefully I can get in the top 10, I'll be pleased with that.
Well, we'll let you get on with it then, Harry, because the cars are just about to be released. That was perfect timing, wasn't it? So Caterham 270R action here from the Croft circuit, about to get underway. Scott, keep an eye on these two. They're going to be charging through from the back of the grid.
Yes, thank you, Andy. Getting set for our next Caterham race coming up now, which is our second race of the weekend for the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship, which is seen by many within Caterham circles as the Coming of Age Championship. This is the third step on the Caterham Motorsport ladder, so drivers who have had 2 seasons worth of racing under their belts, having come up through the academy and then the Roadsport Championship as well, as they head out onto the circuit, as they make their way around to the grid on their formation lap out of assembly area. These cars, of course, are the middle step. They have had all the upgrades that they would have through from Academy, which is mainly the Avon ZZS tyres. They have an Academy spec tyre that they run in the Academy. Then they move to the Avon ZZS, which they keep for the next 3 steps, and that car also gets a rear anti-roll bar. And then for the 270Rs, they also receive stiffer springs and dampers, a wider track front suspension, and one of the biggest visual changes on these cars is that they also lose the windscreen and the headlights. They can be reattached if you want to drive this car on the road, but for racing, both have to be taken off before you go out on track. So these cars then produce about 135 brake horsepower, 10 horsepower up on the Roadsport cars, an increased rev limit to 7200, and also they have about 10 kilograms less of weight as well, 620, and that can make a difference, not just the wider track suspension and also the increased rev limit, the slight increase in power, the lighter weight. It all adds up to make a difference in lap time and a difference in performance. And you can feel that because these cars start to feel like proper race cars now. The Academy and Roadsport cars are do feel a bit more like the road-going Caterhams in some aspects, but now they've got these better suspension, increased power available and revs available to them. They do start to feel proper like the cars, proper Caterham race cars now. Not that the Academy and Roadsport ones aren't, but of course these ones now have the proper parts on them to make them feel like proper track machines. So the cars make their way around onto the grid for this second race of the weekend. We'll quickly run you through the grid and how they line up. So for this race, of course, the grid, as always, is set by the results of race 1. So it's Stephen Lyle, after his win yesterday, who's due to start on pole position. His first win in Caterham. Alongside him will be Carl Jones in car number 11. Then it's Wes Payne in car 38, William Brunt, who enjoyed a race-long battle for third place, and that went the way of the pearlescent, rather flamboyantly coloured, liveried car of Wes Payne in third, with Brunt fourth. Max Gaunt took an excellent fifth in car number 4. He'll start in P5 alongside car 56, David Morgan. Then it's number 8, Darryl Cresswell, and 43, Alan Curtis, coming next on the 4th row from Dan Clayfan, car 73, and then number 14, Fraser Jones. Row 6 is Angus McLean in number 61, and number 53, Tim Steele. 52, Peter Wales, and 99, Michael Curley then comes next from Oliver Smith in car 71, and the John Cox number 31. Then it's Paul Herndon and Ryan Errol, Roger Gaunt and Craig Mingus, and then it's Duncan Cook, Harry Eyre, who's got some work to do, and he and Blair McConaughey, who made contact in yesterday's race, and that put Blair McConaughey out, as also did Harry Eyre. They've got work to do from the back of the grid. Blair McConaughey being the championship leader coming into the weekend, and has been for quite a while. He's got some definite effort to have to put in from 23rd on the grid. And then Richard Hall will be 24th and last on the 12th row to get this second race underway. So, after that incredible spectacle that the 310Rs put on earlier on, the 270Rs and co, they've got some ways to try and beat that. So, last couple of cars are in position. We wait for the green flag at the back of the field by one of our fantastic orange marshals. And then all set and ready to go. Last couple of cars are in position. I think there's no Richard Hall on the grid, so I think he is, but it's Blair McConaughey's towards the back, and we have got Harry Eyre, but he's a little bit further forward than I'd anticipated. So, Blair McConaughey at the back, Stephen Lyle, race 1 winner at the front. The second Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship race of the weekend's all set to get underway. Red lights are out, and we're heading down towards Clairvaux for the first time. It's a decent getaway from pole for Stephen Lyle, but it's a slightly better one from the outside of the front row from Carl Jones. Heading into third place is Wes Payne, as he slots in ahead of William Brunt into Clairvaux for the first time, and it's Jones that leads then. It's in Lyle in second place, Wes Payne third, Brunt is fourth, Gaunt is fifth. They're all going to wiggle their way through. We'll also keep an eye on the white car with the black nose at the back of the grid. That's Blair McConaughey. He won't stay there for very long as he turns out through Hawthorns. onto the back straight for the first time. Everyone's getting through the S's nice and cleanly, nice and safely. All good so far. Onto the back straight they charge. And already it is side by side for the lead. We're looking at Tim Steele battling with Michael Curley, but for the leaders down towards Tower, it will be wheel to wheel for position, and Stephen Lyle's got himself back in front. So Stephen Lyle then back into the lead off the start. A couple of battles further back as they scrabble for position mid-pack out of Tower. Now through the Jim Clark S's, and here are the leaders. Lyle is back in front of them from pole. He managed to squeeze back past the Tower corner. Carl Jones in second place in car 11 there, the black car with the green roll cage, the West Payne car 38, which looks white from this distance, but it's actually kind of a pearlescent type sort of effect on that car for third. William Brunt fourth, and then fifth and sixth are together as they head out through the Sunny complex into the complex here for the first time. So Carl Jones putting Lyle under pressure already, but now he's having to fend off Wes Payne as they turn back in. As for Blair McConaughey, where's he got to on his first couple of laps? He has moved up too. He's going past, further back in the pack, past 31. So car 31 on the grid was John Cox. So he's got past the first 3 or 4 rows ahead of him. He's up to roughly roundabout. That's about 16th or 17th place already. So good progress made as Lyle leads the way across the end of the first lap. It's Carl Jones in second place. William Brunt in third. He's actually taken third place from Wes Payne. Exiting the final couple of corners. So Payne's back in front now and into fifth position. Has gone. I think that's Curtis Jones. So it's Fraser Jones. So Fraser Jones is now into fifth position. So the Joneses are now in second and fifth at this point in time. Max Gaunt's been shuffled down to sixth, although he's having a good scrap now with William Brunt at this point in time. Also watch out for Peter Wales in car 52. He's in the mix there. He's in the black car with the orange roll cage, challenging the Gulf-coloured car of William Brunt in front of him. And Max Gaunt in front is the blue car with the yellow roll cage. Diving down the outside position is Peter Wales. He takes another place away from Brunt, who's been shuffled down to the bottom of the top 10 quite quickly. He's now got the 43 of Alan Curtis in his sights, and behind him is Dan Clayfan. So all sorts going on towards the second half of the top 10. But for the leaders, it's still Lyle versus Jones at the front of the field on this second lap. It's another half an hour race, so 30 minutes for these Caterham 270Rs to circulate Croft circuit here in North Yorkshire. There goes third and fourth. There's Payne, then Jones, Max Gaunt in fifth, sixth now for Peter Wales. Strong start for Peter, up in P6, seventh place for William Brunt. But it's Curtis, Clayfan and Errol to round out the top 10. Wind their way through complex the first time. Then what about Blair McConaughey? Whereabouts is he? He's got past a couple more cars. He's now trying to work his way past. I'm watching Tim Steele just out the commentary box window. We're looking at our scrap now that's going on for fifth place downwards. Stephen Lyle on the first proper flying lap takes the fastest lap of the race on 34.755. So he's got the pace at the moment as they head down towards Clairvaux for the third time. So as for Blair McConaughey, he's now up into 14th place. So he's managed to work his way through, and even ahead of Harry Eyre, who is only made as high as 18th. So not as much progress as he would have wanted to have made. But as they come back through the first couple of corners, it's now still going to be Stephen Lyle trying to pull away. We're watching the battle for fifth. There's now Max Gaunt coming under threat from Peter Wales. Gets the good run off the court down the back straight towards Tower. He'll go down the outside. He's done this once. Looks to the outside again, and Max Gaunt lets him through. He'll try and fight back on the exit because yes, you're on the outside line, but the tracks you can get on the race, off the racing line, could be a little bit better if you pick the right spot. And William Brunt's back in there as well. So we're looking back to our leaders again. Still Lyle from Jones, no change there. The gap is about 5.5 to 6/10 of a second at the front. It's then Wes Payne holding on to third. Fraser Jones is fourth, and Max Gaunt is at the head of that group, scrapping over fifth place. Turn their way out of the sunny corners again. So Wales takes up the mantle as the head of that group now. He's got past Max Gaunt down the outside into Tower corner. So all as well at the moment in line astern. Just in there, I think, just behind Dan Clayfan is Alan Curtis, isn't it? Yeah. So there goes Dan Clayfan. He decides to go on the attack up the inside of William Brunt to make the move, and that's going to be 4th, 7th and 8th, and whoa, William Brunt gets onto the grass, puts the power down and finds he's got less traction than he was hoping for, and now he's got Alan Curtis to his inside line to charge past, lose him another spot. So sadly for William Brunt, he's now marching his way towards the back of the top 10, and the car that will catch him soon is going to be Blair McConaughey, because he should set the fastest lap of the race, 1:33.885. He is a full second faster at least than everyone else in the pack. So Blair McConaughey, if he can get himself to the front, I'll be very impressed. Speaking of the front, I can see the top two are quite close, but we're now watching still Alan Curtis fending off a resurgent William Brunt, who's trying to recover here as best he can. But of course, the fact he's got some very, very fast guys behind him trying to close him down will be certainly of immediate concern. We've got Ryan Errol and David Morgan not too far away, as also Blair McConaughey in 12th place. So watch out for him in car 34. Leaders then back out through Croft, that very fast right-hander, and then again into the complex of Sunny in and Sunny out. And into double right-hander and back onto that short straight towards the complex again. So Wes Payne's trying to go with the top two here. And for 4th place now, it's going to be Fraser Jones ahead of... Well, they've changed around now, so Fraser Jones is up to 4th now, but he's being caught by Max Gaunt, who is back ahead of Peter Wales. That's changed back around again. And then we should have Dan Clayfan, followed by Alan Curtis. Then we've got William Brunt. And also in there now, we've got Blair McConaughey just watching him on screen here in 12th place. He's just behind Ryan Errol in 10th in the green car, number 33. And David Morgan in the silver car with the black nose and the orange roll bar. That's David in 11th place. So Blair McConaughey's got the pace, but he needs to start picking off the cars in front of him that are now lapping on a similar pace to him at the moment. 4 laps in the books now. We've still got 23.5 minutes to go in this race. Thumping over the curves. That big bump on the apex of Kirkcliffe has been catching out so many drivers time after time. Now they come up through Hawthorns and into the S's once more. Lap 5 now as they come back onto this back straight, and they charge down towards Tower once again. So the lead gap is about half a second between the top two at the moment, but there's plenty of battles going on mid-pack, so take our focus for a moment. Just keeping an eye out my commentary box window for our top two. They're just going through Jim Clark S's now. They are nose to tail, and they have got Wes Payne not too far away from them as well. Here they are on screen, and here comes up the inside Carl Jones. He looked up the inside at Croft, but again, that wasn't really going to work, as given that such a high-speed corner. So he settles back into line as they turn him through Sunny in. Remains in the position through Sunny out, and Wes Payne's in there too. A little wide for Stephen Law, kicks up the dirt as he goes on the exit. You've got to be careful of those exit curves, because we've seen them smash off rear wings on these cars on more than one occasion. Look at that. Big move up the inside line for Carl Jones. They just about touch wheels. Super clean but tight racing. Wheel-to-wheel stuff through the complex into the hairpin. Wes Payne fancies a piece of this too. He's looking to the outside to get the undercut exiting the hairpin. He gets a good run here, which he does. He pulls alongside on the exit of Carl Jones, who was wide on the exit of the hairpin. Through to second place he goes. So a smart move there from Wes Payne. It all started really from Stephen Law running wide on the exit of Sunning out. Then the opportunity where Carl Jones went for it down the inside line. They went wheel-to-wheel into the complex. Little touch of wheels, but they was nice, clean, fair racing other than that. And then they were so focused on each other that Carl Jones was so looking too far ahead that when he looked to his left-hand side, he saw Wes Payne charging past him. I think that's Dan Clayfan there, as we saw we're going through the right-hander, with a bit of damage to the nose. So that won't be helping his aerodynamics, nor his cooling. Now there's yellow flags on the exit of Hawthorns, or there were at least, and there are still yellow flags there. For what reason, truthfully, I'm not sure, because I can't see a car that's pulled off. So, oh no, there is a car by the barriers. Forgive me, there is a car by the barriers. I'll catch you. I think it might be John Cox in car 31, because his car's up against the barriers, unless somebody else has stopped. And whether that's a legacy of that contact which I think Dan Clayfan's had on the front of that car, or whether it is Dan Clayfan's car, but the car's overheated due to the damage on the front end, because the radiators are sat right at the front of these cars. So if you bump the nose too much, you can dislodge and damage the radiator. We saw that with Pete Walters earlier on in the 310R race, where the damage he sustained after contact in a league group meant that he was forced to pull off and retire from the race with a non-score due to his car had been getting a little bit too hot. So quick progress check for Blair McConaughey. He's now managed to pick himself past Dan Clayfan and then also Morgan. I think the car has gone off. It looks like it is actually John Cox in car 31 there. So that's the car that we're missing on circuit, because that car's dropped down to the tail of the bottom of the timing tower. So watch out for that. Lyle turns his way through with damage to the left rear then. So what if that little tap between himself and Carl Jones was what dislodged that left rear wing. Although that said, it did happen a couple of times to a couple of drivers where, because it's such a steep edge of the curb when you go over it on the exit of Sunny out, it can damage, even throw off those rear wings if you're not too careful. Taking further back here, this is the 74. That is 73 Dan Clayfan battling with David Morgan. It's a good run, and despite the damaged front end on that car, it's got enough speed and enough momentum off the S's down the back straight in the toe squeeze past on the inside line, and then Morgan will try and fight back. It is Clayfan's corner, and he slots into now 10th position. That's into a top 10 spot for Dan Clayfan. Meanwhile, leaders are back through Croft and into the sunny complex. And Wes Payne is now the main pursuer of Stephen Lyle. Stephen Lyle, of course, came very close to his first win before yesterday at Brands Hatch, when he was beaten to the flag on the run on the run to the line on the last lap at Brands Hatch by Carl Jones. He snatched it just at the line by a mere few thousandths of a second, whereas here at Croft, Stephen Lyle was able to put that right and take his first Caterham victory. So there is on screen watching is Blair McConaughey. He has now got past Alan Curtis. He's now up into 7th place. His next target will be P6, and that will be William Brunt. And to be fair, the pace he's setting, looking at his last lap time, was a 34.568. He's lapping on leader pace because the leaders are doing 34.1s. Blair McConaughey then lowers the fastest lap time even further at 133.8. He really is flying along at the moment, at least 3/10 quicker than the rest of the pack in front of him. And the lead is only 6.9 seconds away from him. So if he keeps on this pace, keeps on racking in some quick laps, there's nothing to say that he couldn't catch the leaders. He's got plenty of time. He's got just under 18.5 minutes to go. See Dan Clayfan's car there with the front nose section just hanging, looking a little bit bedraggled as the one portion of the nose starting to just sort of curve up a bit thanks to the aerodynamic pressure on the front of the car. He's now just behind Ryan Errol. That's a scrap for 9th. Here's our leaders again up through the complex, whereas Payne's last lap was only half a tenth slower than Stephen Lyle's. So Lyle will be hoping to score some more strong points to push him a little bit higher in the championship, whereas Payne will also want to try and do the same. Coming into the weekend, it was Stephen Lyle and Wes Payne were tied on points on drop scores, both on overall and drop scores coming into the weekend. But Lyle will have managed to pull a couple of points back on him from yesterday's win, whereas Wes Payne, of course, finished in 3rd. So there is a bit of a points difference there. Blair McConaughey came into the weekend leading the championship on drop scores, but I'm sure with his non-finish yesterday, he will get some points back due to the virtue that they do drop a couple of their worst scores in this championship, so drop scores are very much in effect. Equal lap times or so from the top 3, all did 1 minute 34.1s. And as for Blair McConaughey, so did he. He was 6/10 quicker than William Brunt, but he was about 10,000ths of a second behind him. So that would suggest that he was putting him under pressure and possibly trying to get through, heading into the right-hander, which he has. So Blair McConaughey's up another spot. That's him up into 6th place. So his next target now is going to be breaking into the top 5. The first of those targets will be Max Gaunt in 5th position in car 4. There is Blair McConaughey to the right shot on the live stream. Car 34, the white car with the black nose, championship leader coming into the weekend on drop scores. Wants to try and preserve that as much as he can, as our leaders then head out of Tower Bend. And watch them going through the Jim Clark S's, and Stephen Lyle still being put under pressure here and being kept honest by Wes Payne. And Wes Payne has won a race before in Caterham's previously, but hopes to try and get to the top step again. He had a bit of a unique paint job last year. He had a promptly purple pearlescent paint scheme, but he's done something a bit more extravagant for this year's livery. And he's going to try and make a move here. He's all over the back of Stephen Lyle into the complex, so Lyle just playing the defensive card, trying to put the car in the middle of the road to stop either Payne or Jones trying to get through. Back into the hairpin go the leaders. And also, interestingly, in the space of literally less than a lap, it's taken Blair McConaughey to get right onto the tail of 5th and 4th positions. So he's up the inside now of Max Gaunt to get the run off the corner, and already by the time they get to the line, he's in front. So there's our top 3, with Wes Payne putting Stephen Lyle under pressure. There goes the top 3. The 4th place should now be, I think, Fraser Jones, and then Blair McConaughey. Yes, into the right-hander they go. And Blair McConaughey's up another spot and sets another new fastest lap of the race, 133.674. So if he can manage this will be one of the drives of the weekend from Blair McConaughey, and he's still got half the race to go. He's picked off all but, what's that now, 4 cars in front to in order to get himself into a strong podium place. And there he goes, charging past Fraser Jones, easy as you like, into 4th place. Meanwhile, the leaders are going to be... there's been a change for 2nd place, because Carl Jones has gone charging past Wes Payne into second place behind Stephen Lyle, so there's been a change for them. But up into fourth now, and leading this group is Blair McConaughey, and I wonder now with the pace he's got, either he's too strong for them, or he will bring them with him to make it an even bigger leading group. But my guarantee has to be, with the pace that he's currently setting, and the fact that he was only 5.7 seconds off the lead, and he's lapping at about 7 to 8 tenths to even a second a lap quicker than the cars in front, he will catch them in the next few laps. That's a guarantee, I'm sure, unless there is any kind of issue. Round the outside for the lead comes Carl Jones on Stephen Lyle. His first major attack he's been under. But now looking for the switch back on the exit. Carl Jones tries to put the car right on the exit of the corner, which he does. Stops Stephen's retaliation dead in its tracks. And so as these three continue to fight here, watch for the white car, Blair McConaughey in fourth place, which would be just behind these three. He's really trying to pull away from Fraser Jones. As Stephen Lyle here comes back under threat from Wes Payne. And now basically Wes has seen how Carl Jones has managed to do it, so he's going to have a go for second place in a moment. So Jones, Lyle, Wes Payne, and there's Blair McConaughey in fourth then. So fourth then trying to close back in. The gap is down to 3.6 seconds. So look at the last lap times. Carl Jones's last lap was a 34.9. It was 36.2, 36.1 for Lyle and Payne. McConaughey was on a 33.7. He's on fastest lap pace, lap after lap, which is pretty incredible. Lyle gets back into the lead down the back straight at Tower Bend. Holds the line. Payne goes back through into second place at the expense of Jones. So in the space of one straight, Jones has gone from first back to third again. And the pace advantage that Blair McConaughey has over everyone means he's completely dropped the scrap that's going on for now fifth place between Fraser Jones, Max Gaunt, William Brunt and Alan Curtis. So that's going on from fifth down to eighth. So there is 14, which is Fraser Jones. He's leading that next group now that Blair McConaughey's broken away. Now I'll be intrigued to see how much the gap has closed in this time by, as that second group goes through the Sunny complex and back into the complex once more. This is lap 11 in this race, and visibly McConaughey's just about there. There he is, the fourth car in shot, going through the car shot now. The white car number 34, that's Blair McConaughey, and I remind you, he started 23rd and last at the back of the grid. So this will be literally the drive of the season for him if he can hold on to this and actually make it happen. He's right there. He'll start to get a tow now from the three cars in front. Across the line they go, lap time wise for the top four. Let's have a look at it. Well, Lyle leads, and it's another new fastest lap of the race for Blair McConaughey. 33.4 now. 133.465, and there he is, look, car 34 on stream. Blair McConaughey, the Flying Scotsman, and certainly he's put himself right into contention here. He really could win this race if he gets an opportunity. So, possibly side by side for the lead now between Wes Payne and Stephen Lyle. We're looking back at Max Gaunt versus William Brunt on the stream, but I can see the change for the lead happening here on screen. It's down the outside, looks Wes Payne. Lyle fights back under brakes and keeps his nose in front as they turn into Tower Bend. But now, not only is Carl Jones back in there, but so in that lead group is Blair McConaughey. He's in that lead group now. It's not a leading trio anymore, it's a leading quartet. There on screen is the battle for fifth down to 8th position. Here's Stephen Lyle, however, out through Croft, has got a tiny gap, but just to his left on screen, if you're watching the live stream, is that battle for second, third and fourth. And Payne has it at the moment as they turn him through Sunny in and Sunny out. Blair McConaughey's there too. Now then, is this going to be the cork in the bottle? Is he going to find a bit of a more challenging time here getting past these three cars, or can he pick them off one by one in order to get himself to the front and do a real back to front job? Into the complex again, top four altogether. Blair McConaughey then on the back of Carl Jones to put himself into a podium place. Wes Payne takes the wider approach into the hairpin to try and get the undercut if he can. Was forced to take the wider line, and now Blair McConaughey with a great one off the corner. Now he's in the slipstream. He will go for third place on Carl Jones. Which way will he go? Jones will stick the car right to the inside of the circuit unless he has to go to the outside to take the racing line. For the lead, however, in front. Wes Payne looks to the outside, under brakes on Stephen Lyle. Into Clairvaux they go. Lyle holds on, and Blair McConaughey goes sideways and he spins. Oh, Blair McConaughey loses it. Blair McConaughey, after all that hard work from the back of the grid, still at 10.5 minutes. It's not completely over, but he quickly gets it going again. He just hit the bump on the inside over the curb and round it went. So, recovery drive take two for Blair McConaughey this time. Now, if he can manage it, 10.5 minutes to go in this race. How much further can he get back up the oar? He's going to do it all over again. He's back in 8th now after he had that spin, but he was so close. That had to be agonising for Blair. He wants to try and pick up as many points as he can after he DNF'd yesterday. Every single point for him will really count in these last 3 meetings here at Croft. Then we've got Sneston in a few weeks' time, and then a couple of weeks after that, the season finale at Cadwell Park. He really has to take every single point that he can to hold on to the championship lead, particularly when drop scores come into play as well. So less than 10 minutes to go then. Into the final third of the race comes the race leader, Stephen Lyle, with Wes Payne on his tail. Carl Jones now unchallenged in third place after the threat that he had earlier on. But I imagine the pace that Blair McConaughey has, I mean, again, he was lapping at least a second quicker than everyone else. I suspect he might have time to possibly do this, but even if he can get past the three or four cars in front, it's going to be a challenge. Now, he's already... Okay, well, he hasn't caught the 4 cars battling over fourth, but them scrapping amongst each other will certainly help him. And then again, he's not too far away from the cars in front. If he can still do this, I'll be absolutely amazed. But it's going to be a very tall order for Blair. On screen, watching the cars for 4th down to 7th, battling away in that quartet. Leaders come back across the line with 9.25 minutes to go. So Lyle still leads. Payne in 2nd place. Carl Jones is 3rd. Fraser Jones is 4th, followed by Gaunt, Brunt and Curtis. And then the recovering Blair McConaughey in 8th. And you'll be having bad memories about that turn 1 at Clairvaux. And again, it's that curb and that bump on the inside line. I know we keep talking about it, but it's been catching so many drivers out on so many occasions, whether it's a Caterham Fun Cup or a CityCar Cup car. Drivers, no one series has been immune to that bump and that inside curb at Clairvaux. Meanwhile, Max Gaunt, who was watching the scrap that's going on between our leaders, was 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Behind them, Max Gaunt's gone round the outside of Fraser Jones to take 4th again. So Max Gaunt has gone back up to 4th. Fraser Jones is in 5th. Then it's Brunt, Curtis and the recovering Blair McConaughey. And he's not. And looking outside the window, going as they go out of the Jim Clark S and towards Barcroft, he hasn't caught back up to them. He's trying, but I think the fact that those 4 cars in that group battling for 4th down to 7th are in that big group and getting one big tow, it hasn't really helped him. He's getting close now, so maybe through some of the faster corners and under brakes he's a bit stronger. But again, what he has to do now is really pick these cars off very quickly, one by one. They're going to go back into the complex, all 5 together now, because McConaughey's on the tail of that train for 4th position. And his tail will be up now, as he's going to try and pick them off as quick as he can, try and get back to these front 3 who are not too far away. Now, his first target is going to be Alan Curtis, but Curtis will be helped by the fact he's got a tow from William Brunt. So McConaughey will get a double tow down towards Clairvaux. Here they go. Top 3 again through the right-hander. Wait for 4th with a wide for Wes Payne on the exit of the right-hander at Clairvaux. Bumping over the curb was Max Gaunt. Through the dust on the camera, we're seeing Max Gaunt just holding on to the position. McConaughey still hasn't got past Alan Curtis, so he's still in 8th, but maybe down the back straight he might get a chance to pick off at least one of these cars in front. Not quite close enough, but we'll wait and see if he can make any headway here. And the 3 cars that are about to go into combat over 4th might well help him. So up the inside shoots Fraser Jones, and he has gone for the move. And Blair McConaughey, goodness me, that was off camera, but he took 2 cars diving last minute into Tower Bend. That was a superb overtake. It's a shame the cameras missed it, but still, massive dive up the inside from Blair McConaughey up at Tower Bend from nowhere, and caught both William Brunt and Alan Curtis completely off guard and went from 8th to 6th in one move. He is not hanging around. He wants to get back to these front runners as quick as he can, but he is running out of time. 6 3/4 minutes to go. Wes Payne holds on to 2nd place, still chasing down Stephen Lyle, who will go for his 2nd win of the weekend, of the season and of his career in Caterham's. So they come back into the complex again, top 3 as they were. Now for the 4th place group, where's McConaughey? Well, he's got past now Fraser Jones. Now he's getting past Max Gaunt quickly. He'll try and get past as quick as he can, and he's not over, because if Blair McConaughey can get past Max Gaunt here with a good run off the corner, which looks like he has got in the slipstream, he's going to try and line him up here, and he's going to try and do what he tries to do to Carl Jones if we can get in the slipstream. Let's try and stick with this if we can. So battle for 4th is on then, down towards Clairvaux. Look to the inside line, and is he through? Looking at the commentary box window, yes he is. He's through this time right. So Max Gaunt lets Blair McConaughey slide back through. Now then, with less than 6 minutes. Can he catch the top 3 again? Let's watch for Blair McConaughey, car 34, championship leader, the white car with the black nose and the black roll bars. Watch for him now in 4th place. He's now under attack from Max Gaunt, which is the last thing he needs to try and catch up to them. He might well have to try and defend here this time by. On the stream, Blair McConaughey then under threat from Max Gaunt again, who he's just passed into Clairvaux. But 5.5 minutes. Now the gap between now 4th and 3rd is 5.3 seconds. That might be a bit too insurmountable for Blair McConaughey is trying to get back past, and what's not helping him is that he's under threat from Max Scott behind, who is not leaving him alone now that he's passed him. So McConaughey's got to get his foot down here. He's going to have to put in some superhuman lap times to catch up to these guys, and even hope that the top three close back in again and start to fight, or he's hoped something happens between the top three in order to help them out. What hasn't also helped this cause is that the top three, all in that last lap, set personal best. They were all 34.0s, the fastest of which by a fraction or so was Carl Jones. So the top three are back together again. That will help him a little bit, but even so, 5.3 seconds with only 4.75 minutes to go. That seems quite an impossible task, but nothing's too impossible. But Blair McConaughey will certainly give it a red hot go, but he'll be cursing himself for making that mistake when he tried to pass Carl Jones, just bumping the inside curb, and as a result of that, that is just where it really didn't work out. So up now towards Clairvaux again. What's the gap now? It's still 5.3 seconds. So his last lap was a 34.098. So he kind of, anytime he lost trying to battle with Max Gaunt, he's now managed to get it back by getting past Max and then putting in some quick lap time. So, but that gap is, looking at visibly out of the commentary box window, looks a little bit too big. He needs the cars in front to really start to hold each other up. But if he can, he'll try as hard as he can to close back in. Watching on stream now, we've got William Brunt now battling away with Fraser Jones and Alan Curtis out through the right-hander, and Brunt gets a good run off the corner. Now side by side, looks one way then the other, but Fraser Jones is going to hold firm as he goes through the Jim Clark S's nose to tail. Looking at there, I think that's Max Gaunt who we're looking on stream now in 5th position behind McConaughey. I'm going to check his lap times. They're going to have, I think, possibly 3 more laps. I think maybe they might have time for 3 more. I think, depending if they can cross the line before we get to about rest. Right, it's going to be close. Maybe 2 more laps, maybe 3 if they're quick enough. We'll have to wait and see what the timer says when they come through. Now, McConaughey has pulled away from Gaunt, but again, he's not catching the top 3 quick enough. Again, it's a case of what might have been. If he hadn't had that spin up at Clairvaux, he would have been in that mix, and certainly, I'm sure, would have been leading, and it would have had a gap on the 3 cars he's trying to chase down in these closing stages. He'll be kicking himself for that, but that's motor racing. Those sorts of things happen, and he is desperately trying his hardest to try and keep in the mix here. Blair McConaughey, their new fastest lap of the race, 33.2. He was basically a full second quicker than anyone else, but as try as he might, he'll need to try and take at least, 2 seconds a lap out of them in front to try to even get close enough to make an attack, more than 2 seconds per lap to try and get that done. That will rely on the top 3 holding each other up and just slowing each other down, but at the moment, they're still running at a pace that suggests they're not going to do that. It was a 34.1 for Lyle last time by, 34.3 for Wes Payne, 34.2 for Fraser Jones, and the 33.2, the new fastest lap of the race, as we mentioned, for Blair McConaughey. He's in no man's land now. He's got that gap to Max Gaunt, so he's not under threat from him anymore, not giving him a tow. But again, just not close enough to the leaders, who, as you watch now, are still pretty close for first and second. Now, if these 2 scrap on the last lap, it'll bring Carl Jones back into play, but of course it means, though, well, if a mistake like that, it'll certainly bring Wes Payne back into play. Stephen Lyle was a little wide on the apex, and look, it is bringing Carl Jones back into the mix. So a mistake there from Carl Jones on the first apex of Sunny Inn brought Wes Payne back into play, and because Wes Payne had to slow up to avoid getting to the back of him, it's brought Carl Jones right in the mix. So into the complex for the second to last time. McConaughey's there in the background if you're watching on the stream. It's the white car that flashed through the top of the shot, but again, he's just not closing in quick enough. He needs these guys to either really hold each other up on this last lap, or, not that we want to see it, something to happen between the 3 if they come together, but that's a big if. So onto the pit straight, 1 more lap to go then. Lap time wise, how are they looking? Well, it's Blair McConaughey across the line, and he does a 33.1. He is pushing like crazy. 2.9 seconds is the gap now between himself and 3rd place. He really is going for it, but it's going to be, I'm afraid, too little too late, I think. He'll have to settle for 4th off the podium, but again, credit where credit's due. One of the drives of the weekend so far. Just that one little block in his copybook in this race, having that spin at Clairvaux, but hats off to Blair, championship leader, driving essentially for not just a result, but essentially to keep his championship lead, and he's doing ever so well to close back in. He'll get very close, but just not close enough to make that move. He managed to pull back 1.5 seconds on that last lap, because the cars in front did 34.6s, 34.7s. He put in a 33.1 to get that fastest lap of the race. So, leaders then, up through Barcroft for the final time. Stephen Lyle's holding on and resisting that pressure from Wes Payne in 2nd place. Carl Jones is still in 3rd, but looks like Stephen Lyle, with just a few corners to go, will hold on for the moment, unless Wes Payne's going to try and get him on the run out of the final hairpin. Carl Jones will stick close in 2nd place, and what are Blair McConaughey's chances what could have been. Wes Payne just looking to the outside. Might have a last opportunity to try and sweep around if he can, but Lyle again puts that car right in the middle of the road to stop any chance of Payne getting through. Out of the complex, into the hairpin for the final time. One last look for Wes. Can he get the undercut, exiting the left-hander? Turns to 180 degrees and back onto the pit straight. He will try and get in the slipstream, but it might not be enough. He'll close in, but it's going to be too late, and it will be a double here at Croft for Stephen Lyle in the 270R Championship. Stephen Lyle wins race 2 in a fantastic effort. Second place for Payne, third for Jones, where Blair McConaughey sets another new fastest lap of the race at the end of that, but unfortunately has to miss out on the podium by 1.6 seconds, but he will be absolutely gutted at missing out. But again, a proper drive from Blair McConaughey, and again, if you're around the circuit, please give them a round of applause. That was another brilliant race, particularly for Blair McConaughey as well, and the top 3. Brilliant driving all around from everyone involved, and top-class racing from start to finish from all of them. Cross the line for the rest of the order. It's Max Gaunt in 5th, Fraser Jones picks up 6th, but it's Alan Curtis in 7th place. 8th place goes to William Brunt, 9th for Dan Clayfan, and 10th for David Morgan, and well, as a small consolation, at least Blair gets to overtake them on the slowing down lap. He got past Fraser Jones, but unfortunately, races forever, so it won't quite count towards the end. But again, he'll get just the personal satisfaction of getting past them on the road. Rest of the field comes through. Congratulations to all of our 270R drivers. Again, like the 310R drivers, they'll be back out for their next rounds coming up at Snetterton, and that'll be at the beginning of October, so they've got about a month to wait until their next round. The next Caterham action, of course, is going to be the top-level Caterham 7 Champion UK, which will be appearing on the Alton Park support package for the British GT Championship, but that's then. This is now, and here's the confirmed provisional results. So Stephen Lyle wins by 0.3 of a second from Wes Payne in 2nd place, Carl Jones in 3rd, and Blair McConaughey, what a heroic drive from the back of the grid to what could have been a win, has to settle for 4th after that spin. Matt Gaunt 5th, then it's Fraser Jones 6th, Alan Curtis, William Brunt, Dan Clayfan and David Morgan rounding out the top 10 minutes. Harry Eyre, who couldn't rise higher than 11th, he was really off the pace and had to settle for outside the top 10. Michael Curley was 12th from Peter Wales, Tim Steele, Oliver Smith, then Craig Mingis, Darryl Cresswell, Roger Gaunt, Paul Herndon, Richard Hall, and then Ryan Errol, the final finisher. We lost Duncan Cook in the closing stages, and we also lost John Cox, who was parked up at the barriers exiting at Hawthorns. The fastest lap of the race, of course, went to the charging Blair McConaughey, 1:33.105. So as a consolation, he will at least get a bonus point for that as well. He'll get, I think, just as many points as he would have done having scored 3rd place. So, well done to all of our Caterham 7270R drivers for an excellent display of driving. Next up on the timetable is our second race of the weekend for the Caterham Roadsport Championship, sponsored by Mission Motorsport. That's coming up very shortly, and I'm sure we'll be hearing hopefully from Andy McEwen down in assembly, so stay tuned. More Caterham action from Croft here with the BRSCC and Caterham Motorsport on its way in just a few moments' time. 270Rs are done and dusted. Next up, it's Roadsports here in Yorkshire.
As that 270R race comes to a close, then we look forward to more Caterham action next. It is the Caterham Roadsport Championship, which sees a continuation of this brilliant Taylor O'Flanagan and Tom Cockerell championship battle. It was Taylor that was victorious yesterday, and as such extended his championship lead by just a handful of points, but there's still next to nothing in it. It's going to be another thrilling race as they both try and get one up on each other in the quest for the 2021 championship. Scott, over to you.
Thank you, Andy. Yes, indeed. We're getting ready for our next race on the timetable here on this BRSCC Caterham Race Weekend in association, of course, with RunYourFleet.com and, of course, Caterham Motorsport as well. We've had the 310R ranks, the 270R ranks we've just seen on stream as well. Next up, it's time for the Roadsport Championship. These drivers are fresh out of the academy from last season, and, of course, in their second season of racing. This is a championship that is exclusively for a combination of either drivers straight out of the academy and also for novice drivers as well. Now these cars are a small upgrade from what the cars that they would take out of the academy, and the only upgrades that they really get from Roadsport is just a new set of tyres, because they get a new set of Avon ZZS tyres as an upgrade, and they also get a rear anti-roll bar as well. And that increases the grip and reduces body roll, which is particularly roll-on oversteer, which you might get from the more simpler road-based suspension, and also, or the academy spec suspension, if you like, or the more basic suspension that they have, and also the academy spec tyre that they have. So the Avon ZZS tyre is a tyre that they carry all the way through Roadsport 270 and 310R, those next three steps on the ladder, before they then move up to the Caterham 7 Championship UK, where they have a purpose-built chassis with dedicated slicks and wet tyres. So do watch out for how these cars handle in this particular race. But yeah, these cars now, pretty much in terms of spec, practically identical to the Academy car. The difference being that rear anti-roll bar and the tyres. They have about 125 brake horsepower, 1.6 litre Caterham-tuned Ford Sigma engines. The cars weigh about 630 kilograms. Road suspension, an open differential, and a 5-speed gearbox with a maximum RPM of 6,800. So they are proper little machines, and it's not uncommon that you do see some cars that some drivers do the proper old school method of driving their cars to the circuit, race them, and then driving all the way back again, provided they're in the same condition that left them when they came back to the circuit. So these drivers are pretty special in terms of the way they can drive these cars. I've seen academy drivers do it, and even Roadsport drivers can do it, and even as high as 270 and 310s. Of course, when you put the headlights and the windscreens back in, you can drive these cars ultimately back on the road. So it's quite smart to see how they progress, and it's great to see that the Caterham Roadsport has got a really nice crop of post-academy drivers that have graduated all the way through from last year's phenomenal pair of Caterham Academy Championships. So the grid for this second Caterham Roadsport race, again, is determined by the results of race 1 yesterday. And it's been a back-and-forth battle between last year's two Academy champions, Tom Cockerell and Taylor O'Flanagan. Taylor O'Flanagan took the victory yesterday, so he will start on pole position in car number 11. Alongside him was his main pursuer in the end. That's car number 25, Dominic Mansberger from Germany. And Tom Cockerell was about 6 seconds off the lead in the end, in third place. He will start from the second row, hoping for a better afternoon today. Gwyn Jones starts alongside him on the second row in car 97. Next, then, behind him in row 3 is Alex Vincent in car 17, and Andy Lunn with a decent start in 6th place in car number 2. Steve Lancaster and Hugo Bush comes next. Hugo Bush had to recover after a little bit of contact earlier in the race, which then saw him slide down to 8th position in the end. Then it's 9th place on the grid for Ryan Lovett, and rounding out the top 10 is Christopher Broom, followed then by Ron Mounsey and Ian Hapgood on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is James Hall and Andrew Berg. Then it's Sam Gibbons and Kevin Turner on row 8. Row 9 is Simon Arnold and Adrian Mariadis. Chris Griffith and Nick Timpson rounds out the top 10. So the top 20, sorry, on the 10th row, with Nick Timpson trying to make up some spots after he retired yesterday. And also there were problems for Marcus Eels and Peter Mott, so they will start at the back in cars 6 and 96. So this race, slightly shorter than the 270R and 310R races, 20 minutes in length, and so slightly shorter, but now the same race lengths as the Academy drivers from the races that they had last year in 2020. Last couple of cars put themselves into position. Green flag will fly at the back when they get the signal, and then the 5-second ball will go up, and once again we will go Caterham racing here at Croft in North Yorkshire, waiting to get the signal. Green flag at the back. Let's go racing once again. 5-second board is up. And can Taylor O'Flanagan make it another win here in Yorkshire, or will the likes of Mansberger, Cockrell and Co. try and take it from him? Lights out, and we go racing in the Roadsports. Decent equal start from the front row as they charge down towards Clever for the first time. On the inside line from pole is to Taylor O'Flanagan. On the outside is the black and green car of Mansberger. Wheel to wheel into Clervo into turn 1, and it's going to be O'Flanagan who turns in with the whole shot. They pour in together, all 22 of them. A couple of cars running wide, and one car goes spinning in the mid-pack, car 20. That is Chris Griffith, I think, that went around, and he just about survives that. Did a complete 360, car snapped one way then the other, and somehow got away with it, practically unscathed. That would have given them a fright. Anyway, down towards the right-hander at Tower Bend, down the back straight for the first time, and the leader's already getting into it. And Flanagan leads, but now Mansberger having to defend the inside line, going into the middle of the road to stop either Cockrell or Gwyn Jones getting past, and also a fast start for Alex Vincent. He's up into 5th place in car number 17 as he started back in position 5 as well. So top 5 pretty much as they were from the grids. They come up through Jim Clark Hess, up through Barcroft for the first time. Apart from 1 or 2 mishaps in the mid-pack, everyone seems to have got away from that relatively unscathed, which is good to see. So Flanagan already trying to start to build a lead here if he can, up through the right-hander, through Sonny, in, through Sonny, out and wide on the exit there for Dominic Mansberger. And again, he's lost a rear wing already, so we need to watch out for those steep drop on those curbs on the exit of Sonny. And you can see there that his driver's left, he's lost his rear wing. Has he got lodged in the... I thought he's got one of the marker boards. He's got one of the marker boards. If you look at Dominic Mansberger's front end of his car, one of the marker posts is lodged in between the suspension. You'll see it in a second. He comes past the pitch. I might get a proper look at it as he comes down towards Clervo. Leaders then down towards turn 1 again at the first proper flying time. So it's going to be O'Flanagan at leads, Mansberger in 2nd place. Then it's Cockrell 3rd, Jones 4th. Alex Vincent 5th, Steve Lancaster's up to 6th, 7th place for Hugo Bush, up 1 place from where he started. Andy Lundy's 8th, then it's Ryan Lovett and Chris Broom rounding out the top 10. Now if we get a shot of Dominic Mansberger's car, you'll see that there's a lodged in marker. Whether it's disappeared or not, we'll have to wait and see. But through the S's they go, one after the other. There's Hugo Bush going out of shot, and then behind him we've got Andy Lund in the black and orange car number 2, being followed by Ryan Lovett in car 38. But down towards the complex they go. And Mansberger getting close. Can't get a proper look at the front end of that car as Gwyn Jones holds off Alex Vincent. Steve Lancaster also in the sort of pale yellow car in car 49, not too far behind in 6th position. Bush, Lund, Lovett and Brim also closing in. But you might just be able to see the little orange, the piece of orange that's just sticking up at the top of the bonnet of Mansberger's car. There's the marker board you can see, and he lost it here. There, you can see it just there, look. Just in his front suspension, there it is, look, just lodged in between. He won't go that wide at Sonny out once again, will he? But he's going to try and get back in the mix. He's not slowing him down either, because he's keeping with in amongst both O'Flanagan and Cockrell. So the 2 Academy champions sandwiching Mansberger here as they come out of the complex again. They're trying to drop Gwyn Jones here in 4th place, and he's falling backwards behind Hugo Bush, who in turn is having a dive up the inside of Alex Vincent. He takes a position. He goes up now into 5th place. So up to 5th has got Hugo Bush. Vincent will try and retaliate on the run back down the pit straight towards Clervo for the 3rd time. And also in the mix we've got Lancaster and Lund going at it for 7th and 8th. Lovett is 9th and Broom rounds out the top 10. And it's Hall, Mounsey, Gibbons, Berg, Turner, Hapgood, Timpson, and Arnold, Niels, Mariadis, Mott and Griffith. They're all still going, so all 22 cars started, all 22 still running, which is happy to see. So they're all in one piece. Now for the lead, it's getting very close because Mansberger's got the run now down towards the right-hander at Tower. Powers down the outside line. They're going to be side by side. Cockrell watches on in 3rd place in the red and white machine. But into Tower they go, and Mansberger still with that the orange marker post attached. He's right on the tail of O'Flanagan here. And of course, much better pace from Cockrell this time after he lost out a little bit. I think he did get a little bit tangled up with Hugo Bush yesterday, which is the reason why he dropped back. But ultimately, it was a scrap between them two that just out of Tower Bend, they just locked wheels, and there was no damage, it seemed, to either car. But the only one that kind of really had lost time was Hugo Bush when he dropped down to eventually 8th place, whereas Cockrell could keep his 3rd place, but was a few seconds back. There is Hugo Bush in the grey and orange car, just on the stream, on 5th position, chasing down Gwyn Jones. Meanwhile, around the outside, for 2nd place of the complex is Dominic Mansberger, whose nose has now fallen quite ajar on the front of that car, in car 25. That will certainly won't help his aerodynamics whatsoever. it now decides to dislodge itself completely, so at least it'll get some extra cooling, but it doesn't look, it looks like when you, it looks like the car's, when you see in the front, like its skull, like its face has been ripped off, but not an unsightly thought you want at all, but it looks rather odd. It's a bit like a skeleton at the front, doesn't it, without the front nose? Anyway, first, second, third all together, then Hugo Bush is fourth, it's then Gwyn Jones in fifth, rest of the pack goes streaming through. We've got Ryan Lovett and Chris Broom in ninth and 10th respectively as they turn out through Hawthorns. So, I'm intrigued to see how much, if at all, the loss of that nose slows down Mansberger. As I say, a silver line to that is at least he's got some extra cooling, but won't thank the lack of straight line speed that this car will have lost. So in through the right hander. I can't believe he's still carrying that marker post. I'll be quiet about it now because I've been on about it for the first part of the race anyway. So top five are going through the left hander at Jim Clark S's, then through the right. So it's still O'Flanagan that leads by 0.6 of a second. He's now got the top two drivers not just battling for the championship, but also the two Academy champions from last year, who are once again locking horns on track now that they've graduated as respective Academy champions. Now they're going for just one title between the two of them, and that'll be quite crucial. As there is Mansberger's car. I can't help how that looks with the front nose has been lodged off now. So still carrying on though in third place. It's not the most attractive thing without the front nose, but form of a function in some cases. Fourth place still for Hugo Bush is in there. He's passed Gwyn Jones. He's going up for third place. Decides to completely bamboozle Mansberger up the inside and sneaks through into third position. Mansberger will try and fight back. Ooh, and Hugo Bush wasn't quite fully alongside. No, there was contact. And look at this Hugo Bush's car. That's the right rear wing that's rubbing against the tyre now. So contact there with Hugo Bush. Really, I think to be fair to him, that was kind of his own doing. He didn't have to move across a Mansberger like that, but he moved across a Mansberger. There was a bit of contact, and because of that, Hugo Bush's car, you can see that the right rear wing is rubbing against the tyre, so if it's not careful, if that doesn't kind of rub the bodywork away from it by itself, you might even find yourself with a bit of a cut tyre or a puncture in some cases. So you've got to be very careful of that. Mansberger will come back at him. Might not have appreciated that little bit of contact between the two of them. Bush will try and defend the inside line. He slots back in instead behind the German. So everyone's getting all arms and elbows at the moment in this early part of the race. Haven't hit halfway just yet, but still the race carries on. So up through the Jim Clark S's again. We're now looking at Taylor O'Flanagan with quite a lead now, just under half a second between the top two. Tom Cockrell keeping up the pursuit in second place, and then third place still for Mansberger with Bush trying to chase him down. So top three together as they won, not as they were on the podium, but as they did appear on the podium yesterday. And it's Bush then under threat from Gwyn Jones, gets that run into the complex now for the on the inside of Hugo Bush into there, and still Bush holds on, but Jones is big up, massive under threat. The second group of cars, which is now headed by Alex Vincent, and by Chris Broom with Lund, Lovett and Chris Broom, currently rounds out the top 10, but now Flanagan will get a proper chance here to try and make a move on Tom Cockrell as they come up towards the end of the circuit at Clairvaux. Back in the slipstream over that curb. Mansberger holding on to third place. A bit of a gap to fourth now as Hugo Bush and Gwyn Jones holding on to fourth and fifth at this point. Turn their way out of Hawthorns. Now up through the back straight now, and Cockrell will get a chance to try and get past in the slipstream here, down towards the right-hander at Tower Bend. He gets the toe down the outside line. They're going to be side by side, but two outgoing Academy champions going wheel to wheel into Tower Bend. And still, Flanagan holds on to the lead from the front of the grid. And Mansberger in just third place, just keeping a close watching brief as they turn out through the Jim Clark S's side by side again. And Flanagan again keeps his nose in front, but I think because Cockrell thought about making a move and then backed out of it, has now got Mansberger all over him for second place. Just trying to find them on the camera shot. That's the scrap for fourth going on. That's Hugo Bush versus Gwyn Jones as they come back into Sonny in and then Sonny out. And as for... Right, now I saw him flash through the shot. There has been a change for second as well because Mansberger is past. There he is. Car 25 with no front nose and that front marker, that orange marker post lodged in his suspension. Might not be the prettiest sight, but it's certainly doing the job at the moment in second place. He's doing a fine job to try and keep with Taylor Flanagan down the pit straight. He will now try and get the toe up towards Clairvaux again. Look at his screeches of tyres as the cars are winding their way out through the complex back onto the pit straight as we come up towards half distance. So O'Flanagan, Mansberger, Cockrell, that's the top 3 still. Cockrell with unfinished business here. He'll try and close back in to get a move. He can stay close here through the right-hander of Hawthorne and out through the S's. He'll have a great chance to get back in the slipstream and cruise past Mansberger, potentially trying to break him down into the complex. At this point in time, though, Mansberger's got the toe on O'Flanagan. He will go to the outside this time, but again, O'Flanagan, very, very smart driving there, where he put the car practically in the middle of the road, then just drifted back to the racing line into the braking zone to make sure that he could defend and basically corner off any chance of an opportunity that Mansberger and Cockrell might have had. Getting closer again through Jim Clark S's and through that sequence of corners. Again, Mansberger got close with the momentum he could carry, but then through Barcroft he backed off a little bit, and that's now put Cockrell back into play here as they come back into the complex of Sunny in. Turn right again, through Sunny out, mind the curb on the exit. That's caught Mansberger out more than once so far in this race at this stage. And now we come back into the complex again. So O'Flanagan, Mansberger and Cockrell. That's still the top we covered by... It's less than 0.8 of a second now. It was 0.8 of a second across the line, but it's definitely less than that. Meanwhile, behind them, Gwyn Jones has got past Hugo Bush for 4th now. So Gwyn Jones is back past Hugo Bush into P4. The leaders go back down the pit straight again with 8 3/4 minutes left on the clock. Rest of the top 10 is Alex Vincent in 6th, Andy Lund in 7th, Ryan Lovett in 8th, and it's Steve Lancaster ahead of Chris Broome to round out 9th and 10th places. So no change in the order just yet. 8.5 minutes still to go in this Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship race. And Mansberger got a really good run off of Tower Corner, and no section or not, he's going to have a great chance to go down the outside here, down towards Tower Corner. Side by side for the lead, diving down the outside and even getting himself in front into the braking zone before he even turns in. And it's now Dominic Mansberger's turn to take the turn in the lead here. Meanwhile, Hugo Bush has a late dive into Tower at the expense of Gwyn Jones, but Jones holds on and maintains 4th position, but he hasn't shaken off the 22 car just yet. So now for the first time in this race proper, it's going to be Mansberger that heads for O'Flanagan. O'Flanagan, I think, will be the first time he won't need a lap in this race. And now he'll have also Tom Cockrell to think about, because Tom is right on his tail as they all make their way through Sunny in and Sunny out again. This is on lap 8 of this contest, and now with a good run off for the second part of that Sunny complex, now he tries to put himself alongside to the outside line for the first part of the complex, looks for the switchback as he goes to the second part. Cockrell goes right round the outside and almost found himself with an opportunity to get through, but Flanagan just shut the door quick enough to stop any kind of chance that Cockrell might have had. And I'm going to keep an eye on the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, because that's got Gwyn Jones with Hugo Bush over him, and watch Alex Vincent as well, who might get a chance to get past. But nonetheless, this is now going to be a great scrap going on between the top 3. Still Mansberger holding off O'Flanagan. Now, rather than being the hunted, he's now the hunt. O'Flanagan is now the hunter, because he's the one that's having to do the chasing here to try and close down and repass Dominic Mansberger if he can. But Dominic will certainly want to get a victory. He had a bit of a turbulent weekend at Brands Hatch. It didn't quite go his way, and he felt a bit disheartened after it. But if he can pick up a win, that will certainly bring his spirits back up. And he'll certainly, I'm sure, be the happy and smiling and enthusiastic Dominic that we usually know in the paddock. He wasn't quite himself at Brands Hatch after some 1 or 2 incidents he was involved in. 4th and 5th though are still close. Gwyn Jones and Hugo Bush, and just keeping an eye on this battle for the lead on screen and down at the Sunny corners as they come back down through Barcross. If you're watching down on track, so you can see them as they turn in through the first right-hander, then the short little straight, and now into the second right-hander. See the marshals down the inside of the circuit watching on. Big thank you to all the marshals watching here, and all our volunteers and all our medical crews and recovery crews for all their hard work. 6 minutes to go. I'm sure they're watching a very entertaining race between these 3 at the front. Even though it's not the biggest pack, all it takes is the top 3 to keep together and have this really close race. It is always entertaining to watch when these Caterhams get together and have a brilliant battle at the front of the field. Now, one car to watch is going to be Tom Cockrell, because I suspect he's keeping his powder dry for a moment. Now he's going to go on the attack for second place. The two Academy champions in 2020 are now side by side on the run down towards Clairvaux. Mansberger's getting away here. Now Cockrell looks to the outside line. Flanagan will try and outbrake him, or he was going to try and do that, but Cockrell goes sailing around the outside, and into second place he goes. So Tom Cockrell then gets past his fellow Academy champion from last year, drifts out wide through Hawthorns, and Flanagan says, cheers mate, back up the inside I go, back into second place. But if he gets a better run off the corner, Cockrell will try and get him back here, and look at that, Flanagan knows that he's going to try and come back at him quick enough. Down towards Tower they go, closes in even faster, closer into the braking zone, but no, not quite into Tower this time. He will stay in third place. Behind for fourth on screen, we can see Hugo Bush again going on the attack for Gwyn Jones. As Alec Vincent watches on in car 17, he's having a great run in sixth position. Still Andy Lund in seventh place from Lovett, Broome and Lancaster, as our leaders go back out towards the top end of the circuit through that very fast right-hander of Barcroft and back into the complex. And Dominique Mansberger putting a grand job in. Usually we've seen him sail away when it's been quite wet, no pun intended, but in the dry conditions he's been getting much stronger, and he's usually strong in the dry anyway, but usually when it rains he pretty much is, to coin the German phrase, the Rainmeister. He's doing quite a fine job at the moment, and just holding on to take a race victory of his own. Now into the complex again, and now down the pit straight to end another lap. 4 minutes left in the books in this second Mission Motorsport Caterham Motorsport Championship race of the weekend. Dominique Mansberger looking for victory. Taylor Flanagan wants his second. Tom Cockrell wants his first in a while. There is Tom. And then further back, there's 4th, 5th and 6th together. So Hugo Bush is trying to pull a gap now on Gwyn Jones. A little wide through the apex there was Hugo. That will bring Gwyn back in, as it will also Alex Vincent, and also watch out for Andy Lund as well. He's not too far away in 7th place. We believe though they're going side by side down towards Tower Bend. Watch for this. Here comes down the outside for Taylor Flanagan. Oh, Tom Cockrell's off the road. Tom Cockrell, there must have been contact between possibly either something's happened to Tom Cockrell. Either there was contact. I was watching the stream to see what was happening, but Tom Cockrell off the road. He's parked it right just down at the against the barrier where the rallycross circuit is. So Tom Cockrell then, dramatically, one of the championship contenders out of the race then. He's parked the car way off the road, so it shouldn't be a yellow flag of any kind, I don't think. He's way out of any danger, but it now means that as Taylor Flanagan takes the lead here at Croft Circuit, back into the lead once more with Mansberger in second place, that scrap between Bush and Jones now becomes a scrap for the final podium place, because Tom Cockrell, rather heartbreakingly, is out of the race. Now, I wasn't sure if he clipped a curb, he clipped a tyre stack or something, but it looks as though that whatever happened, he wasn't far behind the top two. I think it looks like he might have done it by himself. So whether he's clipped something himself that can run wide, I'm not sure. But I did see the aftermath where I saw the top two go through, but then I was wondering where Cockrell was. And he was quite far back, and that's the reason why. So sadly, to Tom Cockrell, then car 59, the red and white machine, which is now parked against the barrier near the rallycross circuit, is sadly out of it, I'm afraid. So now, with 2 minutes and 20 to go, it is Flanagan versus Mansberger. And now, right all the way back now, to hear this fact for now, what is now, I think if they've probably worked it out, or they might not work it out until the finish, the battle of a third place now between Bush, then Jones, but now also Alex Vincent, and also count in Andy Lund and Ryan Lovett. So it's now going to be a 5-car scrap for third place. Excellent stuff between these two, between these 5 cars at the front. Hugo Bush has the run down the back straight. Here comes Gwyn Jones to the outside in car 97. The red car with the black bonnet looks to the outside. Hugo Bush defends, puts the car in the middle of the road, turns in through Tower Bend, through the right-hander. Vincent gets closer. Now we're watching out the back of the circuit, waiting for our top 2 to come into sight, I believe. Or that will be our scrap for third, won't it, coming through? So there's Hugo Bush going through Jim Clark S's. And now Alex Vincent's joined in too. He's just behind Gwyn Jones. He's closed in, so he's just there to the letter shot, just behind the timing tower, hiding. Car 17. The sort of grey and green car that's in the mix. Our leaders, meanwhile, are side by side into the complex, but with O'Flanagan still with his nose in front. We're still watching on stream the battle now for third place between Hugo Bush and Gwyn Jones, with Alex Vincent watching on there in P5. A little wayward there off the apex there was Alex. He lost a bit of time to bring Andy Lund and Ryan Lovett back into play, but here's our top 2 with O'Flanagan back in the lead. They're going to start the last lap of the race now, 58 seconds on the clock, and now it's a chance to Flanagan to see if the Mansberger will try and get back past Flanagan. He needs to try and keep close as much as he can to try and get a move into Tower Bend. For third place, meanwhile, it looks as though I think Bush has pulled away a little bit from Gwyn Jones. He's now got a gap of about 0.4 of a second, so we'll have to wait and see if he can close back in. Meanwhile, for the leaders, Mansberger, he's right there. He's got a great run off the S's down towards the complex. We're waiting for the cars for third place to come through of Bush and Jones, but now down towards the complex here at Tower Bend down the outside goes Dominic Mansberger going for the lead to Tower Bend round the outside. Can he hold on to it? The answer is just about yes, but he's got the inside line for the first part of the Jim Clark S. We're watching on stream the battle for third between Hugo Bush and Gwyn Jones. Jones looks down the outside into the right-hander, but Hugo Bush holds on. Meanwhile, Mansberger has completed the move, and he's into a lead on the last lap. Half a lap to go, with a car that's got one rear wing missing, the front nose missing, and the one orange marker post lodged in the suspension. You wouldn't think it was a race-winning car. It might not be yet if you can't get it to the flag in front. But now through the right-handers at sunny in and sunny out. Mo Flanagan right on his tail. We could be in for a grandstand, typical Caterham photo finish here. Into the complex for the final time. Mansberger with Flanagan all over him through the left-hander. Turn right, stick to the inside line, back on the power again. Flanagan is so close. Can he get to the undercut here into the hairpin for the last time? Can he get a bit of traction down the pit straight towards the checkered flag? There's a car off the road in the background as well. We'll get to that in a second. But as the checkered flag, it might not be over. Oh, Flanagan missed a shift. He's not going to get it. Down towards the checkered flag. Dominic Mansberger takes victory in race 2 in the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship. Tenor Flanagan was denied, it looked like, by a missed shift on the exit the final corner. He will be kicking himself for that, but second place is still very strong for his championship chances. Third goes to Hugo Bush. I'm sure he'll realise it was third just about in a second. Fourth for Gwyn Jones, fifth for Alex Vincent, and it's Andy London sixth, Ryan Lovett seventh, and then Chris Broome, Steve Lancaster and Nick Timpson rounding out the top 10. Nick Timpson will be happy with that. From towards the back of the grid, I think he was 20th on the grid. He finishes up in 10th position. We passed half the field to get there. We're looking here at Adrian Marialis with a strong drive, also to 14th, ahead of Simon Arnold, and Kevin Turner back in 16th as well. So excellent racing. That'll be crucial though for Tom Cockrell, losing out after retirement in that second race. Dominic Mansberger will be a very happy German driver back in assembly area in Park Fairbairn, because he will have taken victory on the road, at least and outright, from Taylor and Flanagan on pure dry pace alone. So he'll be absolutely delighted with that, and I'm sure they'll be springing his step once more. So Dominic Mansberger takes victory then. Across the line they go. And at the end of it all, a magnificent way to finish off today's Roadsport action. There's still 3 more races to go today, which is for our Caterham Academy drivers, and of course in between that we've got our second Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the day as well. So stay tuned for that if you want to tune in for the last 3 races of this afternoon. So, excellent stuff from all involved in the Caterham Roadsport Championship. Congratulations to everyone that made the flag. We lost to Kevin Turner at the end of the pit lane. We also saw Sam Gibbons retire towards the end of the race, and of course Tom Cockrell's car, which is now moving again under its own power, but obviously not at 100% health, it looks like. So he will try to bring that car back around again. And in come our race winners. I think Tom Cockrell was driving it on the grass by the barrier before he comes in. Right, on stream, here's confirmation of that provisional result. So Dominic Mansberger wins from Taylor Flanagan by 0.8 of a second. Hugo Bush picks up the final podium spot from Gwyn Jones in 4th. Alex Vincent picks up 5th from Andy Lund, Ryan Lovett, Chris Broome, when it's Steve Lancaster and Nick Timpson. Then Ron Mountsie finishes 11th from James Hall in 12th. Peter Mott and Adrian Marialis come next from Simon Arnold, Andrew Bergbaum in Hapgood. Then Marcus Eels, Chris Griffith, and then Kevin Turner, who finished in the pit lane. So he did finish the race, I think, but he came in the pit lane in 20th, and then sadly we lost Tom Cockrell, crucially, one of our main championship contenders, and Sam Gibbons. He will have to use that as a drop score going into the mix, into the last couple of meetings at Snetterton and then Cadwell. So, more Caterham action coming up shortly. It's the first of our Academy races coming up next on the timetable, so stay tuned. There's more Caterham Motorsport action coming up with the white group in just a few moments' time. It's going to be a cracker to watch these rookie drivers get in the mix here at Croft. Stay tuned.
Well, a dramatic Caterham Roadsports race there then, and that problem there for Tom Cockerell could prove to have some real championship ramifications as we move into the final part now of the 2021 Caterham Motorsport season. The same is true of the Caterham Academy Championships, both the white and green group out racing here today. The white group, in fact, are the next cars due out on circuit. They've got just 3 races left in the championship, 1 today and 2 next time out at the Snetterton finale, and it couldn't be much more finely poised in the championship. It's William James that's got the points advantage by just 1 point though, and he is not here this weekend, so this will have to become his dropped score for the round. That then opens up the door for Harry George and Charlie Lauer, who are not that far behind him in the points. George, as I said, just 1 point behind him, to try and take some points out of him, and those two are starting on the front row of the grid. It's set to be a really exciting race, this one. Scott, over to you.
Excellent, thank you, Andy. Yes, our next Caterham action is just about to get underway very shortly with the first of our 2 races for the Love Cars Caterham Academy, which is our least experienced and our least experienced rookie drivers on the grid. And the first of our 2 groups, as there are so many that sign up for each year's academy, they have to split them across into 2 groups and therefore 2 separate championships within. So the first of which is going to be the white group, who will be in action here this afternoon. And of course, we're going through their grid very, very shortly. So, just to reiterate for those who are in the Academy, the Caterham Academy essentially is a series that is only for rookie drivers only. You can't have held a competitive racing licence before you join the Caterham Academy. The whole package is around about circa £30,000, but you get the race car, you get all your race entries, you also get your track and test days and your drift days and handling days all thrown into that as well. And then when you start the season, when you get your ARDS test, as everyone does in the academy together, do their ARDS test together to get their racing licence. They then do group test days and track days, and then to start the season, they will start them off at a sprint at places like Kerborough or Aintree to get themselves ready for competitive action. Then once that's out of the way, then they get them onto the circuits, and they've raced so far this year at some great circuits, such as the likes of I think Donington Park, it's been Mallory Park to start their season. Knock Hill in Scotland was one of them as well. They've also been to the likes of Brands Hatch and Brands Hatch. Silverstone also on the Grand Prix circuit was quite an experience for them. Now they come to Croft this weekend for their first taste of a North Yorkshire circuit, which should be quite intense. And Andy McKeown, you've been doing a lot of running around this afternoon, so it's good to have you back in the seat with the commentary box. This is a special moment for these guys, of course. Every time they visit a new circuit, it's always a brand new experience for them. They're going into the unknown. But that's what makes it so exciting and fascinating for them to go into a new circuit, to learn the nuances of what Croft circuit's about. And for them, it's all vital education for their next few seasons going into Caterham racing, should they choose to continue into Roadsport 270 and 310R. Because what they learn here, they're going to take with them for the next 3, 4, 5 seasons in Caterham racing, and then beyond if they move on to other races at further afield, such as high levels of racing or other championships within club racing itself. It's a very vital championship in many cases. I call it the Formula 4 of sports cars. It's got lots of similarities between that and the single seater championship. Lots of similarities in terms of how it teaches car control, all sorts. It's a really special championship for those who've never raced before, and it really does bring in some fantastic young drivers, well, various ages of drivers of varying experience levels once they finish.
Yeah, I mean, this is, for most of these drivers, their 6th ever motor race that they're about to go into. They really are learning right in front of our eyes, and I find that fascinating. I love watching junior categories of racing for the same reason, because you really see drivers coming on stronger as the year goes on, and there will be some that take to it really quickly and they're bang on the pace right at the start of the season. And then there are others that maybe take 2 or 3 races just to sort of get to grips with the car, build in confidence, get stuck in a bit more, and then they start to score the points as the season goes on. Case in point is Charlie Lower, who is 3rd in points here coming into this weekend. Started off the season really well with a win, but that was in a sprint, and then as far as the races were concerned, it took him until Silverstone 2 races ago to get his next victory of the season. So Charlie is clearly getting faster as we go into the 2021 season, and there are others as well who have just now started to challenge for podiums and top 5s as we get deeper into the campaign. So I love watching their progress, and racing here at Croft, I'm sure they're going to learn an awful lot, because it's a really challenging, bumpy, unforgiving circuit, the likes of which arguably they haven't really raced at so far. Yes, Knock Hill, where they raced twice earlier on this year, that's definitely a challenge, but this one, a much more high-speed circuit really, so this is something new, I think, for all of them.
Do you know what else you're going to love as well? On main scores, William James leads the way with 141 points, one ahead of Harry George 140, and then 136 for Charlie Lower. On drop scores, all 3 are tied on 97 points each. So that makes it even more intense, of course, because when drop scores come into play, it makes it that little bit more there's a bit more maths, a bit more calculations to get involved, and the strategy of kind of picking the results and making sure that you get the results that you need is very crucial, particularly when you get to the latter end of the season, like you're coming here, when quite literally every single point has to count and is crucial. And of course, in some cases, if you have to rely on your drop scores, you have to hope that the results that you've got throughout the season, as you get towards the top end of the year in the final few races, you have to hope the results that you've got through the year are good enough to carry you if you need to rely on them. Otherwise, some drivers have to only gain back less points than they could do if they get worse results towards the end, and that can really hamper the chances of some drivers. It can literally be a point or two difference between winning the championship and missing out and being second or third. It really is that close.
No, it absolutely is. And what's interesting is that William James, the championship leader, I don't think is here this weekend, is he? So this will now become his dropped score. Now, okay, he can fall back on that drop score, of course he can, but it means he can't now at Snetterton next time at the finale afford to have a bad race. So Harry George and Charlie Lower, they really need to score big in this race. And also Giles Perry, who's not a million miles back in the championship, if they can score really well, if any one of them can win this race, really puts some pressure on William when he makes his return, we presume, at Snetterton next time out.
Absolutely. Last couple of cars getting in position. Quick run down the first few rows. Harry George will start on pole with Charlie Lower alongside him. Giles Perry and Gareth Lucas are next on the second row. Then Tom Noakes and Mike Banton from Benja Headley and Mark Januszewski, and Simon Patel and James Moon round out the top 10. And just in time as the green flag flies, and we're all set to see some of our rookie drivers within the Caterham ranks get underway. The penultimate round of the 2021 Love Cars Caterham Academy White Group Championship all set to get underway. One more race before the finale at Snetterton in October. Who can take the top spot and the maximum points? Red lights are on. Who can win the sprint towards turn one? Let's find out. Decent start for the first couple of rows. It looks like the Harry George from pole position has managed to get himself away pretty cleanly as they head down towards turn one for the first time. 20 minutes of racing for the Caterham Academy, in towards Clairvaux for the first time, and it will be, by the looks of things, Harry George that leads it then. The rest of Farkhill is piling through, one or two drivers going a little bit wide, as you'd expect with these rookie drivers. They turn in through the right couple of corners. Oh dear, two cars in contact, 67 and 74 involved. So 67 is Enel Patalia, and it's also Julian Roebucker involved in that. So those two cars coming to blows, but they will get, they both look as though they've got back underway, even with a little bit of damage as a result of that. But down towards the complex for the first time, and looking around the outside is Charlie Lower for the lead on Harry George, and also in there watching on is car 71, which is Giles Perry. He started third, but getting good to will with Gareth Lucas and Tom Noakes. So already some frantic battles at the front, but this is the great thing. They're learning, literally watching them learn and develop before our eyes, and so that's quite a frantic start, but you can tell from when they started in the season to where they are now that they've learned a lot in those races that they've run to be able to get a clean start towards the front, pick their way through in the opening lap and survive it so they can settle in to try and pick off the battles that they want to get position.
But now they've got to learn where can you overtake, where is it important to defend. This again is something new for them. They've done testing, they've been out to qualifying, they've not raced at Croft before, so the top two, Harry George, Charlie Lower, they're nose to tail, but Charlie will be thinking, right, okay, where can I actually attack for the race lead? Well, apparently into the complex is somewhere that he can attack, because he's all over the back of Harry George as they wind their way through here into the hairpin and back out the other side. The safety car, I think, was just on standby there in case we needed it for this first corner shunt, but I think both of those cars managed to drag themselves out of the way, so it pulls into the pit lane, the field continues on its way, and Harry George will lead the opening lap of the race then. Second place is Lower, but look at Giles Perry, he's really closed in on them in the second half of that lap. They were further ahead of him, I think, as they went through Tower half a lap ago, and he is now starting to close back in on those top two. George and Lower start really scrapping, and Giles will be well and truly a part of that fight.
Absolutely. So out through the S's then for the second time. A little slide, I think, from Harry George, and that will certainly give the opportunity for Charlie Lower to try and make a move. He's going to put himself wide outside. Oh, goodness me, there's been an incident up at Hawthorns. Two cars are off in the barriers. Another one came across on the incident and sideswiped the front of the car that went off. So that will certainly be at least a safety car, if not, I presume, possibly a red flag, because there are two cars that are stranded up at Hawthorns. That I think will be at least a safety car that needs to clear them up. If not, they'll have to stop this race, I think. So that's it. That's the kind of downside of the rookie drivers, of like these guys in their first season, is that unfortunately there are points when you have to find the limit, and unfortunately when you do find that limit, sometimes you overstep it a little bit too much, and stuff like that can happen. But it's all part of being a racing driver. Just unfortunate that some of these drivers that get caught up in that incident when they were hoping for a clean race to get through, but sadly some of these drivers haven't quite had the great start they had, and as we predicted, Andy, red flag, which is no surprise. So it's unfortunate, but again, you have to remember, these are rookie drivers, they're learning as they go, so you don't get through a rookie season without making one or two incidents, no matter how big or small. So that's just part and parcel of motorsport.
It is, absolutely. It looked like it was the 13 of Robert Beek that was pointing the wrong way up there at Hawthorne. We've also had the 19 of Chris Roberts recovering, and I think that was Alan Bateman, number 23, that I saw going down the back straight. That is, oh, there's another one, isn't there? The number 64 is Richard Lawrence. So 13 Robert Beek there with the damage to the left front. Lawrence's car in the background pointing the wrong way as well. Tricky part of the circuit, that, though, because you're fully committed into Hawthorne. And from these sort of low-slung single-seaters, you probably can't see far around Hawthorne as you commit to it, because they've got that big tyre stack on the apex. If you're surrounded by other cars especially, you will have no idea if someone's spun in front of you, and as they then come across the outside of the road to try and get out of the way, that does unfortunately put them right on the racing line. So it's not an uncommon incident, and unfortunately that's been quite an expensive one by the looks of it. Lots of damaged cars, and a number of them I think will be heading straight for the pit lane now to try and get their repair work started. Although whether they'll be able to get into the resumption of the race, we'll have to wait and see. But the main thing is I think the drivers were all out of the cars. There's a lot of fluid on the track look up at Clairvaux. Now that's actually before where the incident was. I noticed there's some fluid through the complex just behind us as well. So I think that might have been from the lap 1 incident maybe, because I did spot 1 or 2 cars limping around even then.
Yeah, there might be Anil Patalia or the other car that was involved, which was at car 77, I think, which was Arnold. So no, sorry, it was either I think it was either Roebuck or Patalia that had the fluid that's gone down. I think you're absolutely right. The content that they have means that there's possibly some fluid going around. There was also a car that was going slower towards the back, and that was the 77 of Lyndon Arnold. So I think he must have got involved in something as well. But unfortunate to see. But the main thing is that all the drivers that are involved in the incident are at least able to get out of the car of their own power, and that's the main concern, because of course that's the main thing in any kind of incident. So the cars have been pulled onto the grid now. Because they haven't completed 2 racing laps when the red flag came out, they will grid them up in their original qualifying order, which means that Harry George and Charlie Lowe will be back on the front row of the grid together. So anyone that lost positions, it's a double-edged sword, but anyone that gained positions on the first couple of laps is going to have to go back to where they started originally and do it all over again. And at the same time, it's a saving grace for those who lost positions, because if you lost places on that first lap, you get to start back higher up where you were before. So there's 2 sides to it depending on your situation on those opening couple of laps, but ultimately it's a chance for these guys to take a breather and to give it another go after what was a very energetic first lap and a half to get these guys underway, and it gives you a chance just to breathe, let some of that adrenaline flow out a little bit, and then calm down a bit until they get back up racing again, because that's all about it. Once you get in that first couple of laps, when you're in the pack, you can feel everything's pumping, and it means that you're really sort of on edge trying to get yourself around the pack. But it gives you a chance just to calm a little bit and just reset and go again, and hopefully keep themselves out of trouble this time.
Yes, that's the theory anyway, isn't it? But yeah, that's in fairness, the top 4 runners at the point of the red flag were all in grid order anyway. You had to go down to Tom Noakes in 5th to find someone that actually lost ground, and he lost 2 places. So Tom, I suppose, will be fairly happy with the opportunity to try this again. So the cars then gridding back up again for this race restart. The top 4 runners actually were in the exact same order they were running in at the time, at the start of the race. So George, Lower, Perry and Lucas didn't really gain any ground or lose any. You have to go back to Tom Noakes in 5th place to find someone that did lose a couple of spots. He was running 7th at the time of the red flag. So he, of all people, I think will be quite happy to get a restart, get a second opportunity at this. They're already gridding the cars up as well, so I think the anticipation is that this isn't going to take too long to get the race back underway. So waiting for the recovery work to be done, and this gives us a good opportunity, doesn't it, to thank our very hard-working volunteer marshals who are hard at work out there, and without them we couldn't enjoy this sort of motor racing, and they've done a fantastic job all weekend long. They had a couple of incidents to deal with, haven't they, over the course of the weekend, and they've dealt with them as well and efficiently as we'd expect them to.
Absolutely, and we can't ever fault our Orange Army. They do a fantastic job. We have to remember, of course, in that sequence that, as you see them hard at work here to clearing up the incident up at Hawthorns, and that's a good sight to see that all the drivers involved are at least walking around with helmets off out of the cars and appear to be on the surface okay. Any incident, they'll always go to the medical centre to go and be checked over by the chief medical officer and their team to make sure that they are A-OK after any incident, however big or small. Bit of a clear up as well going on to try and make sure the entire circuit's cleared up. A couple of the maintenance and recovery teams out there to kind of clear up any debris or any fluid that's on the car after the impacts. But yeah, absolutely. The Orange Army are, for me, in terms of marshals, they are the best in the world, genuinely, because they're so well trained. They get refresher training every year or so. They really do get so much training. They get all the different techniques that are put in the mix, different new techniques and new training methods and new kind of procedures that have to be trained on as well. They all get taught them every single year. They get refreshed to make sure they're up to date. And the quality of marshalling in the UK is so good that they get invited not just places like the British Grand Prix, but to further afield events in Europe and America, even as far as Abu Dhabi for the Grand Prix over there. That just shows how much quality there is within British marshalling talent in terms of those who are come on these weekends. I know we say it every single time, but it really is true. Without the marshals and all of our volunteers and officials know to give it their time to be here, genuinely, these meetings can't happen. They really can't happen because they are a vital part. They are. It's a thing which is said often, but it's never a true word said. They are the lifeblood of race meetings and the motorsport in the UK, and without them, we wouldn't be sitting here talking at a race meeting because it just simply wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, most definitely, and we, as I said, are eternally grateful for all of the hard work that they do and will continue to do, I'm sure. They're stood out there in all weathers. Thankfully, this weekend it's been pretty pleasant, but they're just as enthusiastic, sort of, even if it is wet and windy and cold out there, which has been known on the odd occasion in British motorsport. I couldn't help but smile to myself just then. We got a great shot of the cars on the grid from the pit wall, I think, and a lot of the drivers, not all of them, but a lot of them are using the opportunity. These cars, of course, all carrying registration plates and using that as an opportunity to tell everyone what their nicknames are. Now, whether they came up with these nicknames themselves or whether it's what the other drivers call them, I'm not too sure, but there were some particularly amusing ones that I spotted out there, and that sort of does indicate, doesn't it, the fun and enjoyable nature of getting involved in Caterham racing, because it is a big racing family, and because drivers tend to stay in the Caterham Motorsport family for year after year after year after year, they get to know each other, and then they actually become really quite close over the years, and the longer that they continue racing, the better they get to know each other, and you do get that real camaraderie as you walk through the paddock. And as I was doing so earlier on this afternoon, they're all laughing and joking, they're all meeting up, having a cup of coffee with each other, and talking about their racing exploits, and it's just a really, really nice paddock to be a part of. Yeah, absolutely, and the great thing is that what it also does is it the more they race with each other, the more it instills trust between a particular group of drivers. And that's where you generally tend to see a group of academy drivers that are kind of the front runners that will come through with it's a collective of drivers. Because in every Caterham Academy season, you do get one or two drivers that will drop off and just do the season, or then go and race elsewhere, or they'll say, right, I've had my fun racing in the academy, I'm going to move away and take a break or go do something else. But the core drivers that stick on from the academy genuinely stick together. And they do tend to go up together as a collective through Roadsport, then through 270R, then through 310R, and then steadily there's a bit of a drip feed of drivers that will move up into the top ranks or stay in 310R for a while or move on to a different challenge. But that's the great thing in terms of when you enter the Caterham Academy, you genuinely make friends, arguably for life, because you, or at least for your duration within Caterham racing circles. And I've known there are several drivers that I know I've been friends with who have been part of the same, well, I know paddocks have been part of the same academy group for the last that started back in the academy in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and occasionally one will go off and do something else and come back and race, and you get that collective of drivers, and that's where it instills that trust in the drivers. When they're racing wheel to wheel, it means that they know when they're racing together they can run close, they can run just that far away from coming into contact, but they can do it cleanly without a wing going off somewhere or a contact with someone hitting someone in the back. It's only in extreme circumstances when that happens. So that just shows how close the drivers are, and also how well knitted how close knit each academy group tends to be as it goes up the ranks. And then as they're all on the same paddock together, usually some drivers in one championship will stay on and watch other championships because they've got friends in other steps of the Caterham ladder. So it really is one big collective, and Caterham do make sure that it is a proper family atmosphere. They have, the lunch they put on every weekend. They have paddock parties in the evening as well. They get the drivers together and have a drink and a laugh with some food. It really is a proper weekend, proper like racing weekend away where you get to do it with your mates. I heard someone liken race meetings as kind of like it's like
I forgive the slightly sort of gender-based term, but it's kind of a bit like a spa day out for men in many cases, where you get told where to go, you get told what to do, you get the benefit of having a race car that's pretty much mostly put together for yourself. You go and race and enjoy yourself, you pay £700, and then you go home again. It's a little bit similar to that in terms of cases. I heard that term, and something to that effect. It's not far from that truth. These guys really do come in just to have fun, to enjoy themselves with their friends, and ultimately live out any fancy, their ambitions of being a racing driver. And that's something which, in some cases, while it might be a monetary cost to it, the memories that will create from that, it's cheesy to say it, I know, but are genuinely priceless. It's fantastic. You get the memories and the friendships that carry on, not just whilst they're racing, but beyond that as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. And if it's not fun, there isn't really much point in doing it, is there? So that is definitely the ethos that Caterham go for when putting these championships together, and they continue to be run extremely well indeed. Whilst we've been waiting for the restart to happen, which I think is imminent now, the recovery work appears to be completed now up at Hawthorne. I did spot that Julian Roebuck, who was involved in that initial shunt at turn 1, his car's been pushed off the grid now and down the pit lane, so he doesn't look like he's going to be taking the restart. There it is, look, going down the pit lane. There's another car actually just ahead of it. Can't quite see the number on that one, but the 74 car most definitely will not be taking the start of the race then, or the restart of the race. Have we had a notification yet as to how long it's going to be? Oh, over the full 20 minutes. So it's going to be a full 20-minute restart. We must be running ahead of time for once, and that means that we have got time to get the full 20 minutes of racing action in, which is the right thing to do. It's the only race this weekend that the Academy drivers had. They paid their money, they want to get their money's worth, and so giving them the full race distance is absolutely the right way to go, especially since we hadn't, well, we were a lap and a half into the race, weren't we, really, when we got the red flag coming out. So it is going to be Harry George on that pole position, Charlie Lower alongside him. Just 73 one-thousandths of a second between those two in qualifying earlier on today. Giles Perry was a further tenth and a bit back, and then those three really had quite a pace advantage over the rest of the field. Gareth Lucas, fourth, was a full second further back, so the top three we'd expect to make a little bit of a break here, and as the green flag lap gets underway, we are now just one lap away from the resumption of the race, and there you can see some of the midfield runners going through. Number 50 is Neil Perry, for example. It will be a slightly thinner grid then, unfortunately, that will take the restarted race. 3 different winners so far this year, 5 different drivers that have been on the podium, and that's pretty impressive given the fact we've only had 6 events, 5 of them races, one of them that sprint at Kerborough at the start of the season. It has been a very competitive season in the Caterham Academy White Championship, and yeah, wouldn't be at all surprised to see a few new drivers. Giles Perry, for example, looking for his first podium, and he's had podium pace so far this weekend. So another example, I think, of a driver coming on strong in the latter part of the season.
And that's the great thing, is that through the season, drivers will develop at different rates. And so some drivers where they've been a little bit off the pace initially, or they've been a little bit sort of tentative in getting started in their racing, once they find their feet and find their confidence, really it could be just a good result or even a good qualifying lap. It's incredible how much that one small thing like a good lap or even a good apex in the corner or something can just spark a bit more confidence, and therefore it's almost like flicking a switch. Some drivers will go from being more tentative, a bit more careful, a bit more cautious, to then get their elbows out a bit more, feeling a bit more confident, having the car properly underneath them, being able to really push on and be able to get some strong results. And they can have a really good second half of the season that then sets them up for going forwards into Roadsport onwards. And then one thing is also notable is that some drivers will adapt and be favour different stages of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, where some drivers will thrive, for example, in the Academy and Roadsport. Then when they start to go into track sport with different suspension, that's old name, 270R and 310R with the newer suspension, the upgrades that come in and extra power, sometimes it doesn't really work in their favour, and it can be vice versa. Some drivers struggle in the Academy and Roadsport, then they start to find their feet with the newer suspension, the upgrades in 270 and 310. So different part stages of the Motorsport ladder can cater to different drivers. It's amazing how in one series they can be a little bit sort of off the pace a bit, but then in higher levels they can be straight on there. So it really is a bit of a difference depending on experience or just preference on how the car feels.
Yeah, no, exactly. It can be quite a big step up as well when you do move out of Academy into Roadsports, then particularly from Roadsports, as you said, into 270Rs. That's quite a step up, and again, some take to it pretty quickly. For others, it comes a bit more slowly to them. But there's definitely some talent on this Academy grid. There always is, and I have to say, it's testament to Caterham that they're able to get around 20 plus cars on each of the 2 Academy grids. That's 40 to 50 rookie drivers every season. I don't know where they keep finding them, but amongst them there are always some really, really talented ones.
Can't disagree with that. There are some brilliant drivers that do go on to some pretty brilliant things. We're about to see them do even more here in this restart, the full restart for the 20 minutes of the Love Cars Caterham Academy White Group. So Harry George and Tyre Lower will get to take 2 for their run down towards turn 1. Let's see who wins the whole shot this time. It's a better start from the inside of the front row from Tyre Lower. Great start, in fact, a poor start from Harry George. You got jumped as well from the second row by both, I think, Giles Perry, and also from that second row of the grid it was
Gareth Lucas.
Gareth Lucas, yeah, as well as they turn in towards turn 1. A couple of cars again running wide over the gravel. They just managed to track their way through, so they seem to have got through relatively unscathed again. There's in the next to the car 97, I think it's James Moon, his car 78, that's Richard J. Ainscoe. And there has been a Richard Ainscoe before. They are related, but he goes by a nickname Rocco Ainscoe. So Rocco Ainscoe in car 78, watch for him in the top 10. Down towards the complex at Tower for the first time, and Charlie Lower does lead, but down back up the inside of Gareth Lucas, there goes the white car with the blue stripes of Harry George in towards Tower for the first time, and it's Charlie Lower who has to jump, and that was all due to effectively Harry George not getting the start he got the first time around, and it was advantage Charlie Lower with a great getaway from the front row of the grid. As they come back towards the back end of the circuit, it's now George doing the chasing rather than being the other way around, and Lower has the clear air going through the right hand at the complex of sunny in and sunny out.
Yeah, luckily for Harry George though, he was able to get back into second place before Charlie had sort of escaped up the road. Once Charlie had broken the toe, he might not have been easy to catch given how equal their pace was in qualifying, these two. So for our sake, good news, because it means we've still got a race on our hands. Harry George is definitely not going to want to let Charlie get away here at the front of the field. So it is the 21 car then of Charlie Lower that leads the way. Both of them running very wide there through the right-hand element of the complex. On screen there we were seeing Giles Perry, who is fighting for his first podium in the category here, and he's about to be dumped down to the top 4 now, I think. As on the inside of him there, coming out of the hairpin, comes the number 8 car of Tom Noakes. So Giles Perry's second start, not quite as strong as his first. A couple of them actually struggling with that, weren't they? Perhaps having put the tyres through another heat cycle a little bit, maybe it wasn't quite as easy to get the car off the line, but at the end of the first lap, it is almost a 1 second advantage then from Lower to George. So he's almost broken the toe, hasn't he?
Almost, and he's certainly trying to give it a go as he comes out through the S's and onto the back straight. So he has got that gap, and again, the further he can pull away, the less effective the toe will be, if at all, for Harry George. We're looking here at the car number 8, which is Tom Noakes. He's in 5th position in the top 5, just behind Giles Perry as they come back down. Now, there's a big move here up the inside of that. Is Benja Headley going up the inside of 42. Michael Banton, someone else behind, who's way out of shape, out of spin just behind them. It was just off camera, but I saw them getting all crossed up and out of shape. Do you know what? I almost want to say that's possibly Rocco Ainscoe, it might have been, but I'll have to wait and see. The game I like to play with that is spot the car that goes tumbling down the timing stream when they come past next time by. So we'll see who that was that had that spin, but he was way out of control. The car was all moving around in the background trying to get it stopped. So it wasn't quite the way he wanted to go through Tower Bend, but he's managed to get it going back in the right way. So in through, sunny in and sunny out they go. Still Michael Banton now ahead of Benja Headley in that blue car number 99. Just behind him is car 20 there, Mark Januszewski. That's a scrap going on for 6th down to 8th as the leaders come back into the complex. It's still Charlie Lower that leads it then. It's then Harry George in 2nd. 43 is Gareth Lucas. 71 is Giles Perry in the kind of the silver car with the fluorescent yellow wheel trim and the fluorescent yellow roll bars. 5th place is Tom Noakes. 6th now is Michael Banton. It's Headley and Januszewski in there as well. Here comes Banton trying to make a move on Noakes as they get the drag race down towards turn 1 again at the start of lap 3. First proper flying lap goes to the fastest lap of the race goes to Harry George. Only fractionally faster than Charlie Lower on that last lap. It was a 138.6 for Lower, 138.5 for George. So big slide there also just in front. That was for Giles Perry, I think. He's trying to make up some moves. No, sorry, that's Michael Banton who's going all over the place there. He's got past Tom Noakes into Clairvaux, but through Hawthorns, all out of shape. And now he's got just Tom Noakes and Benja Headley and Mark Januszewski chasing him down. And that's not a sight you want when there's 3 cars bearing down on you in the back, down the back straight.
Down towards Tower they come then, which is the spot at which Simon Patel got it wrong a lap ago. He was the spinner under-braking into the right-hander. He has rejoined, but all the way down in 12th place, lost a couple of places as a result of that. Sideways out of the right-hander. 10-second penalty, meanwhile, for car number 78. That is Richard Ainscoe, who we were just talking about. 10-second penalty this early in the race has to be something to do with the start procedure, either a jump start or an out-of-position start. They haven't done enough laps for him, surely, to have picked up a 10-second track limits penalty. If he has, that's some good going in a way, but no, I'm pretty sure that will be something amiss with his start procedure, which is a bit of a shame. Fastest lap then to Harry George, but only fractionally quicker, wasn't it? About 3.5 hundredths of a second quicker than Charlie Lower. So again, going to show just how evenly matched these two are. There was less than a tenth of a second between them in qualifying, and it looks similar now, although I'd say, Scott, as they come towards the end of this lap, the gap is a bit smaller than that.
Yeah, definitely. If you look at it visible on the camera, if you see it on the shot, he's definitely close, and he will get close on the run down towards Clairvaux, on the run to try and get towards turn 1 quickest. In behind them for third place, as Harry George now sets another new fast lap of the race. He was 6/10 quick on that last lap, so that confirms the pace that he's got. He's now got quite a gap, 1.8 seconds now over Gareth Lucas in third position. Giles Perry is close with him, about 7/10 back in fourth. We're looking here at Tom Noakes battling away with the 20 car of Mark Januszewski. Benja Headley's in there as well. Michael Banton, who was at the head of this group literally a lap ago, is now at the back of it. So it's all changed around again with Noakes in 5th position, Januszewski 6th, Headley 7th, and Michael Banton, who was down in 8th position, now back down to 5th. Is now at the inside from the lead goes Harry George into Tower, but sticking around the outside is Charlie Lowe. He's going to try and hold on as much as he can. Charles Perry, meanwhile, has gone to 3rd up the inside of Gareth Lucas. All sorts going on behind him as well. This is the battle for 5th to 8th. I think Benja Headley came out of that, but there's a big cloud of dust and all sorts was going on there. It's kind of everyone tried to be 5th at the same point at the same corner, and it just didn't work out for any of them.
Yeah, one of them dived up the inside. It was possibly Januszewski, and then he got it all wrong coming through the apex, almost clattered into the side of the car to his outside. Miraculously, they all kept going, and I don't think there was ever any contact. That was
car in the barriers, and that's down at Hawthorns by the looks of it. So that's the second time we've had drama there. Now, who that is? I was about to say it might be Louise Deason. I was about to say, because I was going to take a small guess at that. As now we see the leaders come back into the complex. I was watching this battle that's still going on here for 4th and 5th position. I fear, though, with the position where that car is, it might well be a safety car, which it is. Safety car has been deployed. The RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car is out on track, and that means for the, I think literally the first time, no, not the first time today, but the first time in a Caterham race today, the safety car is out.
Yeah, I think you might be right with that, actually. So the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car, which I got a ride in this morning, actually, finally, after asking all season long. Very impressive, very comfortable. Even got to turn the lights on and off. I was like being a kid again. Anyway, point is, very nice car, and nice to have it here, and nice to have RunYourFleet.com supporting the BRSCC once again, or for the first time this season, I should say. Much as we don't like seeing safety cars, the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car has definitely attracted a lot of attention this season. It's back out on track now, then leading the field past the incident zone there through Hawthorn, and hopefully this won't take too long. It's just one car that needs to be removed, so we would hope that could be quite a quick recovery. What does this mean for the race then? Well, not a huge amount for the top two, really, because Lower and George were battling away for the lead anyway, weren't they? What it does do is it allows Giles Perry, who has just taken that 3rd place back away from Gareth Lucas, to close back in on them. So we know that Giles, in qualifying at least, had the pace to go with those top two, but he'd just become detached from them in the early stages after not a brilliant restart. So now he gets another bite at the cherry here to maybe not only try and get that first podium of the season, but maybe challenge for his first win.
Yeah, and just to confirm as well, sadly, we expected it was Louise Deason that went off. It is Louise Deason, because the only other car that's running, it hasn't crossed the line yet, is David Saxby, who I think is running at a reduced pace for some reason, for whatever reason. He's running slower towards the start of the race anyway. There's not really any evident damage on the back of the car, but there is Louise walking back, sadly. So her weekends come to a premature end after the restart, after the short, was it 1 lap, and then she only lasted, I think it was the 4 laps that we did until she sadly hit the barriers. So, but she's still walking on her own steam. That's the main thing. She'll go to the medical centre as well, just to make sure that she is perfectly okay. Get quickly checked over by the chief medical officer for this weekend. So quick check on the order then, just to kind of confirm where we are then. So Charlie Lower then leads the race haven't hit halfway yet, we've still got 11.25 minutes to go in this white group race for the Love Cars Caterham Academy. Harry George is 2nd, with Giles Perry in 3rd, Gareth Lucas is 4th, and Benja Headley rounds out the top 5 at this point in time. 6th is Michael Banton, 7th is Mark Januszewski, 8th is Tom Noakes. He slipped back from what was 5th at that point after that huge melee up at Tower Bend. Then it's 9th place for another of the Perrys, car 50, that is Neil Perry. So there's 2 drivers in Perry Centre. I don't know if they're related, but Neil Perry in car 50 is currently in 9th position. Then it's the number 97 car, James Moon, in P10. It's Simon Patel in 11th place. Rocco Ainscough, who's got that 10-second penalty for, we believe, a jump start. because we had the information come up on the screen just briefly. Then it's the 55 of Graham Walker, who's currently in 13th place. 14th is Car 23, which is Alan Bateman, and then David Saxby, who's running at that reduced pace for some particular reason around this race. He's been lapping at least, even behind the car that's just in front of him, 8-10 seconds off the pace, which is rather odd, I thought. But he's back in 15th place, and the last car was still running because, as we see, Louise Deason, sadly, has retired from the race, but she's still walking around up okay, so that's the main thing. She appears to be okay, but she will get checked over just to make sure.
Yes, so Louise then our first retirement, well not first retirement of the restarted race then, but at least you can watch the rest of the race unfold from up at Clervaux, which is a brilliant place to go and watch the racing. There's a grandstand up there which a lot of spectators have been making use of, and provides a brilliant view of basically the entire first half of the circuit, but certainly that opening complex of corners where there's always drama, and that's certainly proved to be the case today. We've got 9.5 minutes to go then, and the field being led by Charlie Lower then, who at the moment is set to outscore Harry George, and so provisionally move into the points lead then, I presume. It's going to be interesting to see how the drop scores are affected by William James's absence, of course, but certainly Harry and Charlie will move ahead of him on total points. Which way round they are, though, awaits to be seen. There have been 2 victories each for those two, Harry and Charlie. Harry took his at Knock Hill and Brands Hatch, whereas Charlie was a winner at Kerbert in the sprint, and then got his first race win at Silverstone a few weeks ago, a month or so ago now. But as far as consistency is concerned, Harry George has had the more consistent season, because as well as those 2 wins, he's also had 3 third-place finishes, whereas Charlie Lower has been off the podium twice this season, including a slightly disappointing 7th-place finish, which he had in the first race up at Knock Hill. That's a challenging circuit to learn in your debut season of racing. So that, at the moment, is his drop score, whereas Harry George is dropping a few more points, his worst finish being a 5th place finish at the first race of the season at Mallory Park. Giles Perry, as I said, looking for his first podium. He's had a couple of top 5s, but yet to finish inside the top 3. And this safety car possibly helps his chances of keeping hold of that 3rd place, because he was having a really good battle, wasn't he, with Gareth Lucas before the safety car came out. We were enjoying watching it, but I'm sure Charles has been quite grateful, having taken that 3rd place, that he's been able to have a bit of a breather and hopefully consolidate that podium place.
Fingers crossed he can. He'll get a chance to do that in a moment's time, because the safety car lights are out on the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. There it goes through the shot, and it'll make its way back to pit lane. Meanwhile, there is a bit of a gap, because it's now Charlie Lower's turn to resume the role of basically temporary safety car. He now heads the pack, and he now decides when to get this race back underway again. He will choose when to pull the pin, put his foot to the floor, and get this race back underway. Just on the exit of the other complex, that's when he's gone. So out as the safety car makes his way deep into pit lane, into the hairpin for the restart goes Charlie Lower. A good jump on Harry George, it seems. Charlie's trying to go with him on the exit of the hairpin, but Charlie Lower leads the pack across the line and back underway here in the Caterham Academy Championship in the white group. So Lower leads then, George in 2nd place, Giles Perry 3rd, Gareth Lucas 4th, and Benja Headley rounding out the top 5. Michael Bantley 6th, 7th place. Oh, that's a bit of bodywork that came off Charlie Lower's car. I think that's one of his wings came off by left wing. I didn't see him clip anything, but again, we know that exit curve of Sun Yao has been collecting wings, so to speak, when of the cars running wide. That's such a steep drop off the exit of that corner, so I wonder whether he's done that, or I don't think it was contact with anyone, because he didn't have contact with Harry George. They've been battling, but I don't think they've touched. But either way, at least his car's a little bit lighter than it was before. Not as aerodynamic, but it's a little bit lighter in many cases. But as Lower heads into the right hand at Tower Bend with George on his tail, as it was, although commentators curse, wide at the exit of Tower Bend, runs too deep, and straight back through into Harry George. I should probably keep my mouth shut on that 6 minutes ago, shouldn't I? Because I've just cursed him going out this through Tower Bend. So yes, Harry George now leads. Charlie Lower's back on his tail in 2nd place. Giles Perry in 3rd and watching on. But now, lead change on the first lap of this restart, and Charlie Lower will try and get it back as soon as he can.
Yeah, this has brought Giles Perry onto their tail as well. I was about to say they were gapping the 3rd place car already, but as they round Sunny now, you can see in the background there, look, the 3rd place man getting away from Gareth Lucas in 4th and trying to chase after the top 2, who could be side by side again into the complex here. Up the inside goes Charlie Lower, he's sideways, but off goes the race leader. Oh, I don't believe it. Harry George gets it all wrong coming into the complex. He gets back onto the circuit into 3rd place. That gives the lead back then to Lower. It gives Perry 2nd place, and now he might lose 3rd place as well. Going into the hairpin, because diving up the inside there went Gareth Lucas, and Lucas is still leaning on him a bit as they come out of the hairpin, banging wheels then. Shake of the fist there from Harry George, who's not going to be pleased with any of that. His mistake, or the rather robust driving from Lucas coming through the hairpin, but all in all, it has dropped him out of the podium places, and that was just a mistake under pressure. The attack came from lower into the complex, and Harry just outbraked himself.
Quite ironic, it was mistakes from the top two that not only lost Tyre over lead, and then a mistake from not long after from Harry George lost him the lead after he'd taken it as a result of Charlie Lower's mistake. So back in the lead goes Charlie, and now he's got a new pursuer in the form of Giles Perry in car 71. As for Harry George, he's trying to get back down the outside of Gareth Lucas, who defends the inside line, but George will try and go around the outside or look for the cutback through Tower Bend. Also trying to close in now is Benja Headley. Good restart for him up to 5th position, and he's going to try and squeeze in as well, looking at some of his best results as they come up through the Jim Clark S's now on this second restart. Benja's best start after he's back in the points, his best finish has been a 3rd place, and that was back at Mallory Park at the season opener for the circuit races. He needs to try and get himself in the mix, and he can get 3rd place if he can work his way past George and then Gareth Lucas and stay close in this second collective, as the top two are trying to break away early doors here. You see Lower and Perry trying to pull away now as quickly as possible. There on screen, if you're watching on the stream, is Lucas versus George. They're just off shot. There's going to be Benja Headley just in the mix as well. So top 5 coming through the complex together. The rest of the top 10 is got Banton 6th, Januszewski 7th, Noakes, Moon and Perry. Lots of sideways action. Michael Banton's out wide in the background. If you're hearing that on the microphones of the camera, there's cars going sideways all over the place. Rocco Ainscough going sideways as well. That's off camera. What's watching on here is a bit more tidy battle for 3rd and 4th position. Charlie Lower, now that he's been freed from the pursuit of Harry George, he's pursuing Harry George. He's now got the fastest lap of the race on a 1 minute 38.006. Meanwhile, Gareth Lucas looks back round the outside to defend with 3rd place. Harry George makes it stick, and Gareth Lucas just went too deep, too wide, 2 wheels onto the gravel. A good not Irene, he's gone.
That was never going to work. He could never get that car stopped, and you're on the outside line, which is the dirty side of the road as well, and just so little grip out there, and having fully committed, he was unfortunately only ever going to end up in 1 place there. They're just lapping, by the way, the slightly slow car that is at the back of the field, so that's going to be potentially problematic. David Saxby, that was, that the leaders were just negotiating, and as they drop into the right-hander at Tower Corner, there's Tom Noakes. Up ahead there's a car on the grass. There was another car that seemed to be exiting stage left there, which I think Tom has just overtaken, and then a bit of squeezing going down towards the Jim Clark S's. That's not a nice place to be squeezed onto the grass. It benefited Noakes though. He got himself up ahead of the 97 of James Moon there, and might have been Januszewski then that was running wide in the 20 car just ahead of them. I think he's possibly the 3rd car in this group, just out of shot at the moment. So they head through Sunny. The leaders are at the complex then. Leader getting away really now. Charlie Lower certainly seems to have a bit of an advantage over Giles Perry, who's still going to be really happy with 2nd place if he can hang on to it for another 2.5 minutes. The question is though, can the 3rd and 4th place cars close in at all? What can Harry George do as well as far as his pursuit of getting back into the top 3?
He's got quite a gap to make up, and of course he's got some 1 point to get the gap to come across the line. So George has 2.2 seconds to make up, but he's going to do it in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, which I'm not quite certain he's going to be able to do. You spotted something, Mr. McEwen.
Yes, because Gareth Lucas hasn't come through on the timing.
He was the one that had the spin at Clairvaux. So
yes. That was at least a minute ago. I've forgotten about that already. Yes, you're quite right.
So Gareth Lucas has recovered. He's back down 11th, so he's managed to get back going again. So unscathed, but just the only thing he's hurt is just his own pride. So meanwhile, looking here on screen, this is car 20, and that is Januszewski, who's up into 4th place. His best result so far this season has been 8th, so if he can get this, it'll be by far his best result, although Benja Headley might have something to say about that. Up the inside he goes, and up into 4th position he takes, although Januszewski will try and get him back. So I suspect that Headley was the one that made the initial mistake. Januszewski went off a bit in sympathy, and that's brought Headley back in the mix, because he was up there with the top 3 battling with Harry George. So looks like Januszewski's rolled him back in again, and now they're going to fight over the best of the rest in 4th position. Although in that sort of sequence, it looked as though that Januszewski backed off a little bit through the Jim Clark S and lost a few car lengths to Benja through the right-hander at Sunny Inn. A little wide there on the first part of the apex for Sunny Inn. Through Sunny Out, it's much better this time. Not too far away is Michael Banton in 6th, having a strong run. Tom Noakes is also there in 7th. There's the leaders. Charlie Lower holding on from Giles Perry with 1 minute and 4 to go. So next time by will be the last lap. Harry George is trying to close back in 3rd place. Then for 4th, 5th and 6th all together. So 3 cars battling for the lead, 3 cars battling for 4th. As to go on to the last lap of the race. One more time around the Croft circuit. Let's see if Tyre can hold on, or if either Giles Perry or even Harry George can do anything about it on this final lap.
Yeah, well, the gap between the top two certainly stayed static that time. That's just over a second now between Lower and Perry. And they head through Clervaux Corner now. It is that third, fourth, fifth place battle, isn't it, really? Headley, Januszewski and Banton then showing in those places. So Harry George then is slipping down the timing screens now. Is that a transponder issue? No, he's still there, isn't he? The 17 car.
Transponder issue,
yeah,
I think.
That's. I thought I'd forgotten something else then, but no, he is definitely still there in third place. It's fourth place that is the battle, and they're side by side as they head down the back straight now. Then defensive line on the inside being taken by Mark Januszewski, but it's not quite going to work as around the outside of them then goes Headley to reclaim that fourth place. The leaders, though, are heading up through the Jim Clark S's for the final time. And I think, Scott, that our podium places are pretty much set now.
Yep, this will be, looking on the results from earlier in the season, it will be the second win. It'll be the second win of the season for Tyre. He won the sprint at Kerborough, which was a sprint event rather than a circuit race. He won the race. He won the Porsche. Oh, this car has gone wide on the exit of Tower Bend. It's further back, I think, in about the 6th or 7th position. One car also, I think, with a bit of damage further back, but he's won the sprint race at Kerborough. He also won the white group portion of the Silverstone Grand Prix race on the combined grid. And Charlie Lower, as he turns his way now out through the complex and into the hairpin for the final time, is going to take his second victory, his first standalone race victory, because of course it was combined grid at Silverstone. He heads out of the final corner, up to the checkered flag, and victory will go to Charlie Lower in the white group for the Love Cars Caterham Academy. Cross the line to take the win. Second place in his best result of the season is Giles Perry. As for Harry George, he'll have to be satisfied with third place. His first third place in the season after he's finished on the podium first and second. Then it's Benja Headley picking up fourth, a season's best result for Mark Januszewski to take fifth position. He'll be delighted with that. Michael Banton in sixth position, seventh place for Giles Perry, Neil Perry, eighth for Tom Noakes, ninth for James Moon, and Simon Patel will round out the top 10. And also I think Simon Patel was a bit agreed. I think he might have been the driver that went off wide at Tower Bend, finishing in the 10th position. Rocco Ainscoe is 11th place, and it's Gareth Lucas, after he had that spin up at Clervaux battling with Harry George, he will finish in 12th. Then it will be Graham Walker, followed by Alan Bateman and David Saxby, who really has been quite off the pace in 15th place for reasons whether it's just his own individual pace or whether it's simply just mechanical issues. Either way, not as fast as he would like to have been, but well done to all of our Caterham Academy drivers for surviving that race, and of course they'll go off for their season finale in terms of their main championship. That will take place at Stesserton, where they will have two races to round off the season. Two more races left to go, both being a double header. And we're going to head to the championship results, to the race results on the stream. So just for the record for those watching, Charlie Lower then takes the provisional victory here at Croft in the white group for the Caterham Academy. Giles Perry is second, Harry George third, then Benja Headley fourth, and Mark Januszewski rounds out the top five ahead of Michael Banton, Neil Perry, Tom Noakes, James Moon and Simon Patel. 11th place for Rocco Ainscoe, then it's Gareth Lucas, Graham Walker, Alan Bateman and David Saxby. And sadly from that restarted race we lost Louise Deason after she went off into the tyres up at Hawthorns. And of course we lost a few cars from that first start when there was an incident in the first couple of laps. So that's one Caterham Academy race done. The second one's coming up as our last race of today. Our penultimate race of the weekend is coming up next. That's to be our second visit from the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Watch out for that coming up very shortly. For those on the Caterham stream, we're going to take a short break before your final race of the day for the other Caterham Academy group for the Greens. Otherwise, stay tuned on the BRSCC stream. We have our CityCar Cup action coming up very shortly at Buzz Trackside here at Croft Circuit. Stay tuned. More of that on the way.
Well, the Caterham Academy Championship never fails to entertain, and they'll be back out again later on today. For now, though, it is time for the second race of the day for the Nankang Tyres CityCar Cup. Their first race was
dramatic, I think is the word to use, with red flag unfortunately coming out part way through. We ended up with a 3-lap restart, but by that point Nick Grindrod had already worked his way through the field off the back of a 10-place grid penalty from the previous round at Oulton Park, and he'd already got into the race lead by the time the red flag came out on the restart. It was a pretty simple affair for him then. He got the advantage, pulled out into a lead that he would never lose, and came home to take yet another race victory. It was Steve Laidlaw that came home in second place, ahead of the Bliss pairing in their orange and grey Toyota Aigos, who at one point had been running 1-2, but both made a couple of mistakes, got shuffled back in the order a little bit, and they will definitely be looking to try and bounce back in this one. David Drinkwater, another one to watch out for. He was getting stuck in his first ever appearance in the championship, worked his way well into the top 10, and now that he's got a race under his belt, he'll definitely want to try and gain a few more positions in this one. It's the second race then of the weekend for the Nankang Tyres CityCar Cup, and it's coming up next here at Croft.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, indeed, our second race is getting set now for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Plenty of antics in the first race, and they'll be looking to give us an equally entertaining race, hoping equally clean and competitive race than compared to what we had earlier on. We had some strong competition from all parties involved in that race. And so, as we look forward to this second race, of course, the grid is set by the results of race 1, which means that as a result of that, Nick Grindrod will start once again on pole position. Steve Laidlaw will start alongside him on the front row of the grid, and then Richard Bliss in the top of the two, highest of the two finishing Auto Bliss Toyota Aigos, will certainly want to make sure that he's in front of his sibling Stuart, who will be starting back in 4th. So it'll be an all Bliss second row of the grid, followed by Liam Browning and Duncan Stone on the 3rd row, and then it'll be Elliot Lettuce and David Drinkwater, who made some decent progress from the 4th in the first race. He's got himself up to 8, so he'll be hoping to try and push himself up a little bit closer to the front runners in this second race, and a good start will certainly help him do that as we get set for get things underway. I think the board in the assembly area to get themselves fired up and ready to go has just been shown. It'll be another 20-minute race for the city cars, and of course we're getting towards the sharp end in the championship for these guys, and it's getting pretty close and pretty intense between them at the front. Of course, Nick Grindrod at Oulton Park was for the first time beaten by Duncan Stoney's teammate, back on winning form, and of course what I think is great to see, as you can see there with the wider shot, is the fact that we have got spectators back. It's great to have them back trackside, and whether you're watching at home or even watching here trackside, if you are watching trackside, again, a massive thank you for turning out, because of course it's great to have you on the banks, great to have you watching trackside in the grandstand up at Clairvaux, down around the banks at the complex as well, and also around the circuit around Clairvaux and Hawthorns too. Thank you very much for everyone who's here at Croft. And for those watching on the live stream as well, thank you for tuning in too. Hope you're enjoying all the action. And be sure to hit the subscribe button if you want to get involved with, keep up to date with everything else that goes on in terms of live streams of the BRSCC. A few more left to go. Next one's going to be at the end of the month at Donington Park. We'll have Mazdas and Fiestas and all sorts going on. Next Caterham stream is going to be, I believe next week, unless I'll be corrected, but I believe it's next week at Oulton Park, where the Caterham 7 Championship UK will feature as part of the British GT Championship support package, and those are the fastest Caterhams out there, so be sure to watch out. But for the city cars now, it should be quite a unique challenge, Andy McKeown. Of course, it's quite a long, fast and flowing circuit. They put on quite a show in the first race. Let's see if they can emulate that now with some close quarters but clean and fair racing, which they did put up for the most part in race 1. More of the same, should be a nice entertaining way to end off their afternoon.
I do hope so, yeah. I was able to watch the first half of the first race from up here in the box, and then went down to the assembly area actually to watch the I got there just as the red flag came out actually, but I got to watch the 3-lap restart from trackside down at turn 1, and my word, what a spectacle these things are. They may not be very big and they may not be very powerful, but the commitment required through the corners is astonishing. That first turn where there's a huge bump on the apex and that big curb on the inside, they are arriving at the corner sideways, hitting the bump sideways, and then sort of jumping through the air sideways, hoping that they land vaguely in the right place on the other side of it, and at no point do they ever seem to lift. They keep that right foot buried on the accelerator. It is a really very spectacular series to watch actually, and I'm sure the spectators trackside really enjoyed that first race, which had a number of different contenders for race victory. Both Stewart and Richard Bliss led at one point. Duncan Stone led at one point. I think Steve Laidlaw had the lead for a lap. But ultimately, it was that man again, wasn't it? Nick Grindrod, who got back to winning ways after his slightly off weekend at Alton Park, which included that exclusion, which led to his 10th place grid penalty for race 1. But as you were documenting, the result from race 1 today forms the grid for race 2. So he's back on the front row, back on pole position, and having pulled a 4.1 second cushion over Steve Laidlaw over just 3 laps in that restarted race earlier on. You'd have to say that Nick is the odds on favourite, but behind him I think the battling is going to be really, really intense. We commented, I think, during qualifying earlier on today that from second back to about 10th place on the timesheets, absolutely nothing to choose between them. That really is where the entertainment's been, and we were lucky in the first race that for a good portion of it, that was also the fight for the race lead between those drivers before Nick Grindrod sort of arrived on the scene. So, yeah, expecting more close quarters racing, and now the drivers know the track a little bit more, because again, a bit like the Caterham Academy Championship we just saw racing, these are rookie racers for the most part.
Overalls, things like that.
Drinkwater, who have raced for a number of years, but an awful lot of them in their novice season of racing, and having got one race at Croft under their belts, they might be feeling a bit more confident now going into race 2.
Yeah, certainly hope so, and they'll be looking to try and get some strong results and see if they can try and stop that man on the left-hand side of the screen, Nick Grindrod, from winning another race to add to his championship tally. Quick run through the grid of the first few rows. So Nick Grindrod, as a result of winning race 1, the grid is a result of from the results of race 1. So Nick Grindrod on pole alongside Steve Laidlaw, Richard Bliss and Stuart Bliss on the second row of the grid. Then it is Liam Browning and Duncan Stone from Elliot Lettis and David Drinkwater, and Andrew Dyer and Patrick Booth round out the top 10, but it's Richard Snuggs and Samuel Laidlaw, Christopher McKenzie and William Burgess, then Jamie Luthwaite and Craig Flynn, Ben Walkinshaw and Paul Savage, John Nicholson and Chris Hetherington, followed then by some of the drivers that didn't make the restart, which was Adam Reynolds, Daniel Selleck, Richard Bastow, Ross McCarr from the back of the grid, who we want to watch out for from towards the rear, and then Paul Vickers as well in car number 13, who will start 25th. So, I was hoping we'd see Ross McCarr, but it looks like I don't think his car's made the grid, sadly. So, unfortunately, no Ross McCarr in car number 73, I'm afraid. So, he's quite an experienced MG racer, but sadly, the race will go on without him, I'm afraid, as will be also 1 or 2 more cars as well. So, green flag will be set at the back in a moment's time, and then we're set for our second Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the day. So, pole man and championship leader Grindrod on the left, it's Stephen Laidlaw on the right. Let's see who wins the sprint down towards turn 1. Red lights are out and we are underway. Decent start from the front row for Steve Laidlaw. We've seen that from the inside the front row tends to be from second place, the slightly better run down towards the first corner, but he'll be on the outside line, down towards Clairvaux. Nick Grindrod comes up and goes wheel to wheel. Into the right hand, they'll go for the first time, and Grindrod breaks that a little bit later, hits the bump on the apex, and gets into the lead. So Grindrod leads into turn 1. It's Steve Laidlaw in second place. It is then the 18 of, right now, Stuart Bliss in third position. All seem to wind their way through relatively trouble-free. Nice to see they go line astern through the S's for the first time. So it's the Blissies third and fourth. It's then Liam Browning in fifth position. Sixth place appears to be with a gap Duncan Stone. He's under threat from a charging Andrew Dyer. And also David Drinkwater side by side with, I think that looks like Elliot Lettis. Even so, into the right hand of Tower for the first time. And Grindrod does still lead. Laidlaw in second place. Then the Blissies third and fourth. But Stuart ahead of Richard. And then Liam Brown's getting stuck in there as well. So I tentatively say, Andy, all through the first few corners okay, up towards Jim Clark S's. Nice clean start with clean racing so far. Let's keep that up for the next 20 minutes.
There was one spinner at Clairvaux, which I think was the 42 of Ben Walkinshaw. We'll double check that at the end of the lap, but I saw him have a rotation through the first turn, but miraculously, despite the fact he was slap bang in the middle of the field, I don't think anyone hit him, so he was able to carry on, albeit a little bit delayed at the back of the pack. The leaders, though, are up at Sunny, and it is nose to tail, isn't it, between those top two? So Steve Laidlaw taking the fight here to Nick Grindrod, and then it's three of them together for third. It is the Stuart Bliss number 18 car ahead of the Richard Bliss number 17, and Liam Browning there coming round the outside in the green and grey number 91 car, trying to take fourth place away. Couldn't quite make that work though as they came into the complex. There's a car off in the background which is going to go on the grass, but thankfully not make it as far as the barriers, and that car rejoins. It was the 777 machine then, and that was Christopher McKenzie, unfortunately, who just seemed to lock up and run wide coming into the complex, but no major damage done. And I can confirm it was the 42 car then, which was the spinner at turn 1. That was indeed Ben Walkinshaw, and he's already, Scott, caught back up to the tail end of the field.
Yeah, which is encouraging. So it looks like he's got some decent pace to get himself on the back of Paul Vickers as they head down towards turn 1. So beginning of lap 2 then is Grindrod that leads. Steve Laidlaw in second place. The Bliss is third and fourth. Stuart ahead of Richard. throw the car through turn 1. They bounce and bump their way through Clairvaux over the curves. Seeing on the stream here, Richard Snuggs ahead of Patrick Booth, and he's been chased down by Daniel Selleck in the Toyota Aygo. And there is one of the Peugeots. That is Sam Laidlaw in the 101. So as they come down the back straight again, there's the next few cars heading through the S's. Line astern, nice and clean, one after the other. And so Patrick Booth with he's giving Daniel Selleck a bit of a tow here down the back straight towards Tower, trying to catch up to the car in front, which is Richard Snuggs. There goes to the bottom of the shot went David Drinkwater in the Nankang Tyre sponsored car. And so as they come through Tower Bend, Selleck stays close. There's Paul Savage, he's been on threat from Jamie Luthwaite. So Sam Laidlaw, Jamie Luthwaite behind him. William Burgess in the Mission Motorsport car is 15th. That's the ex-Ballard Motorsport car that was built for last season. And up through the Jim Clark S's for the first time, so the second time, with still Richard Snuggs with Patrick Booth in tow. I was trying to find the word there. In tow, they go through the right-hander. Daniel Selleck closes in. So again, even though these cars are only got 68 horsepower, it's all about momentum with these cars. But yes, you can pretty much arguably keep your foot flats and forward mostly for most of this race. But the way these cars lean through the corners, particularly with this specific, the specialised gas shocks suspension with the PowerFlex bushing, they do make these cars feel like proper little race cars. But it doesn't stop them leaning a little bit as much. We usually see them in other cars of similar series with cars of this ilk that do sort of lean on their sides quite a lot, but these cars don't do it not so much, but they're not immune to it. They do seem to three-wheel a lot through the corners and get stuck in where it needs to.
Christopher Mackenzie's day is not getting any better. It might be a bit breezy in that car now because he just ran wide coming out of the middle part of the complex, and as he bounced across the grass, his passenger side window smashed. So there's a lot of glass now over the side of the track coming through the exit of the middle part of the complex from where the 777 car went off one corner later than where he went off on the previous lap. So he's exploring lots of different bits of the Croft scenery today, not necessarily finding any faster lines around the corners by doing it, but certainly creating a spectacle as he does. Down the back straight we're seeing the 63 of Duncan Stone then. He is running in 6th place for the time being. The battle really though is this one for 3rd, isn't it? Because we have got only one Bliss in that group now, because Richard had a poor lap last time, fell down to 7th spot, so he's got a lot of work to do now to get himself back into podium contention. It was mistakes really from both of the Bliss drivers in the previous race that cost them a shot at the race victory ultimately, and one or two little errors creeping in now in the early stages as well. There's Liam Browning, he's got the other Bliss just ahead of him. That's Stewart in 3rd, with Liam Browning only a car length or so behind him as they head towards Barcroft onto the brakes through Sunny. A bit of natural camber to the road through here, which means you can carry a bit more speed, particularly through this second half. Flat out through there in these cars and then accelerate over the rise down towards the complex of corners at the end of the lap. Browning then on his toes to try and get this 3rd place away. The leaders hop and skip their way into view. The battle for 3rd though, Scott, couldn't be much closer. Yep, that's what we like to see. Good, close, clean battling at the front of the field. Is still continues to hold the advantage, but Steve Laidlaw's doing a good job not letting him get away too far. That's been the theme in the second half of this season, where those who've been trying to keep up with Nick Grandrod, they managed to keep up with him, but they haven't let him get away that far. So if Nick happens to make a mistake, then they're quite they're straight in the mix to try and close in on him. So back down to start lap 4. Stuart Bliss now sets the fastest lap of the race in 3rd, 1:30.52.121. Plenty of battling going on further back in the pack. We think Christopher Mackenzie is recovering. Sans a window, shall we say. He's now side by side with looks like Sam Laidlaw and also there's Patrick Booth. Look, watching on screen, the battle going on for 3rd, 4th and 5th between Stuart Bliss, Liam Browning and a charging Andrew Dyer. He's had a good start from about 4th or 5th row on the grid. He's now up to 5th position in his trade price car delivery machine, and he's doing a grand job in the top 5 at the moment. He had a bit of bad luck in the recent couple of rounds, but up there in the mix now in that car and doing pretty well. Duncan Stone, who took both victories at Alton Park, is back in 6th. He's battling with Richard Bliss, who's a bit further back as we said after that mistake earlier on. 8th is now Elliot Letters. 9th is David Drinkwater on his own now in that Nankang Tyre sponsored car. And in the top 10, just inside it, is Richard Snuggs, but he's got both Daniel Selleck and Patrick Booth for company, as well as also Sam Laidlaw and the recovering Christopher Mackenzie. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, to 3rd place man Stuart Bliss at 52.1. That's about 4 tenths faster than Nick Grindrod managed in the first race, so the pace is quite a bit quicker in this second one. Again, goes to show that they're learning all the way. We've got a car in the barriers, I'm afraid, down at Tower Corner, and it's the 777 again. So Oh dear, that might be the last bit of scenery that Christopher Mackenzie is able to explore. He's getting out of the car, but he's gone straight on there, hasn't he? He's clearly locked up going into Tower. So easy to do. It's a really bumpy braking zone, lots of little ripples in the road, and if you there's quite a big hump in the road actually just on the braking zone. You kind of have to brake just before or just after that hump, and if you brake on it, the car goes right in, you won't stop at all. So I suspect that may be what happened to Mackenzie. The leaders though coming through the hairpin, and unfortunately, Scott, they're going to be greeted by safety car boards, I think, because the runyourfleet.com safety car is back on the track again. And I say unfortunately because that was starting to shape up into a really good fight for the lead there, because Laidlaw was right on the tail of Grindrod around the hairpin and looked to me like he was sizing up to try and take the lead away.
Yeah, but it will mean there'll be a respite not just for... there's racing up towards the line, in fact. I can see Richard Snuggs and Dylan Selleck going sideways, so they're going to have to sort that one out in a second before they get to the flag, and Snuggs was in front ahead of Selleck, so unfortunate for Christopher Mackenzie, who, unless he's just got the same name, I wanted to speculate it's possibly the same Christopher Mackenzie that did Fiesta Juniors a few years ago, but I wasn't sure if it was the same guy, but if it isn't, then forgive. But yeah, good chance some of these drivers to catch back up. It means now that Nick Grindrod has to do a restart, but of course, he never really shook Steve Laidlaw off, did he? Kind of had a gap of roughly about 0.6 of a second, and therefore, Steve was always there to kind of pick up the pieces if he made a mistake. So, a bit of respite for everyone involved, of course, but at the same time, it's a chance for those who drop back a little bit to get back into the mix here. The likes of Stuart Bliss, Liam Browning can get back in there, so can Andrew Dyer. David Drinkwater gets a bit of a respite. He's back in ninth. In a nice way, I expect a bit more from David because he's quite an experienced driver. He's done quite a lot of different racing, including same cars like similar cars that he's in other championships. And he's even been as far as doing stuff at Le Mans with just recently when he was helping one of the teams racing in the Fun Cup support race. Think about that, Fun Cup racing at Le Mans, the 24 hours. That must have been fantastic. But back in ninth position and just trying to get to grips with these cars, and not quite there. He finished 8th in the first race. If he can pick up a couple more cars, hopefully he'll be satisfied with a decent result inside the top 10 again. He'll think his first weekend having a go in the CityCar Cup, hopefully he'll be satisfied with a couple of top 10 finishes. But again, being a racing driver, you always want to do better, so if he does come back, hopefully he'll come back a bit stronger and possibly get some better ones in the last couple of weeks of the season.
I don't think all is well with that car. I was watching it in the first race, and the way that it's reacting to the bumps, it's really bouncing around a lot, as if there's maybe an issue with the suspension or the shocks or something. It did look like a handful, really, and I suspect that might well be hampering his pace. A lone marshal with a broom is out clearing that glass from Christopher Mackenzie's car, which smashed when he went over the grass coming through the middle part of the complex, just trying to get the worst of it off the racing line. It's toughened glass in these windows, so it does shatter like that. It's designed to shatter in that way rather than crack, and then you get big sort of sharp slivers of glass, so it's a safety feature, but it does look rather spectacular. And then she picks up the floppy marker post as well that's been sent flying at some point during the race. The marshals down at Tower have done a good job of getting the rest of Mackenzie's car out of the way from his third separate off-track excursion, and that car gets towed to the inside of the track. Now they'll either leave it on the grass there on the inside to try and save time, or potentially bring it across onto the pit straight and take the back entry into the pit lane. I suspect that's what they're going to do, because the lights are still on the safety car for the time being, so we're getting Scott at least one more lap behind the safety car.
Yeah, but I think the comfort of being 20-minute race is that, yes, it will be another lap on the safety car, but they'll still have plenty of time to get a few more extra racing laps in. To be fair, we did actually manage to get 4 racing laps in before we had to have a safety car. So, even so, these guys are certainly trying to get as much track time as they can, and certainly trying to enjoy themselves as much as possible in this CityCar Cup. As I said, it's brand new for 2021 as a full championship season. Of course, it made its debut last year as a series, but it joined in with another series. It joined in with the Club Sport Trophy for its first couple of races at Campbell Park and then Silverstone. Had its first standalone races here last November. As we see, Christopher Mackenzie's car's been extracted from the tyre barrier at Tower. It looks like it's punched to their front more or less. It's knocked off one of the wing mirrors and a bit of damage towards the front end. So they'll get that recovered and get that sorted and get it out for the next rounds coming up in a few weeks' time. But so far, decent day for this man, Steve Laidlaw. Second place in the first race, running second in race 2 and keeping a decent pace with Nick Grindrod. He's another one of those drivers where he started off a bit tentatively, but then we had one of Laidlaw's racing last year. I think it was Steve that was racing last year when he was driving a Peugeot. I think that car did start off as having the front end of a Peugeot, but because he had some damage to that car, because you can have interchangeable body parts in this car and they're all the same mechanically, he's going to be changed the front end for it to become a Citroen rather than a Peugeot. So but you can do that. So essentially, even though they are different in terms of different body styles between the Citroen, the Peugeot, and the Toyota. That's the point of the whole concept of the championship, is that to make it cost effective, all three of the cars that you see, the Toyota, the Peugeot, the Citroen, they're all the same car underneath mechanically. They all run exactly the same championship spec kit, which makes them as equal as possible, and therefore it really does come down to, particularly for novice drivers, down on personal skill and personal ways to adapt to the setup, rather than simply how fast you can literally make your car go for what you've done to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and yeah, as you said, you're almost saying mechanically, it's just the body kit that is different, and that does certainly help when they do get a bit of damage. It's easier to make the repairs without having to fork out a huge amount of cash. I'm just chuckling because I think the marshal that's got the yellow flag on the pit wall has possibly had enough of being stood out in the sunshine today. That was quite a lethargic wave of the yellow flag. Hopefully the last time we get to see the yellow flags waving today, he might be a bit more cheery. There he is. Oh, he's got a smile on his face.
For those who don't know, it's not just live stream. It's going on the circle, so he can hear us. So
yes,
so,
I may have forgotten that when I said that.
He has got the green flag in his hand, as you can see on screen, so he's getting ready to go. He must have got the instruction, as I'm sure safety car has, to put the lights out and get things back underway again. So, but again, whilst looking at all our marshals, again, big thanks to all of our marshals for their very hard work in what's been quite decent weather for an early September afternoon, so decent stuff. What's even more decent is the safety car lights are out on the runyourfeet.com Jaguar safety car. It turns its way out of the complex, and so Nick Grindrod, he's done this before many times, particularly even in pickup truck racing, he now becomes the man that decides to get things back underway again. So when will he pull the pin and go once more? He will go possibly on the exit. I think he's gone already, actually through the exit of the complex into the hairpin and back underway again. We're looking at Richard Stones and Patrick Booth battle, but out of the hairpin goes Nick Grindrod and co. up to the start line, and our marshal that had the other flag now waves the green flag with a smile on his face and up towards the start finish line. He will now get racing back underway. So Grindrod leads them across the line with just under 6 minutes to go then. So Grindrod leads, Steve Laidlaw in second place, it's Stuart Bliss in third, Browning fourth, and Dyer fifth in the top five. They turn in through Clairvaux. So it's Citroen, Toyota, Citroen, Toyota, Peugeot. So the first of the Peugeots comes through in 8th position, Elliot Lettis. The majority of the field, if you look at the registration list, about at least half of it is Citroens, but it's nice to see some people choosing the Toyota and Peugeot body shapes to represent different brands. So good to see that. But of course, Citroen C1, as we know from all-encompassing club racing, very popular car in many series, and Citroen, of course, is getting the job done as they're all individual mechanical. Good to see all three brands represented fairly equally. Now, I would say, Andy, Nick Grindrod not only has not got to release a restart, so has Steve Laidlaw, and I would say Steve now is already putting Nick under some massive pressure here, and he possibly might be lining up for an attack within the next lap or so.
Yeah, it wasn't the best restart, honestly, for Laidlaw. He dropped back by 7/10 of a second at the line, but there you can see that he's not 7/10 anymore, and actually Laidlaw, with a tighter line through Tower, almost drew alongside Grindrod a corner or so ago. So I think he feels that he's got something here for Grindrod. What Laidlaw does not want to do is allow Nick to settle into a rhythm, but this is going to help Nick because the second place man is on the grass there between Sunny in and Sunny out. Thankfully Laidlaw gathered it together. He rejoins still in second place, but having dropped a few car lengths now to the race leader. So actually Grindrod will have the best part of a 1 second advantage. Already Laidlaw is pushing on to try and get some of that time back as they wriggle their way now through the final complex of corners. That was Stuart Bliss running wide in third place. The bit of dust thrown into the air was his doing, and that in turn drops him now back onto the front bumper of Liam Browning behind. So out of the hairpin we go then. We're going to have 4 minutes and 10 seconds left to go, and the leaders single file across the line with Nick Grindrod now fastest lap at 1:52.0, half a second faster than he went in race number 1, and he is really pushing on now, 1 second to the good.
I think it was excitement out of Steve Laidlaw. We saw Nick Grindrod get in front thinking, I'm getting close to Nick, I can overtake, and then immediately ran wide because out of excitement. So just going to try and get him to recompose himself and try and get back to him, because he has got very strong pace, and yes, it was a fast lap there for Nick Grindrod, but Laidlaw can and has been able to get on to tell him as he saw on the restart, so it is possible. So I think he's definitely going to try and get close as he can. But the thing is, he might end up bringing Bliss, Browning, and Dyer and everyone else back with him, so it could be quite a battle pack. And we saw that in the last time when they were on the live stream at Snetterton. There was a huge battle pack at the front of the field with Grindrod and Munster, and he did lose the lead once or twice, but whether or not he can hold on to it this time with just 3.25 minutes to go will have to be seen. So through Tower Bend, there's his teammate Duncan Stone in car 63, two-time winner now, took the double at Alton Park last time out. He's being chased down by the other Bliss, which is Richard Bliss. So turn their way. So Richard Bliss is the one. Richard Bliss is the rookie out of the novice out of the two Bliss brothers. Stuart is the experienced one. He's the one that's been doing rallying before in the past at a Honda Civic. So he's got proper drive experience. That's car 42. That's Ben Walkinshaw who's been in the wars today. He had a bit of he had that issue on the first lap. Had that spin, recovered, and now has had another issue again up at Tower Bend. So not the best of afternoons for him, at least in the second race. But at least I'd like to think at least whatever happens, probably enjoying himself immensely. As like all these guys out there, lots of battling in the mid pack. That's Sam Laidlaw battling with Patrick Booth, number 33. Patrick Booth are an experienced MG racers. The leaders come through the complex. And what I will say in that one is that if we look back at the leaders in a second, everyone's closed back up again behind Nick Grindrod because Bliss is closed in, Browning's closed in, Dyer's busy at the moment battling away with Duncan Stone and Richard Bliss. Sam Laidlaw almost runs wide. There's William Burgess in the Mission Motorsport run car, number 69. He's getting in there too, as is also the 310 of John Nicholson. So all sorts of battling going on in the closing stages here towards the front in the mid pack. Brilliant close, clean racing, as we like to see in the CityCar Cup, and there are cars now starting to line up to challenge Nick Grindrod at the front, who's coming under a bit more pressure than he was earlier on.
Yeah, Steve Laidlaw was 2/10 quicker than him that time, but actually the fastest man on the track was Liam Browning, 4th place. He's the first driver all weekend to get into the 1 minute 51s now, 1:51.9, actually also a 51.9 for Stuart Bliss just ahead of him. So the 3rd and 4th place cars are catching the 2nd place car, who is also catching the 1st place car. So you're right, these four are getting themselves together now with a minute and a half to go. So 2 laps, 1.5 laps now really to go. And Laidlaw, a lap and a half after making that mistake at Sunny, is already back on the tail of Grindrod. Again, he takes that tight line into Tower, just the 2nd place man, and Grindrod is going to have his mirrors filled now with that white Citroen C1 as they escape out towards the woods at the far end of the circuit, past the trees, into the Jim Clark S's, and Nick Grindrod feeling the heat. Now, where does Laidlaw choose to attack? You can have a go down into Sunny, but if I were him, I'd be waiting until Tower Corner on the last lap. That section through the chicane, down the back straight and into Tower, that's clearly where Laidlaw is quick, and if he can be as close now, as close as Tower as he is now, then I think he could be within striking range.
Yeah, can't disagree with that. Lap and a half to go, and it's now said, arguably it's 4th of the lead because Stuart Bliss is in now, and so is Liam Browning. He has the fastest lap of the race, as you mentioned, 1:51.916. So they now come back into the complex again. Grindrod and again once more feeling the pressure, but being vastly experienced, he's been in this position several times before, not just in City Cars, but everywhere else. Just behind them, Duncan Stone made a big dive to defend from Andrew Dyer. They're going to be side by side into the complex at the hairpin. You watch our leaders turn their way out of the hairpin and down towards the pit straight for the second to last time. So there is about 25 seconds left on the clock, so there will be one more time around. Behind them, it's all kicking off for 5th position downwards. So we've got Andrew Dyer with Duncan Stones, Richard Bliss, and then Elliot Lettuce in there too. This is now 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. As we watch Nick Grindrod, and he's watching Nick Grindrod whilst I'm watching the time screen, whilst he's watching the battle for 5th as they go through. There goes the top 4 for 5th. There's Dyer. Everyone tries to 6th. And it's Elliot Lettuce who's gone from 8th to 6th in one move. Great stuff from Elliot. He's one of the guys in the rookie class. Wasn't driving like one there, was he? 8th to 6th in one move. Great stuff.
I was a little concerned when he decided to make it 3 wide into turn 1, but fair play to him. He pulled it off, and as you say, got past the pair of them. So really, really good driving that from Elliot up now into that 6th place. He's not that far behind Dyer for 5th either. The leaders, by the way, they are right on cue. They arrive down at Tower Corner, and this time Laidlaw just isn't quite close enough, is he? So if the attack is going to come, it will come somewhere towards the end of the lap. That gap is probably about 5 or 6 tenths now between 1st and 2nd. 3rd place man Stuart Bliss there just running a little bit wide coming out of Tower, and that might just allow the 4th place driver Liam Browning to build towards an attack as they head towards the far end of the circuit for the final time. But yeah, looks good for Grindrod, doesn't it? Been a brilliant race this though. I would say the most entertaining pair of CityCar Cup races that I've seen so far, and I do hope they can continue building on this as the season goes on.
Yep, absolutely. They've had their ups and downs throughout the season, but it's been great stuff to watch this championship develop as it has over the years. Still going on for 3rd place here between Stuart Bliss and Liam Browning as they come back into the complex for the final time. They'll close in, but it looks like this man in car number 22, Nick Grindrod, looks as though he's going to hold on for this victory unless he has a bit of a misdemeanor in the last couple of corners. I can't see it happening. Stuart Bliss is getting close on the back of Steve Laidlaw. He will try and defend from Liam Browning into the complex for the final time. It's close for 5th down to 8th, but out of the hairpin there is still no stopping when he's out in front. Up to the checkered flag. It will be yet another victory for the man who currently dominates the championship at the front of the field. Checkered flag flies for Nick Grindrod. It is 2 from 2 here at Croft. As in the background, further back, there's a bit of a spin for somebody in further back in the pack, but we'll get to that in a second. Steve Laidlaw 2nd, Stuart Bliss 3rd, Liam Browning 4th, but it's Andrew Dyer 5th. Elliot Lettuce after that brilliant move, taking 2 cars to go from 8th to 6th. He finishes in 6th position. It's Duncan Stone 7th and Richard Bliss in 8th with Daniel Selleck and Daniel Drinkwater, who finish off in 10th position. Then it's 11th place for Patrick Booth, 12th for Richard Snuggs. The car that was spinning up at the complex in the background whilst we were looking at whilst the leaders went through, that was Craig Flynn in car 46. He went around, but he finishes back down in 21st place at the end there, so good stuff from them. But as they run in 2x2 formation down the back straight, we can get a shot of that. Good stuff from the CityCar Cup today. Really nice, clean, competitive racing. Little bit of bumping and boring between a couple of cars, but on the whole, they've all seemed to have come away with, hopefully, smiles on their faces and happy paddock, because that's been a really nice couple of races. And if it's your first time watching them at Croft, hopefully it's made fans of you. So if they come past you on the foot going down that, please give them a round of applause, because they do deserve it, because they are put on quite a show wherever they go. Still a couple of rounds left to go to decide who wins the championship. It is looking like it's advantage dry rod, but nothing is ever certain. So well done to them, and a magnificent race for all of them. So here's the provisional result for race 2. Nick Grindrod once again the race winner by 0.6 of a second from Steve Laidlaw in second place. Stuart Bliss picks up third ahead of Liam Brownie in fourth, and Andrew Dyer, Elliot Lettis going from 8th to 6th on the final lap. Duncan Stone, Richard Bliss, and it's Daniel Selleck and David Drinkwater rounding out the top 10. 11th place goes to Patrick Booth from Richard Snuggs, then it's William Burgess, Sam Laidlaw, John Nicholson rounds out the top 15, then Adam Reynolds, Richard Bastow, Jamie Luthwaite, Paul Vickers, and Ben Walkingshaw rounding out the top 20. And then the last couple of drivers that made it to the flag, we had 21st place was Paul Savage, 22nd Craig Fling after he had a spin, a spec possibly from contact on the last lap at the complex. Chris Hetherington finishes 23rd. The only car we lost off that race was Christopher McKenzie, who went off into the tyres at Tower Bend. So again, congratulations to all of our drivers to make it to the finish in one piece. Thereabouts. They will head out for their next race coming up very soon. Their next rounds, if I quickly check my points spreadsheet very, very quickly, they will be out next time at, let's look at the points table, their next rounds will be the season finale, which will be at October 23rd and 24th at Cadwell Park, the final 2 races of the first full championship for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. So big entertainment from them today, and they'll have a bit of a break before they regroup for their final rounds in a few months' time. If you're watching on the BRSCC stream, stay tuned. There is one more race to come, and it is the second half of our Caterham Academy group. We've had the white group cars. The green group is next for our final race here from this weekend at Croft. That's coming up in a few moments' time. Stay tuned.
Well, terrific racing this weekend from the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. I really do think that's the most entertaining racing I've seen from this new championship all season long, and good to see driving standards on the up as well. Let's dive in, shall we, then, and have a word with our podium finishers. It's Nick Grindrod that gets himself the race victory. Nick, congratulations. You're not quite having it all your own way anymore, though, are you?
No, they're all catching up now. They're making it hard work. So, yeah, got to try harder.
Yeah, Steve was really pushing you hard there. He seemed particularly good down into Tower, but you managed to build a bit of a gap on the final lap, which seemed to win you the race ultimately.
Yeah, it was superior through that corner, and then he decided to go a little bit too fast going into Sunny Inn, and went on the gravel and grass and just gapped me. Then I managed to get a gap. So yeah, no, it was good race. I thought he was going to pass me, but yeah, he didn't.
And some of these novices are getting quicker and quicker as the season goes on. It must be quite nice for you, actually, to see the way that they've grown and got faster. In a way, you do sort of relish the competition, don't you?
Yeah. There's no point running away with it and just racing on your own. You might as well just come and do a track day. So yeah, the novice racers, they're all progressing. They're all getting quicker. So it's only good for the championship.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations on the victory then. Let's move down to Steve Laidlaw then, who came home in second place. And Steve, congratulations. We were saying that you were genuinely quicker than Nick through most of that race, just a couple of little mistakes here and there.
Yeah, I've struggled with broken parts in the car all weekend, so the setup is kind of close enough, it's good enough. Notwithstanding, I had nothing left in the car, and Nick is just a little bit quicker in terms of consistency, but mega race. Most enjoyable of the season so far.
And your first couple of podiums, I believe, this weekend. So Croft, a place you obviously enjoy.
Yeah, I got a win here last year as well. Since then, I've been kind of chasing setup and driving too angry or whatever. But yeah, great weekend. Good day in the office, I reckon.
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations on second place. It was Stuart Bliss who came home in third, though. Stuart, of course, you may remember, was up there fighting for the victory in race 1. This time, third place is your reward. It's been a busy day, hasn't it?
It's been a good day. Third and fourth, but race 1 didn't go too well, but we stood up there and we started race 2, still up there. So we finished there, so it was all good. We're really enjoying it.
It's just so competitive these days, isn't it? And now that you're getting a bit closer to Nick as well, we've got a good half dozen or so of you that are genuinely capable of winning races.
Yeah, it is good. And like I said, hopefully, with Cadwell to go, maybe one of us can just pip him.
That'd be a nice way to end the season, wouldn't it?
Brilliant. And some rain. I need some rain. I love the rain. So bring on the rain for Cadwell and hopefully we'll have another good one. So.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations on the podium. And we've also got our novice winner. Now, that was Liam Browning. Liam's had a few overall podiums already this season, and Liam Browning is here. Not quite an overall podium this time around, but another novice victory. And in a field full of some really quick novices, that's got to be a nice feeling.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Race 1, I wrecked it myself. Just locked up, ran it on, so that was my fault. And then everyone just literally piled through. Once one comes through, they're all coming through, you know what it's like here. That was just literally just sit behind Stu. He had good pace, he was catching these guys. There's no point making a stupid move, and I saw Richard outbrake himself. Yeah, he fell back. I just thought it was time to get some points and just be sensible. That was mega.
Yeah, well, congratulations on that novice victory. An overall win maybe next time at Cadwell?
I'll try again. I've been there. That's the only 2 circuits I've been to is this one and Cadwell, so a mega.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations on the novice victory then. That is it for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup this weekend. One more race to go there here from Croft. It's the Caterham Academy back out next.
Great stuff. Thank you, Andy. For those watching on the live stream, good to hear from our top 3 and our novice race winner in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. As I mentioned, they'll be back out for their season finale in about a month and a bit's time at Cadwell Park on October 23rd and 24th, and that will also be live streamed as well if you want to catch all the action to see the first ever Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup champion crowned in a few weeks' time. However, we've still got, as Andy alluded to, one more race left to go on the timetable. We've had one half of the Caterham Academy. Now it's time for the second half. The white group have concluded their race. Now it's time for the green group to take their turn and to head out for their 20-minute race, the final 20 minutes of action here at Croft this weekend. It's been quite an entertaining meeting from start to finish, not just from caterers, but of course from Fun Cup and the CityCar Cup. So just first of all, thank you to all of them for providing some great action on track. And we are getting set to get things underway. The cars now make their way out of the assembly area and on their way to round to the grid. Well, this is their formation lap out of the pits, out of the assembly area and onto the grid as well. So, Caterham Academy makes it out. We'll quickly run you through the grid before just reminding you of the nuances of the Caterham Academy Championship. So, as they make their way round to begin their third to last race of the season before the double header at Snetterton in a few weeks' time. It will be on the green group, Freddie Chiddix, who will start on pole position. He will start alongside Jeff Newman, the 2 main rivals in the championship, on the front row together. Alongside him, also on the second row of the group, they've got Mark Jones in car number 2 and James Cook in car 15. Then it's Chris Fraser in car 10. And Theo Fiato, I've noticed in the last couple of meetings, really has found a turn of pace in the last couple of meetings that he's been out, particularly Brands Hatch, and then we've seen him here at Croft, has found a bit of a just something in the car setup, something with himself in terms of his ability that's seen him shoot up the grid. He was sort of mid-pack for most of the first couple of meetings, but has been up there now and been able to give himself as a regular top 10 driver. It's P6 on the grid, looking to try and capitalise on that. Then it's Mark Kendall and Philip Clark on the 4th row of the grid, followed by Mark Williams and Paul Woodman, who I should mention, I have to thank Adam from Caterham for this, but he's driven up here basically as a last-minute entry. He drove over 5 hours from Bristol to come up here to Croft, and he drove here. And he's never seen the circuit or driven it before, and his first experience was in qualifying. So he does get some help and tuition from none other than Tiff Niddell, who's one of his co-presenters and partners in the Love Cars media outfit. Of course, the Love Cars being the media sponsor for this year, not just for the Academy, but also for the Academy media car as well. So Paul Woodman is in the Love Cars Academy car, and he will start, as I mentioned, back in 10th position. Joe Priday and Paul Carls will come next on the 6th row, followed by Ian Harris and John Hood. And it's Oliver Hardick and John Vincent, followed by Ian Summers and Ian Bettis to round out the 18 car grid that are here present in Yorkshire this weekend. So We've had some entertaining races. One more is just left in the books before we close up our programme for Croft for this season. Of course, we'll be here back in May, and of course back here this weekend as well at the beginning of September to finish off our mainly our programme here in North Yorkshire for our second meeting. And I imagine, and that given how entertaining the white group was earlier on, the green group hopefully should be just as fun-filled, given that these rookie drivers do tend to kind of get their elbows out a bit and enjoy themselves on track whenever they go to a new circuit.
Yeah, most definitely. It's another sort of three-way championship fight that's developing, isn't it, between Chiddix, Jones and Newman. So those three have been doing most of the winning. Actually, Mark Jones, of course, second place in the championship, yet to win a race this year. So Mark Jones, perhaps the one that we need to keep an eye out for here as he starts from third on the grid to try and get that victory. Also had a win for Ian Harris back at the sprint at Kerbera. So this has been perhaps in a way the more competitive of the two groups, in that there's been a bigger spread of drivers getting podiums and race victories, but the racing's been really close in both of the academy groups. And yeah, fingers crossed we get a clean race this time. No appearance of the RunYourFleet.com safety car to round out what's been a really terrific weekend of Caterham racing at Croft.
Yeah, can't say fairer than that, and it's now going to be getting in the mix once again as we get set for our final race of the weekend and our final Caterham Canada race. The green group is almost set to go. The green flag will fly at the back, the 5-second ball will go up, and we are underway in racing. Decent start from the front row of the grid from both Freddie Chiddix and from Jeff Newman down towards turn 1. And as they make their way towards Clervaux for the first time, it will be, when they come back into sight, it's going to be Newman that leads it. Chiddix in second place. Mark Jones is there in third. They all pull their way through once again. A couple of cars are on wide to kick up some dust, but it looks as though they're all getting through Clervaux, all through Hawthorn safely. It's like what we like to see, up through the S's now for the first time, and it is going to be Newman that leads then for Chiddix in second place, with Mark Jones all over him in third. A change on for fourth also as well, and that's between... Looks like, I think Mark Kendall's got a great start from, was it 8th to 4th row of the grid. He's battling there, I think, with the 15 of Cook. So plenty of good starts here as they turn in through the right hand. That's a 15, yeah, of Cook as they're going through the mix for 4th and 5th position. So a decent, clean start for everyone so far, Andy. No shenanigans so far in this opening half lap, but of course they're going to get to the line first, so we confirm it's being a clean, tidy first lap in its entirety.
I can't see anyone that's fallen by the wayside this time, at least. Everyone did get through that first sequence in one piece, and up towards the right-hander at Barcroft, into the Sunny complex they go. This lead battle then starting to break away. The top three in a line then, and then a bit of a gap back to that fourth place battle that was very close to contact as they were heading through Tower Corner, but they just about avoided it. Through into the complex they come then, and the low sun now late in the afternoon glinting off the cars. It is that number 33 car then of Jeff Newman that leads the way as they are round the final couple of corners in the midfield. Number 84 there is Joe Priday. He had a lap time disallowed, one of a couple of drivers to have lap times disallowed in the qualifying session earlier on for track limits. First lap in the books though, a clean first lap, and an entertaining scrap shaping up here between the top three. It's Newman from Chiddix from Jones, those top three, less than a second between them.
And it's fitting that the top three in the championship are top three in the race already at this early stage. Mark Kendall's made a good start from 7th up to 4th. He's the biggest mover on that first lap already. So up 3 places on the grid. He also managed to get past Cook, Fraser and Theato. That's something that he picked off all 3 of those cars on the 4th row to get up there into P4. So good start from the bright green car, number 35, that's in 4th place with the sort of pinkish red roll bar. Just looking back further back, that's car 5 on screen. That is Philip Clark currently sitting in 10th position. That's where he sits overall in points as well. So he turns his way out. A couple of cars running wide also over the exit of the Tower Corner, just over the grass, a bit kicking up some of the dust, but they all carry on relatively unscathed here as we're going to watch Mark Kendall here running strongly in 4th place. I'll just check what his best result of the season's been so far up to this point, which has been, if I look at Mark Kendall's results, he currently comes into the weekend in... Where was he in points? He came in 4th in points. His best result so far has been 4th. So if he finishes here, he'll equal his best finish of the season. He managed to pick it up here. So good start from him to get up in the mix. And being 4th in the championship means that I have got essentially the top 4 contenders in the championship all in the top 4 positions. Not necessarily in championship order, as now up the inside goes Mark Jones to try and pick off second place from Freddie Chiddix. And these 3, particularly Chiddix and Newman, have been back and forth in this battle in the championship all the way through. And Mark Jones has been able to just insert himself in there. We're just keeping it clean, keeping it on the road, taking advantage of when drivers have been either having problems or getting into each other. So Mark Jones has basically been the car that's just taken advantage of any issues between Newman and Chiddix when they've had any dramas. Particularly, I remember back at Knock Hill, he did that to take the race victory when Newman and Chiddix ended up coming off the road. But either way, Mark Jones with the fast snap of the race and the first proper flying lap shows that, again, he's pretty evenly matched with the front runners, particularly when Fraser and Newman are also on the similar sort of pace as well.
Yeah, definitely, although this scrap for second is in danger of losing them too much time to the leader. In fact, there was a mistake there for Jones, wasn't there, as he came out of the chicane. So that does now mean then that Mark Kendall is up alongside him. The two green machines together, Kendall on the outside there. On the inside line, the number 2 car will just about hang on, but the point I was about to make is that Jones and Chiddix were delaying each other to the effect that it was allowing Newman to pull away out in front. But now that Chiddix has been released in second place, he might just be able to chase back down the race leader. Third place battle though goes up towards Barcroft. It is still number 2 Mark Jones ahead of number 35 Mark Kendall. What a drive this has been from Kendall though, and now he's got a bit of a slipstream from the number 2 car. Can these two work together maybe? Well, to close back in on the top 2, I was going to say actually Kendall's main priority is holding on to 4th place, because the number 15 car of James Cook is right behind and looking to the inside, actually heading towards the complex.
Yeah, stiffing around the rear of the roll cage there for 4th position as they turn into the complex for another time on lap 3. We've still got 15.25 minutes to go, so already coming towards quarter distance. It appears so far, the rest of the pack is all filtering in line astern and keeping it nice and tidy, so good clean racing so far from the academy. I think in the cleanliness of racing stakes compared to White and Green, I think the Green is certainly winning on this occasion, so to speak. They're keeping nice and tidy on the track at this point in time. Freddie Chiddix sets the new fast lap of the race, 37.504, but he beat essentially the what was the fast lap of the race that had just been set by Jeff Newman by a few hundredths of a second, by 600 of a second to be exact. There is number 10, which of course is Chris Fraser, who is up in 6th position at the moment. As we see Jeff Newman there in car 33. Spread eagle the field here in the lead of this green group race, but trying to close in on the slipstream is Freddie Chiddix. And then we've got Mark Jones there in 3rd place in the course. It was the kind of new Caterham-like factory livery for this season, being the primarily main green colour with the sort of dark sort of charcoal grey panels on the graphics. Really smart-looking livery on that car. Chiddix is really giving Newman the hurry up here. These two, of course, battling for the championship at the top of the points, and they're separated by 3 on drop scores. On drop scores, Jeff Newman leads with 100 points compared to Freddie Chiddix on 97. So these two really got to get in amongst each other, and they really got to make sure ultimately that it's an obvious thing to say, but one's got to finish ahead of the other to try and make sure they can keep on taking points away. Particularly, Chiddix has to get ahead of Newman to try and see if he can close in and even that gap up a little bit more, even though it's quite a fine margin. There's not many points that you lose by going between first to second and third again. He's looking to the outside into the complex with Jones closing in again, but it's what we love to see in a championship. The 3 main contenders at the front, slogging it out at the front, battling together. This is what we like to see in a proper championship fight towards the head of the field.
Yeah, and although there's not much of a points difference between finishing 1st, 2nd or 3rd in a race, when the points are as tight as they are, at this late stage in the season especially, every single one of those points matters. So if you can beat your rival by even just 1 position in this race, it could be the position that ultimately gives you the championship crown come the end of the season. Wide run there from Newman. He would just outbraked himself a bit into Clervaux, and so Freddie Chiddix almost got a chance to get up the inside into Hawthorne Corner, but these 3 latch together now as they come through the chicane. They're starting to drop the 4th place man Kendall slightly. Now what effect does the slipstream have? Is it going to give Freddie Chiddix a chance to get this lead back? Remember, he started on pole ahead of Jeff Newman. Newman does not want to give him 1st place back though, defends the inside towards Tower. To the outside goes Chiddix, and of course then the danger is that he leaves the door open for Mark Jones behind him. That didn't quite happen, but Mark was sniffing around on the inside line there as they went into the right-hander at the end of the back straight, and all 3 of them fanning out almost side by side towards the Jim Clark S's.
And that's never advisable, particularly in your first season of the race, and that should be like a managed thing. You do not go 3 abreast in Jim Clark S's because it never usually ends well, but they all seem to have got through unscathed in the order they've come through, which is still Newman from Chiddix and then from Jones. Still Mark Kendall 4th, James Cook in 5th, and it's Fraser, the 7th place car of Williams, that's Williams, that being Mark Williams. We have Paul Woodward up to 8th, he started 10th. Theo Theart has dropped back from 6th on the grid, down to 9th. And it's in the top 10 is Philip Clark there in car 5, so he's in the mid-pack as well. In through the complex once again, this is to end lap 5. And still Newman, Chiddix, Jones, but now closing in as a result of their sort of holding each other up at this point is Mark Jones and James Cook. So it is now a 5-car scrap for the podium and for the win. A good run off of the hairpin now for Mark Jones. He will close in the slipstream behind Freddie Chiddix as Jeff Newman gets a little bit of respite at the front. Now looking there at Chiddick versus Jones down towards Clairvaux, not quite close enough for Jones as he turns in through the right-hander, and wide again for Jeff Newman for the second lap in succession. So either he prefers that line, or just he's going too deep in there, trying to push too hard. But either way, for the second or third lap in a row, he will exit the S's with Chiddick and co right on his roll cage down the back straight towards Tower.
It's almost like he's trying to avoid that bump on the apex, but it's clearly not as quick a line through there as aiming for the curb on the inside and sending it. Speaking of sending it, could that be what Chiddick is about to do around the outside at Tower? No, for the second lap in a row, he cuts back to the late apex, tries to get the speed off the corner, and this time I think he has generated an overlap against Newman. Jones has a run on both of them. It's going to be at least side by side into the S's. Who comes out the other side on top? We have had the lead change, and in fact into second goes Jones as well. So that's Chiddick's the leader, Jones second, Jeff Newman goes from first to third. All because he just had that defensive line into Tower. It cost him momentum on the exit, and then he was just a sitting duck on that run towards the Jim Clark S's, which in these cars should be easy flat as long as you're not running through there side by side. So Chiddick's then with some work to do now, having started on pole, worked his way. Sorry, Newman, excuse me, started second, got into the lead, and now he's down to third. It is Chiddick who's got the advantage, and Jones looking for that first victory of the season, remember. He's right on his tail now as they head towards the hairpin.
Yeah, and if Chiddick can manage it, it will be his third win of the season, because he took victory in the second race at Knockhill, and then he won the race at Brand, so it'll be his third win of the season. But as you say, you're absolutely right. The previous best result for Jones has been a second place, and that was in the second race at Knockhill, which Chiddick also won. So some side-by-side battles further back as well, but I think Theo Thears is getting stuck in there as well, amongst others. He's battling over car 5. That's over 9th and 10th place. It's Philip Clark as they turn their way through. Big wiggle there as they come. That was, I think that was Chris Fraser in car number 10. And here we look backwards. I think that's to Theo Thears. There he is. Fantastic name, Theo Thears. He's got, let me think, name Tiger or something. He's got some tiger stripes or a tiger-themed livery on that car. So, excellent. What I like about this championship in some cases, particularly with the Academy guys, is they let the cars kind of speak their own personality in terms of the liveries and stuff. It's fantastic to see that, where you get some different schemes and liveries. And generally, rather some drivers prefer just to have the standard either like plain silver or plain steel coloured car with different coloured noses or roll cages. Where some drivers go all out with the livery. I mean, the Love Cars livery on the Paul Woodman car looks pretty decent in itself. So they redesigned that a couple of times. I remember their particular video on revealing that car. They changed the design 2 or 3 times to incorporate a couple of different logos at the last minute. So it's a great looking cars in the field, and it certainly helps to the image when these guys are battling on track, particularly as the leaders are, as they come through sunny in and sunny out, with Chiddick still with Jones on his tail, and Jeff Newman keeping a watching brief in third.
Yeah, blue and day-glow yellow seems to be a popular Caterham colour, doesn't it? And that's certainly the case for our third place man at the moment, Jeff Newman even, who is sort of trying to regroup a bit here now. I think we are past half race distance, 8 3/4 minutes to go. And he's thinking to himself, hang on a minute, I was leading a few laps ago, I was pulling away from the rest of the pack, and now I've got it all to do again in third place. Across the line they go. Jones is close enough to Chiddick here to have a go down the pit straight, should he wish to. He's getting a slipstream actually, but then he's also under pressure from third place man Newman.
I think Chiddick might have missed a shift, because he's not only lost Jones, he's also lost Newman as well. So he's dropped from first to third, so I think he's possibly missed a gear, and because of that, it's cost him momentum down the pit straight. So Jones now leads the way with Newman in second place, but Chiddick's just, I saw him going slow on the straight, and it has to have been a misshift to try and get up the gear. So it's easier done than you might think in these cars, because they've got quite a close gearbox. So when you try to go through the gears, when you try to shift, it can be difficult to try and get the gear in. Sometimes it slips out of your hand and doesn't go in properly, and that can kill your momentum and kill the speed down the straight. What that's also does, not only has it let Mark Jones and Jeff Newman through, but it's put Chiddick under pressure now from fourth place man Mark Kendall, because he's now in there too, of course. And then remember, this is the top 4 of the championship, not exactly in this order, the top 4 of the championship in the top 4 places all together in this lead pack, and certainly all together as they come back through the Jim Clark S's once more. So at the moment Jones leads, but that resurgent Jeff Newman, who was back in third at one point, he's back on Motul to get back into the lead. There's still 7.5 minutes to go.
Yep, through sunny they go once again, then getting into the final third of the race, and Jones, can he do it? Can he get this victory? Don't count out Kendall either. He's closed back in again over the last lap or so, with 1 or 2 mistakes and side-by-side moments coming from the leading trio. That fourth place green car is with them, and actually he's bringing friends, isn't he? Because he's got Cook and Fraser 5th and 6th, only a couple of car lengths behind him. There they go, look, through the complex of corners. The number 10 car there of Chris Fraser, who started the race actually in 5th place, so he'll be looking to try and at least get back to where he started before the race is over. Out of the hairpin they go then, across the start-finish line. Mark Jones, the leader this time, from Newman in second, Chiddick in third, Kendall fourth, then the rest of them chasing down behind. James Cook there in 5th place, Fraser 6th. That is your lead group as they head through Clervaux once again. 6 minutes and 40 remaining in the race. And Jones is watching in his mirrors now and just hoping and praying that they start tripping over each other behind, because if they don't, he's going to be under threat again here down the back straight. Chiddix is close enough to get a bit of a slipstream. He's closing all the time on Mark Jones. Jones is going to have to defend the inside line down towards Tower Corner this time. The race leaders then almost together, but then a big dive there in 3rd place from Chiddix, who tries to get past both of them. That was never ever going to work. He bails out of the move for the lead and comes out of the corner level then for 2nd place, though with Newman. That was bold stuff on the brakes there.
Yeah, ambitious stuff from Freddie as he tries to get himself back into the lead of this race again, but he's all on the tail. And watch for Mark Kendall, of course, in car 35, the sort of brighter green car that's back behind him as well. There was a bit of a love tap through Barker, which you do not do a high speed through there for Jeff Newman, so he just holds on to currently the lead at the moment. Mark Jones putting in a fantastic effort to hold on to this position. Now, Jeff Newman has to look behind him. There's a slippery surface flag there. I suspect that's either just for debris out on the track rather than any fluid or not, but there's a slippery, a yellow and red slippery surface flag that's gone out, so be careful to see if that's just purely just for debris that's on the track. I think it might be. Around the outside looks Chiddix, has a look up the inside, but not quite close enough. And again, you're absolutely right about 5th and 6th. Look at both James Cook and Fraser as well in the mix as well. Chris Fraser and James Cook are in there too. That made it a 6-car train for the lead. Mark Jones at the head of it, and there is no guarantee which of these 6 are going to finish where and in what order, because they come down the pit straight with 5.25 minutes to go. There is a prospect that literally anything could happen between these guys. It could really be that close.
It only takes one side-by-side moment or one mistake from one of the leaders, and it will just bottle that whole group up, won't it? And yeah, it could be sitting pretty if you're a bit further down the order. Almost contact there between Chiddix and Newman going through Hawthorne, as Chiddix took a bit more speed into the right-hander than the 33 car ahead. Sort of spurring him on a bit here, though, because you can see that Mark Jones is further ahead of them this time as they go down the back straight. That gap shrinks a little bit with the slipstream. In fact, it shrinks a lot, because really late on the brakes is Newman. He tries to throw it up the inside of Jones, who just about outbrakes him. Newman runs a bit wide, though. They've both gone out wide, and that gives Chiddix a run now coming out of the turn. So Jones ran wide from the lead. Newman ran wide in 2nd. Chiddix, I think, is already into P2 and challenging for the lead as they go towards the top of the circuit. In fact, I think he's got through, hasn't he? So that looks like Mark Jones might have lost the lead there. Yes, he has. So that is Chiddix back in front, because the two in front outbraked each other going into the Tower Corner.
So 4.25 minutes to go then. Chiddix back in the lead now. And Mark Jones, of course, trying to hold on to that one to get his first win. He's going to have to get back around Chiddix to do that. But now, ironically, Newman and Kendall are going to look behind him and thinking, hold on a minute, where have you two come from? Because they've managed to close in. And that's the thing about Caterham racing in particular, where you've got a pack of cars in front. But then what you do have is then, as they start to close up and battle amongst each other, it brings cars behind that are working together back into the mix. And so the lead group gets bigger and bigger. I've seen in one Caterham race, the Silvers, I saw literally, I think, on a 32-car grid, and about 29 of them were in the lead group together. It was one of the most incredible Caterham races I'd seen, because it was that close between all the cars at a circuit that fits it. Now, car 15, which is Cook, has got damage to the front. His front number plate's hanging off, and I think also there's a bit of bump to his nose as well. So we'll see if that affects the aerodynamics at all, or any front-end grip. Through the right-hander they go, so it's still Chiddix from Jones, then it's still 3rd place for 33 of Jeff Newman. Kendall there in 4th place from Cook and Fraser, rounding out the top 6. Then it's Woodman up to 7th place past Mark Williams. Then it's Theato and Clark rounding out the top 10. And now as they come down the back straight, it's Kendall's chance to have an attack. He's been biding his time, being patient here in this race so far, but now finally Kendall has a chance to attack Jeff Newman here down towards the right-hander. Again, Mark Jones is having a look, possibly to make a move on Chiddix. Round the outside looks Kendall, try and get that undercut on Jeff Newman. Also in there now, again, is James Cook. Watch for him in car 15. He might get his elbows out and get involved here from 5th to 3rd in one move if he can play it safe. Up through the left-hander and the right, so Jim Clark S's. Newman stays in front, still keeping Kendall and Cook at bay at this point in time. But now with only 2.75 minutes to go, he gets to that point of the race where essentially drivers start to think, if I've got to make this move, I've got to do it now, otherwise I never will. So I don't want to use the word, but a bit of desperation starts to set in, thinking, if I don't make this move, I'm going to lose points. So do I try and make a bit of a risk here at this point of the championship, or do I try and sit back, bank the points, and just try to hope I get some better results later on? It's a tricky part of the race, and a tricky decision to make.
Well, yeah, especially if you're Kendall, Cook or Fraser, because you're getting bottled up now behind a very defensive Newman, and it's really allowed the top two to pull away. That gap between second and third has shot out on this lap because the 33 car of Newman has just been driving around the inside edge of the circuit almost, trying to keep them behind, and he's really going to have to go defensive now down to Clairvaux because Kendall comes to the outside of him, going down towards that first corner, onto the penultimate lap of the race then. The top two really distancing themselves now by over 2 seconds from this almighty battle pack for third, and that still somehow is Newman ahead, despite the run there that Kendall had down the pit straight. He couldn't force the issue around the outside, and maybe didn't want to because he knew how close Cook and Fraser were. If you go for a move around the outside at Clairvaux and it doesn't work, you're very likely to lose more than one place. So sensible stuff maybe there from Kendall. He's now going to try and regroup, have another go down into Tower Corner, but again Newman defends to the inside line, Kendall to the outside, Cook goes to the inside of both of them. 3 into 1 will not go at Tower Corner, surely. It looks as though maybe Cook is going to get past at least one of them. It's Newman that comes out the other side still in third, but only just from a very, very racy James Cook.
Fantastic stuff, and James Cook might not be necessarily in the championship fight, but he doesn't care at this point in time. He wants to get a strong result, and one of his best results of the season. He came into the weekend, I think, pretty much 5th in points on drop scores. James Cook, his 5th, his best result of the year, has been a 4th place. So if he can get up onto the podium, he would certainly enjoy that very much. So they come up through the right hand. The top two are away and gone. James Cook is back in 5th now. So they're going to come on to the last lap of not just the race, but the entire weekend here at Croft. They're turning up through the complex once again for the second to last time. Still Chiddick's in command with Jones in giving hot pursuit side by side again. This time Kenny looks a bit, he had to really stand on the ankles to avoid any contact with Jeff Newman. He just simply cut off any avenue to get through on the exit. Here comes Cook and also Fraser. Looks around the outside, is Mark. I think, right, inside's cut off, I'll try the outside this time. Doesn't work that time, but he gets a great run off the corner. Now we'll be side by side down towards Clairvaux for the final time. On to the last lap, they go with the back roughly 15 seconds to go, side by side for that third place battle. Kendall had his nose just in front by 15 thousandths of a second, down towards Clairvaux. Kendall has to sit back in the fourth position. Cook is in there now. Back through towards Hawthorns. He's nibbling at the rear wing. He's close as he has ever been. As Chiddick has pulled away from Cook, but it's this battle for third as they go on to the last lap is where the action is. It's 4 for them all together. I can't look at Tower, Ben. This is going to be quite incredible down here. It could be 4 abreast when they get to the apex.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against it, but again, look, the defensive line taken by Newman is just not allowing them through. Exemplary defensive driving this from our third place man. Out through the right hander they go. Is there a gap on the outside? There's a bit of wheel banging. Oh, and it ends in contact. Unfortunately, 2 of them go off. That is Kendall and Cook, I think, isn't it? Kendall back into the road, pointing the wrong way, coming out of Tower Corner. He tried to go around the outside of Newman. There was a bit of wheel banging that unsettled Kendall's car, and unfortunately, James Cook, nowhere he could go. He was collected in the left-hand side by the spinning Kendall. What a shame that had to end in contact there, because it had been a terrific scrap up until that point, and unfortunately that will now definitely affect some of our podium finishes. Well, certainly the last step of the podium anyway. Yeah, that was a shame. It was shaping up to be a brilliant wheel-to-wheel fight for the final podium spot, but it looks as though it's going to be essentially guaranteed in many cases too. We think, well, Kendall, because Newman was involved in that. Kendall, I think, has stayed in third place. He has, but up to the checkered flag is going to come our winner once again for the 3rd time this season. Freddie Chiddick will head to the checkered flag, and he picks up victory in Beloved Cars Caterham Academy Green Group. Chiddick wins, with Jones in 2nd place. It's Mark Kendall, I think he's going to cross in. No, it is Jeff Newman in 3rd place. Mark Kendall did drop. Yes, he would have that spin, of course. He was involved with Cook just then. I should have remembered that while watching it happen. So Newman gets 3rd. It's Fraser in 4th position. He benefits from all of that, picking his way through the incident. It's then 5th place for James Cook, 6th for Mark Kendall after he was so close to getting a podium place. 7th for Paul Woodward. He had a quiet race up into P7 ahead of Williams was 6th, so Mark Williams was 6th, Woodman 7th, and Kendall doesn't make it to the flag yet. He's come across he hasn't made it to the flag yet, so either he's still struggling, or is this him coming through the complex now? No, it's not. So Mark Kendall, I think, must have stopped somewhere, and he might not even make it to the flag, sadly, so that contact might have been a bit more substantial than we first realised when he collided with James Cook. So it's Williams 6th, Woodman 7th, Clark 8th, Castle 9th, and Friday rounding out the top 10. Theo Theata was 11th. It's then 12th for Ian Harris. And still Cardiff comes through in 13th place. And I think, Mark Kendall sadly has stopped. And that is, I think, just on the exit of Jim Clark S's, I think. Yes, it is. Yes, exit Jim Clark S's. I can see it outside the commentary box window. So, sadly, unfortunately, and that wasn't the way that Mark Kendall wants to end his weekend or his race. And unfortunately, that will have to be racked up as a DNF. He'll have to use that as a drop score.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the way anyone wanted to end the weekend, really. That had been a brilliant race, one of the best races of the day, really. And it just, that defensive drive from Newman, it was a really good defensive drive, but you sensed that it was always going to end, always had the potential anyway, to end in contact, because those behind were just getting more and more frustrated with the fact that they couldn't get past him. But he didn't really do anything wrong. He was just putting his car in all the right places, and it led inadvertently to that last lap shunt. But yeah, brilliant drive that from Chiddix. Jones again, one position shy of getting that first victory of the season, despite having led at a couple of different points in that race. But the Caterham Academy Green Group once again putting on a fantastic show, as really have all the championships here this weekend. It's been a brilliant weekend of racing.
Really has. Fantastic stuff from all of the Caterham championships here that's been this weekend, as well as Fun Cup and CityCar Cup. We'll give them a proper thank you in a minute. Here's the provisional result from the final race of the weekend. Freddie Chiddix takes the victory in the Green Group for the Love Cars Caterham Academy. It's Mark Jones who takes second. Jeff Newman survives the last lap incident to take third. Chris Fraser pops up to fourth as a result of it. James Cook survives to fifth. Mark Williams takes sixth. And it's Paul Woodman, Philip Clark, Paul Carston, Joe Priday, with Theo Theato, Ian Harris, Oliver Hardick, John Hood, John Vincent, Ian Bettis and Ian Summers rounding out the 17 finishes. Mark Kendall, sadly as we saw, did not make it to the flag. And Jeff Newman also takes the fastest lap of the race, which will be a bonus point as well. And that, Andy McKeon, rounds up what's been, I think, a pretty mega little weekend here in North Yorkshire in the beginning of September in this late summer, early autumn sunshine. It's been a wonderful 2 days worth of racing, and we've both been here to see it. And I think even yesterday's Fun Cup race was a great conclusion to yesterday's racing. But yeah, all three paddocks, Fun Cup, Caterham Motorsport and Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, big thank yous to them, because of course they've provided endless and superb racing entertainment, as they always tend to do at this club level.
Yeah, most definitely, the BRSCC continues to provide some of the best club motorsport in the UK, genuinely, and this weekend a great example of that. You can never go far on with Caterham, as you know you're going to get some good racing there. Likewise, really, with the Fun Cup, but it's nice to see the CityCar Cup making some nice strides forward. Some of the best racing I've seen from them today, generally pretty clean as well, so that'll please Greg Graham. You won't have to give them another telling off before the next round of the championship. But yeah, brilliant stuff. Really, really enjoyed myself, and hey, we even got some of this sunshine we've been promised for about 3 weeks, so all is good.
Yeah, better late than never.
Yeah, absolutely.
I suppose, particularly in this country. Big thank you also as well, of course, to all of our fantastic marshals, to our volunteers, to our recovery, medical and safety crews for all their hard work. As we get all the volunteers. Remember, we can't go racing without them at all, without their hard work and hard effort. So a massive, massive thank you. And let's face it, British marshals are the best in the world when it comes to what they do. So a big hearty thank you as well. Big thank you also to everyone that's been watching, not just around trackside here at Croft as well, but also for you at home watching the stream. The next live stream action, very quickly for what you can see, I believe that the 7 UK cars will be out live next weekend at Croft. Next BRSCC live stream action will be in a couple of weeks at Storrington Park. We've got Mazdas, Fiestas, Zio Prototype Cup, the British Supercar Grand Prix is there as well, and BMW Combat Cup amongst others. Brilliant weekend. Next overall Caterham package racing will be at Snetterton. That's a weekend after that in October, as they come towards the end of the Academy Championship and the closing stages of Roadsport 270, 310 and the Caterham 7 UK Championship as well. And to finally round off, for myself, Scott Woodward, Andy McKeon from Jane Peters Dennis yesterday, and all of us here at Croft, thank you ever so much for watching, and we'll catch you next time for more live action from the British Racing and Sports Car Club in a few weeks' time at Dorrington Park. But until then, take care, and bye for now, and stay safe.